inspires us economists and social scientists to rethink existing paradigms and seek solutions to address these challenges. This inspires us with the theme for this year, which is Rethinking Economics in the Contemporary World. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Executive Director, Dr. Akbar Zaidi, whose guidance and mentorship and his keen interest in economics inspired us to refine the concept note for this conference. A special thanks to the core committee comprising Asma Haider, Hemant Das Luhanu, Muhammad Nasir, Faizur Rahman, Adil Nakhuda, and myself for their tireless efforts in curating the technical sessions, approaching distinguished guest speakers, and ensuring a high-quality program. I also acknowledge the economics faculty for their help in reviewing submissions, helping us select the best from over 300 papers we received across the world. Due to space constraints, only 40 papers will be presented in this two-day event. This year, we are honored to host esteemed speakers and participants from countries including USA, UK, Italy, Turkey, Nigeria, Iran, France, Saudi Arabia, and Thailand, as well as from different regions across Pakistan, such as Kashmir, Gilgit, Balochistan, Sindh, and Punjab. I'm particularly glad to share that 25% of the presenters and panelists are women this year. This reflecting our commitment to promoting gender equality in economic research and teaching. While there is still much progress to be made, this marks a significant step forward. We are honored to feature notable speakers, including Ali Chima, Adil Malik, Shahryar Binori, Kiyoshi, Alexei, and others. This two-day event provides a platform for our faculty, especially early career faculty, and students to receive feedback on the research, engage in stimulating discussions, and network with senior scholars. We have organized networking sessions, reserve a table with experts for our students to learn about new ideas, fellowships, and scholarship opportunities in and outside Pakistan. This event would not have been possible without the support of our partners and sponsors, including the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Sindh Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, Bank Al-Falah, Pakistan Single Window, and Italian Consulate Karachi. I also thank the IBA's administration, Registrar Office, Finance, Procurement, IT, Transport, and Security departments, and especially Marcom, for their invaluable support. A heartfelt acknowledgement goes to the dedicated team at CBER and SCSS, especially Shagufta Shabba, Rao Israr, Juberia, and Umema, and many volunteers, my future leaders, and dearest students, especially Abdul Qaddus, Faraz, Hamad, Suhail, Shanze, Alize, and Zainab. Special thanks to Shumala from SSLA for her work on conference proceedings and press release, and Seher, the patron of the Economics Club, for her support. I hope your stay is comfortable and you will actively engage in the vibrant discussions ahead. For any assistance, our dedicated team is here to help you. And finally, I regret to share that our esteemed keynote speaker, Henrietta, have not circumstances. Once again, thank you all to be the part of this 4th annual international conference. Let us embark on this journey of intellectual engagement together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. Now, I welcome Dr. Akbar Zaidi, Executive Director, IBA, who will share opening remarks for this conference.
welcome everybody, faculty, IBA, students, guests, speakers. It's a great pleasure to welcome some old friends. Adil Malik, prominent professor at Oxford University. He wrote an excellent piece in the Journal of Democracy a few weeks ago, which a lot of people have been talking about, on populism in Pakistan. Sultan Mahmood, IBA's renegade professors who've run off IBA, who I won't name. Ladies and gentlemen, great pleasure to welcome all of you. I used to be an economist, then better sense prevailed, and I ended up studying history. But unfortunately, I'm still known as an economist. So maybe I'm the right person to come and have a conversation with many of you over here. I've written on economics, which I think my students are forced to read, not out of my choice. I get no royalty. I make no money out of it, which is also unfortunate. I think books, academic books, textbooks should be encouraged. The students, faculty should be encouraged to write books, and they should give a good return. That doesn't happen here. And besides, academics don't write to make money. They make money through other means. They get paid well, especially if the IBA. So if any of you are thinking of shifting and moving to the IBA Karachi, please apply. We are always looking for high quality faculty. We talk about Pakistan's economy, and if you've been reading the newspapers, everybody has been saying one term which has appeared in the last, couple of terms have appeared in the last few weeks, months, that we are not going to default because that's over, and we finally hit stability. As if stability is something to be very proud of, but anyway, compared to default, compared to the meltdown that was taking place some months ago, we are now talking about stability and celebrating stability. I think that's a poor state to be in, relatively better than where we were, certainly a year ago, 2 years ago. But to celebrate stability is a sign that how low our standards have fallen. Other countries are talking about high growth. We don't even mention growth. Growth is a bad word in Pakistan because we don't know what to do with our balance of payments, current account deficit, and the entire structure, the whole system of our macroeconomy collapses. As soon as we say, there was a time when Shahid Javed Barki, who was the finance minister many decades ago, who's been writing, political economist, well-trained economist, used to write that unless we have 6% growth, we will not become a medium income economy. Today, nobody even mentions anything beyond 2.5%. वो भी डर के करते हैं कि अगर 2.5% कह दिया तो current account deficit का क्या होगा? Major problems in our economy. A simple thing like growth and our balance of payments, we have not been able to sort this mess out. So that's why we are celebrating stability. It's not a bad thing, but it's only the beginning. So the ideas that we talk about, rethinking economics, is actually a very good theme. And my colleagues, Dr. Lubna Naz, Shagufta Shabbar, Dr. Nasir, Asma Haider, these people who you all know and will spend some time with today and tomorrow, they came up with this theme, and instantly we all said this is a fantastic idea. We are at a stage where old macroeconomics, old microeconomics, old political economy no longer help us understand the world. I think the world has changed, and our economic theories, certainly in Pakistan, the books that we are reading are way behind how we are. And there, in fact, hardly any book on Pakistan's economy which is worth reading. There's one which I can't mention, but there's only one book on Pakistan's economy. The rest probably we all need to think about this. And I think it's a good time to rethink economics, rethink teaching economics, studying economics, and how we can teach our students at the IBA about Pakistani economics, economic theory. I'm also an anti-empirical person. Not empirical is not the right word. Quantitative person. Quantitative is better. I don't like quantitative economics. I don't like econometrics. I don't like these random trials and stuff like that. It's just one of my biases. But I know you get Nobel Prizes if you work hard on them. But fortunately this year, we got 3 people got Nobel Prizes for something very different. Political economy. I disagree with the work of Robinson and Asimoglu and others as well, but it's something different. I think it follows the work of North and Coase many decades ago, last century in fact. And I think that, and Samuelson, Stiglitz and Stigler and so on and so forth. So I think the nature of economics has changed so much. I mean, I think it's over mathematized. It's too much mathematics, too many models and equations which don't help us explain what's going on. And I find one of the problems with economics, and I can see people smiling in the front row, and I understand why they're doing that. I mean, Adil is a fantastic econometrician and economist, well trained, but his work, you'll see very few equations in that, unfortunately so. I think this overkill on mathematics gets you good jobs in Wall Street, perhaps, but I don't think it really helps you understand how the world works. I'm very anti-models and anti-quantitative, but I know it's required that we teach our students that, especially when they want to go and do their PhDs in the US at good universities. And yesterday, 2 days ago, we had a convocation, and I met a student of ours who had graduated and now is doing a PhD at Duke University in economics. So I mean, so I'm not saying that we don't need rigor. I think, because I think that's something that's often concerned. If I'm saying I want political economy, I want us to understand the world, and I'm very glad that the recent Nobel Prize in economics expands our way of looking at relationships. Interdisciplinarity has become such, and as I said, from economics I've moved to history, and I still come back to sociology, political economics, anthropology to understand economics. I don't think countries like Pakistan and developing countries can do economics without sociology, anthropology, history, and looking at institutions. So I think that's something that we need to think of, and that's why I think rethinking economics is a very important field. And I know some of the papers to be presented here do exactly that. They question, implicitly they question things that are happening. So I was asked by Lubna to fill in for a little while and speak a few minutes, so I'm just rambling. So I'm going to say a few more things about these issues. There's a very interesting article in Dawn, of all newspapers, in their EBR section today. It's very, very interesting. And this is why I think the debate from economics, from macroeconomics, okay, state banks reserves at 11.3 billion, okay, so what? Most of it is borrowed. Our debt is 126 billion, but nobody's talking about that. Our inflation has come down fantastic. It's about 5.7%, very good. The exchange rate has been the same, whether it's the right rate or not, but it's been the same for many months now, almost a year. I think these are good signs. But that's not what economics is. That's what you go and say a few phrases on television when you're asked to do a talk show or something. हाँ, economy ठीक हो गई है, देखें 5.7% वो हो गया, देखें हमारा current account deficit भी, हमारा surplus चल रहा है, remittances इतने आ रहे हैं. Okay, that's okay. But as economists, I think we need to think about other things. There's a very interesting article in Dawn today, which I would recommend that you read. It's about this debate about agricultural income tax. And I don't like the IMF, but sometimes they say some good things, and I completely agree with their idea of imposing a tax on agricultural income in the provinces, which is commensurate with other income tax. 45% is the rate. Too high, that's a separate debate, but nevertheless, it should not be 10 or 12 or 15%. And there have been debates. In fact, the Sindh government has said, no, we're not going to do this. The Punjab government, surprisingly, has said that, yes, they've actually posted a bill in Parliament which looks at an increase in agricultural income. However, this article today talks about how what's called implicit taxation, how the agricultural sector, and this is an old argument, is overtaxed. And they argue that, for example, if there are price controls on what you can sell, on say wheat and cotton and sugarcane, for example, isn't that a subsidy to the urban or to the industrial sector? I think a good argument to look at. So they are making the case that, as I said, it's beyond the three main figures: inflation, debt, fiscal deficit, current account deficit. So these are things that I think as economists we ought to be looking at. And that's why I think vested interests, institutions, lobbies, and all those become important. Something that econometrics does not teach us. Something that quantitative methods do not teach us. But we can use quantitative methods. I think Adil's work does that exactly. I've been present at many of his presentations and seen how He uses quantitative techniques to make arguments. Also, Sultan Mahmood, I've heard his papers as well. I think 2 years ago at the LUMS conference, where they use quantitative instruments to look at non-quantitative things, like how do lobbies, I mean, I think Adil's work on shrines is one example, and so on and so forth. Finally, I'll just end by saying that two of our faculty members, senior faculty members, Hemandas Lohano and Qazi Masood, I don't know if either of them are here, I don't see them here, have been asked by Oxford University Press, Pakistan, to write 2 textbooks, one for microeconomics, one for macroeconomics, for first-year undergraduate students. I think that's a great development. That, you know, it's good to read Samuelson, and I'm not even sure what the new literature is, Barrow and so on and so forth as textbooks. But I think it's also important to have a local context. Our students learn from these books, which are foundational. We've all of us who study economics have learned from the same books, and they keep being updated and revised. But I think in the context of Pakistan, for example, it's something that our students, our faculty should be more. Adil Nakhuda writes a lot in the public press about trade and other things like that. I think it's important to look at local context. I think that's very important. Use theory, use quantitative methods, but also look at, you know, for example, we say that there should be, that everybody should pay taxes in Pakistan, income tax at least. We pay taxes otherwise. But if you look at the data, less than 1% of Pakistan's population pays income tax. And that too, people like us who work at the IBA, because क्योंकि वो ज़बरदस्ती हमारी तनख्वाह से काट लेते हैं. अगर हमें भी वो अगर मौका दे तो हम भी टैक्स नहीं देंगे. ठीक है, कट जाती है तो क्या करें? And there are few people like that, so just less than 2.5 million people are paying their income tax. So we all agree that Pakistanis should be paying income tax. People who are building empires in other countries and who, so the economics of taxation is very simple, very straightforward. It doesn't require, you know, there has to be revenue which is generated, otherwise you're always running off to the IMF. But what is the political economy context? Why is that not happening? Unless we study the political economy context, in the context of Pakistan, India, South Asia, all these other countries, we will not understand why taxation is not. We all know the theory, we all know that it should be happening, but we don't study that. So, rethinking economics in the contemporary world, I think is a great theme. Congratulations to the committee and my colleagues for coming up with that. And I think this is going to be an interesting conversation with different economists present here from different backgrounds, different theoretical models, different political economy concepts. So I look forward to this. And this evening, I have to advertise this. I have a session with, I think, the best economist in Pakistan. This does not include everybody here, but the best economist in Pakistan, who also happens to be the vice chancellor of a small university somewhere far away in the Punjab. Ali Chima and I will be in conversation about what it means as economists to run vice chancellors. I can tell you that's why I decided to do history, because as an economist you can't run a university. Thank you very much. Welcome to the IBA, and I think this is going to be a great 2 days, so look forward to interacting with you. I'm here all day till the evening as well, and hopefully all of you will be part of many conversations today with each other, with me, with my colleagues, and thank you for being here today. Thank you for taking the time out.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar Zaidi, for your opening remarks. Let me say here that Dr. Akbar is historian by training, but economist by heart. So, yes, now I would like to welcome Kiyoshi and Marcel to deliver presentations. Kiyoshi is regional lead economist for the Central and West Asia at Asian Development Bank, and Marcel is country economist, Pakistan Resident Mission at the Asian Development Bank. So we have this session lined up. I hope Kiyoshi and Marcel are here in the audience. Yes, 2 of you. Welcome to you both. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Kiyoshi Taniguchi, and I'm a regional lead economist from Asian Development Bank. And then I just want to share what ADB is doing, the economics team in the country is doing, and then my colleague Marcelo will go over the economic issues. And then ADB, we have a 5-year the country partnership strategy, and then the current one, ongoing one, will be ended 2025, and then in 2026 we will start a new country partnership strategy, 2026 to 2030, and then the preparation and the consultation with the government, private sector, academia already started, and then our participation in this conference is part of our effort. We want to hear what is the ongoing challenges, and then how ADB can help the country, the government, and the private sector through ADB, the lending and non-lending instruments. And then recently, ADB conducted a midterm review of our Strategy 2030, and then Strategy 2030 is basically our overarching ADB's the strategy for all the developing member countries. And then 5 areas ADB consider important. One is the climate change, another one is the private sector development, and then the third point is regional cooperation, and then the regional public good. And then the fourth point is digital transformation, and then the fifth point is resilience and empowerment. And then I guess you can associate any of those 5 points is important and even critical for the Pakistan ongoing. And then our new partnership strategy will come up 2026, will be in line with those the 5 areas. But then in particular for those 5 areas, we consider 3 points are important. One is climate action, another one is private sector development, and then another one is the digital transformation. And then I understand today and tomorrow we'll have some of the discussions on the digitalizations, and then also how the climate actions and then the private sector development will go on. So we are very looking forward to discussions, and then we want to participate in those discussions, and then want to use some of the new ideas for the next country partnership strategy 2026 to 2030. So I'll finish here, and then I'll hand over to Marcelo. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiyoshi, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to present to you today our latest version of the Asian Development Outlook, in which ADB shares its views about the economy, economic situation in the region, economic outlook. I'm going to talk first about developing Asia as a whole, the various sub-regions, and then towards the end of the talk I will share with you our views about the economy in Pakistan, so you can put this into context where Pakistan stands in the wider region. So let me first go over the key messages. Most economies in developing Asia saw growth accelerate in the first half of 2024, and this was driven by firm domestic demand and strong export growth. The global demand for semiconductors remained robust, and this benefited mostly the technology exporters in the region, such as Korea. On inflation, this continued to moderate across most of the region, and many central banks held their policy rates steady, and now going forward there will be greater space for monetary policy easing, as the US Federal Reserve also has cut its own policy rate. Compared to our projections earlier in this year, the region's growth forecast for 2024 is now at 5%, compared with 4.9% earlier, and the forecast for 2025 is in a similar range at 4.9%. As for inflation, we forecast for the region as a whole that it will be 2.8% this year, and for next year we anticipate 2.9%, which is slightly lower compared with earlier estimates this year. However, it should be noted that there are some downside risks to this outlook, and this includes the potential for rising protectionism given the latest outcomes of the US presidential election. There could be geopolitical tensions going forward. There might be a weakening in the People's Republic of China property market and adverse weather effects. Now, let me provide more details about the growth performance in the region. As a whole, developing Asia continued to grow robustly this year, even though there has been sluggish domestic consumption in the PRC and some deceleration in investment in India. But as mentioned, there's still strong demand for electronics, which continue to support exports in the region. For developing Asia as a whole, you can see in this chart the dark blue bars. They indicate that consumption slowed somewhat in the first half of this year compared with last year, but except for in the PRC, which is the second set of bars, we see consumption boosting growth along with exports. In the PRC, there is lingering weakness in the property sector, which of course affected consumer sentiment and household spending, but this was partially offset by higher investment, which was supported by monetary and fiscal stimulus. Overall, growth remains strong at 5% in the PRC. In India, growth saw a deceleration in the first half of this year, but it still grew strongly at 7.2%, which was mostly aided by a surge in government spending and private consumption. Economic activity in high-income technology exporters such as Korea, which I mentioned earlier, benefited from robust exports, and in ASEAN 4 economies, growth was bolstered by strong increases in consumption. Moving on to inflation, you can see on this slide that price pressures eased in 2024. You can see in the figure on the left that inflation in developing Asia continued its downward trajectory. Headline inflation in July just stood at 0.5% compared with a pre-pandemic average of 2%. If we exclude the PRC, which is always a special case when it comes to inflation, you can see in the right-hand chart that headline inflation remains a bit higher, but overall the trend is the same. It is on the decline. Energy inflation is now back to pre-pandemic levels since global fuel prices have stabilized, and food inflation is also declining, but still slightly higher than pandemic levels. Core inflation, you can see this in the yellow bars, also continues to decline and is now below pre-pandemic levels. Now, turning to the outlook for the region, growth outlook first. We expect that going forward, developing Asia will still post robust growth rates. We have, in fact, marginally revised the forecasts up for this year compared with earlier in the year. We expect now 5% in 2024 and 4.9% next year. You can see in the left-hand chart that while growth in Asia, we forecast growth at 4.6%, which is driven by better than expected export growth in Korea and also Taipei, China, which is another technology exporter. We retain the growth forecast for the PRC, even though there is a prolonged downturn in the property sector, but we assume that fiscal and monetary easing will help sustain the economy. Outlook for Caucasus and Central Asia is upgraded to 4.7%. This is due to robust domestic demand and also a boost in remittances in some of the economies there. South Asia will and remain the fastest growing sub-region, and growth is at 6.3% expected in 24, and this is unchanged from forecasts earlier this year, and in general mostly driven by India. Southeast Asia and the Pacific are projected to grow by 4.5% and 3.4% respectively. Inflation forecast, as mentioned, inflation is on the decline, so consequently we downgraded our forecast to 2.8% in 2024 and 2.9% for 2025. There is some heterogeneity across countries and regions. So for Caucasus and Central Asia, we lowered the forecast, but it is still relatively higher compared with other sub-regions at 6.9% in 2024. In East Asia, due to developments in the PRC, the inflation forecast is lowered to 0.5%. Which is mostly a result of weak domestic demand and slower than expected bottoming out in food prices. For South Asia, inflation remains at 7% forecasted, but will be higher or raised in 2025 at 6.1%, which is mostly a result of developments in Bangladesh, where the currency depreciated and there have been some supply side disruptions. In Southeast Asia, we expect inflation at around 3% in 2024 and 2025, and in the Pacific also in that range, slightly higher at 3.6%. And 4% going forward in 2025. Now let me talk a bit more about the risks. I mentioned 4 key risks to the outlook at the beginning of this talk. Number 1 is a potential rise of protectionism and trade fragmentation, which would materialize as a result. So there could be higher blanket tariffs by the US on all global imports and a broad-based and steep increase in tariffs on all US imports from the PRC, which would then mean an escalation of the trade war. The second risk we see is escalating geopolitical tensions, which might result in renewed supply chain disruptions and consequently higher food and energy prices, and it could also then raise global economic uncertainty. For the region, particularly relevant will be developments in the PRC's property market, and if there is a further deterioration, this could, especially if it becomes disorderly, this could have, of course, then negative impacts on economic activity across the region. And then fourth and finally, there might be adverse weather conditions which might then impact on food and commodity prices. Now this is developing Asia as a whole. Now let's turn to the outlook for Pakistan. So, as was mentioned already today, the economy has indeed stabilized, and we see that this improved macroeconomic environment has basically aided a moderate economic recovery and increase in private investment. So our forecast for the financial year of 2025 is now at 3%, which is not very fast, but it is a solid pace. But it needs to be highlighted that much of the outlook will depend on the successful implementation of the policy reforms, particularly those linked to the IMF program. Because this will be crucial to maintain the stable macroeconomic environment. We expect that the government embarks on a fiscal consolidation path going forward, and that the central bank will maintain the policy rate sufficiently tight to bring inflation closer to the medium-term target, which is between 5 and 7%. The inflation forecast, so on inflation, this has come down for us at least much faster than expected. We had the forecast for inflation at 15% earlier in this year, but now we had a major revision. It is now down at 10% for fiscal year 2025. But there are mostly risks tilted to the downside. Number one, of course, is, as I mentioned, the reform implementation trajectory. Any lapses there could affect this outlook. And of course, if there are any tensions which spill over to the macroeconomic environment, this will also then affect growth and inflation projections. Finally, very important to mention in Pakistan's context are any weather or climate change related adverse impacts. I will stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marcel. And we have a few minutes for 1-2 questions. If you have any burning questions about the Pakistan economy or the ADB, and then we'll be happy to respond.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Just one question. When you model climate change, because that's very important, as you said, do you have an estimate of the range of the impact on the GDP, for example? An event, climate change event, like floods or something like a disruption like that, or a longer term decline in, say, sustainability. So is there a figure, approximate figure, which you have been able to model?
Thank you. As far as I know, we do not have any particular study looking at the Pakistan, but then at the COP29, ADB released our climate change economic impact study. So you can check our publication, and then we have overall the climate change impact to the Asia as a whole.
Thank you. This is Anwar from QAU. My question is, regarding Pakistan, our colleague mentioned that if there are no risk about the implementation of the program, so on the basis of historical evidence, do you think that Pakistan will be able or in a position to sustain and implement all what IMF or Asian Development Bank are suggesting? Thank you.
Thank you. It is a very important and it is critical to the Pakistan economy. In my personal view, the development is incremental step. And then usually we do not experience a huge jump. And then I do not believe this IMF program, ongoing one, will change everything, because the challenge is all the different the issues and the problems are interrelated. But then I think IMF trying to give incremental step, and then one issue is broadening the tax base. And then from my point of view, this agriculture tax, the laws in the provinces, this is one of the critical ones. And then the time I was leading the previous country partnership strategy, this agriculture tax issue was deleted from ADB, the indicators, because no one believed few years ago that would happen. But then now we are witnessing, still our CPS is ongoing, but then the IMF is trying to implement this. So things are getting better, and then all the IFIs, we are trying our best to make things better. But we have to continue our incremental steps, and we do not expect a huge change. So let's continue our efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Shahid Zaki. Yeah, I'm the former CEO of Philips Pakistan. We are very much concerned about the inflation. And in your slides earlier, I've seen the figure of 23% or something like that for 25. But later on, you say that it's going to be 10%. So why this anomaly? Is it because these figures were supplied to you by the government of Pakistan, or what?
Thank you. Inflation is the topic that we've been discussing heavily, and then Pakistan experienced a very high inflation in the past few years, and then we are expecting relatively lower the inflation in coming years, mainly because of the base effect. Once the price level is elevated, and then the inflation is incremental, or the marginal change. So the price doesn't really go up, so we expect the price will be stable. And then low inflation mainly comes from the food inflation. And then especially in the FY24, the food price declining. And then today, food price is almost zero. But then we see the agriculture forecast for the FY25 is relatively poor. So I expect some inflation, food inflation will kick in. That is an element which brings down the inflation rate. So 10% the FY25, it is our forecast. And then the main reason is the base effect and then the low food inflation. But then in the 26 and beyond, we believe the inflation will come up a little bit longer in the medium term.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Kareem from PIDE. Actually, I'm seconding his point that you did earlier a bit higher estimates. Personally, I don't think inflation is a problem. Actually, it is a solution, because there were structural hurdles, and I guess the structural hurdles a bit, they are resolved a bit. And maybe the reason is this. So I don't think it is a policy. Maybe the politicians are selling it, but actually inflation is not a problem. Actually, it would resolve or structural hurdles instead. So I hope the donors should take it as a solution, not as a problem.
Thank you. Inflation is a problem for the poor people and pensioners, and then those people who do not have the income. So the impact of the inflation affects the different type of people. And then I still believe the inflation is the problem, and then the high inflation is particularly severe for low income brackets. And then I think all the politicians, central bank, and then we have to work hard to at least maintain the price level stable. Oh, shall we go on? Maybe one more. So this is the last question. Thank you. Can you use the microphone?
So you talked about growth rates in Pakistan, and you showed this chart about these growth rates, but you didn't talk about inequality. So can you just shed some light on inequality in Pakistan? Is that growing? Is that reducing? Especially in the wake of these IMF structural adjustment programs. So I would just like to have your thoughts on this.
Can you repeat quality of growth?
No, so you talked about growth rates in Pakistan, and you showed this chart regarding growth rates. But can you also shed some light on inequality? So is inequality is it worsening? Is it improving, especially in the light of recent IMF programs and so on? Thank you.
Thank you. Growth rate is, as you know, it's an average growth rate, right? And then the inequality is an income distribution issue. And then it is a very big, serious challenge in this country. And then there's lots of poor. They do not enjoy the benefit of the growth. And then often, I don't like this term, but then often it was called the elite capture. And then the income, any income increment is kept by the small group of people, and then the poor group of people do not enjoy the benefit of the growth. So the income inequality or the distribution of wealth is a serious challenge, and then that's why IMF is still encouraging the BISP, the conditional cash transfer programs. ADB will work on the social protections, the insurance scheme, and so forth. Those will help distribute the wealth to the larger body of population. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing some interesting findings from the publications. Now I invite Dr. Akbar Zaidi to please come on stage and present souvenirs. At 11:45, we have a very interesting panel session on rethinking international trade in a digitalized world. Right now, we have a short tea break in the foyer area of the auditorium, and I request all of you to be back at sharp 11:45 to join us for the panel session. Thank you. and oversees PSW's operations and implementations. I invite Farzana Naushab, who's the Senior Economics Officer at the Asian Development Bank. We have with us online Nadia Seth, the General Manager, Policy and Planning Division at SMEDA. We also have as a panelist Farooq Ahmed, who is the
as a facilitator through the use of digital technologies. This panel on rethinking international trade in a digitalized world brings together various experts from different organizations that ensure greater participation of international trading activities, not only in Pakistan, but across the Asian region. We will discuss the success stories as well as put forward the challenges faced by Pakistani regional policymakers, as well as the strive to enhance their integration into regional and global trade networks through greater digitalization. This discussion will focus on the complexities involved in enhancing trade activities as well as trade competitiveness by improving the access to business through more effective documentation procedures and processes. Furthermore, this conversation will explore the role of technology in reshaping the practices involved in international trading activities, as well as how to harness these technologies to maximize the benefits. Unfortunately, today internet disruptions have adversely impacted our gains from digitalization. In essence, we will explore the way forward for Pakistan in navigating the intricacies of international trade and enhance its trade capabilities through greater digitalization of trade procedures and practices, despite the challenges we face today. So I'll be asking my panelists 2 questions each in 2 rounds. They will get 5 minutes to answer each question. We will have a short third round where the panelists will have an opportunity to give a 1-minute wrap-up of the discussions. Then we will open the floor to questions and answers for the audience members. So let me first start. I guess I'll start with Aftab Haider, CEO of Pakistan Single Window. So Pakistan Single Window's implementation has been extremely successful in a short period of time. According to a recent report on its assessment, more than 70% of overall trade and 80% of government agencies involved in export-related processes and procedures have been integrated. Pakistan Single Window has cut significant costs and time for traders as well. Can you provide us with some examples of how Pakistan Single Window has been a catalyst for change in encouraging greater transparency and compliances with trade procedures and processes, and moving the stakeholders from a slow paper-based traditional methods towards more digitalized methods, and which are faster and more efficient? I would also like you to provide examples on how PSW collaborates with the private sector to ensure its successful implementation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adil. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Let me start by saying how much I feel honored and excited to be here at this great seat of learning amongst a crowd that has some very dear seniors, but also a lot of young people around. Pakistan Single Window is a success story in Pakistan, and it's always a pleasure to share that success story coming out of Pakistan's public sector. So thank you very much, Dr. Adil. For those of you who really don't know what Single Window is, we basically are a digital platform that is connecting importers, exporters, and service providers who are associated with cross-border trade on a single digital electronic platform. We started out in 2021. The phase 1 was rolled out in 2022. That was in line with our commitment with the Trade Facilitation Agreement under the WTO. It's a government-sponsored project. As of now, we are in phase 4 of our implementation, and under this program, what we have done is to completely digitalize cross-border trade. So now it is possible for anyone to start importing or exporting from the comfort of their homes or offices using a desktop or even a smartphone to conduct their transactions. I think IBA has been organizing single window sessions in the past few weeks for the students, and I believe there's also a presentation in which my colleague Naveed Abbas Memon will be giving you a little bit more insights into the single window. But coming to the topic and to the question, Adil, I think this is of great interest to us because we are in a very different era right now. This is a world that is now dominated by technology. And you know, we have all read about the first technology industrial revolution and the second industrial revolution. We are now what we call the fourth industrial revolution, where there is a fusion of technology with physical systems. So think about artificial intelligence driving most of your systems now, or the Internet of Things. So that is phenomenal. What is happening right now is just transforming the societies. And then the global trade is also increasing. So there's cross-border trade that has tremendously increased in volumes, despite the dip that we have recently witnessed or during the COVID era. Merchandise trade has increased. Trade has become more complex. So now we have a number of countries who are signing bilateral and multilateral FTAs, PTAs. The rules of origin are becoming complex. You see domestic legislation affecting cross-border trade. For example, EU is now coming up with the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which means that a lot of our export-oriented industries will have to change their existing practices to have their exports to the EU. And finally, the composition of trade itself is changing. You know, one of my favorite themes is that what we usually enjoy as labor-intensive countries having abundant land, that disadvantage is going to come to an end very soon, because now global trade will be driven by knowledge and technology, in which the developed countries have an edge. So think about 3D printers, for example, where it is now possible to print products closer to the consumption markets. Now in this whole scenario, it is extremely important for us to rethink about how we are going to stay competitive in global trade. Our processes and interaction with each other. Pakistan single window is just a tool. What we have done is to digitalize cross-border trade, and the idea basically is that, number one, we reduce the time and cost of doing business for traditional businesses so they can remain competitive. Number two, we also help encourage businesses become more compliant to national regulations. My background is as a customs officer. In my previous life, I used to be a customs officer, and you know, a lot of time we found out that non-compliances that attracted penal provisions were because the traders didn't really know about the rules and regulations. So what single window now is doing is that providing you complete guidance. So if you want to import, for example, beans from Tanzania, single window tells you of the processes and procedures that need to be followed to make sure that you remain compliant to national regulations. And then number three, of course, is the transparency. So once you are on the single window platform and you are conducting a transaction, you know exactly how much to pay, whom to pay, and therefore the chances for corruption or you know, underhand deals become minimum. They don't get eliminated, but they can be reduced. What the government gets out of it is more transparency, more consistent application of law and the regulations. But I think the most important part that single window is doing, and that remains a little bit you know, rated, is the power of data. Single window now is the biggest data repository of cross-border trade, and there is tremendous amount of work that you can do with data, not only to improve transparency in processes from business to government, but also to use that data to create new products, to leverage the single window platform to reach out to new markets, and to increase the sale of your own goods, not just within the country, but also across the borders. It's a truly transformative aspect. I'm going to stop here and let you continue your questions with others, but at the end of the day, what we like to say is that we are just not a digital exchange platform. We are offering a truly transformative experience to the Pakistani businesses associated with cross-border trade, to really come up and compete at the global level.
Thank you, Aftab, for an answer. So now I'll come to another government organization which has an important role to play in digitalization. So Nadia Seth, General Manager of Small and Medium Enterprise Development Authority. So SMEDA, as we know, has a very important role to play in promoting digitalization of trade procedures and processes. For instance, business development services can be aided by digitalization of trade, while digitalization of trade itself will increase demand for more business development services, such as outreach programs, engaging smaller firms that need such services. Similarly, other objectives related to trainings and seminars, as well as development of sector-specific strategies, can aid the promotion of digitalization of trade procedures and practices. Can you provide some examples of how SMEDA in recent years has joined the digitalization bandwagon and helped businesses become more digitally integrated?
Thank you, Adil, for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. So, first example of digitization is me sitting here, unfortunately not able to join you in person for this conference. So that's what digitization does for us. I'll begin by giving you a practitioner's point of view based on our dealing with the small and medium enterprises in the country. And just to set a bit of context, if you look at the numbers of exports and particularly related to the small and medium enterprise, it's estimated to be about 30%. Does not include the services sector. And what's more interesting to look at is that they're mostly indirect exporters. So these are very small sized firms that are downstream industries supporting the larger firms in their exports. Having said that, how SMEDA has been able to support SMEs development, and particularly with enhancing access to trade, is there's evidence to support this based on some of the programs that we have undertaken. I must confess that I think COVID fast-tracked adoption of digitization across the public sector. And, you know, we went online immediately. And one of the key programs that we undertook during the time of COVID, when there was partial lockdown and complete lockdown also, was to undertake a survey to understand what businesses, what was the impact on businesses due to COVID, with the closure of firms. And what happened was that as a part of this research that we undertook, the government of Pakistan launched the Industrial Electricity Support Package for small and medium enterprises. So that's the power of digitization to support SMEs. A lot of firms did not go under because of this support coming through by the public sector. Having said that, there are several programs that SMEDA itself has also initiated to support SME development for increasing access to markets, one being a recent initiative with the collaboration of the International Trade Center through a program by the name of REMIT, in which self-paced export development and export access modules have been developed. So it's a training and e-learning platform that we have developed. It is available, it is self-paced, that focuses on compliances, national compliances, providing access to information on the destination country, air and sea, freight forwarding information, so on and so forth. So that's one of the programs that directly supports SMEs integration into the global supply chain and into the international trade. Another program, and you mentioned business development services, how important the role of BDS and in terms of expanding and reaching out to SMEs is concerned, considering that they're not just concentrated in, you know, large cosmopolitan towns, but far off areas. And how do you bring them on board is when we, as an institution, have gone digital in terms of our business development services. When I say that, the training programs that we undertake, I'll just give you an example of, we have a program by the name of Meet an Expert. So we have financial advisors, we have legal experts, we have organizational development providers who provide support for firm growth and expansion, and even for startups. So all of this information in terms of training, in terms of counseling, is provided virtually offline. A recent example that we're currently undertaking is a digital literacy program, which is focusing on women entrepreneurship development in the country. Again, it's virtual. We're using the platform digitally. We're reaching out to far-flung areas so that this information is provided to women entrepreneurs. Another example that I can talk about is a program, a national level program, a business development support program by the name of NBDP that SMEDA executed, which is a grants program in which the entire process, right from soliciting applications to evaluation of applications and provision of grants for firm growth was provided through a digital platform. So these are some of the examples that SMEDA over the recent years has undertaken to support SMEs digitization, to this linkage creation, through providing them access to information, to providing them direct hand-holding support, not through its own offices, but through different virtual platforms.
Thank you for your answer here. So now I'll come to the multilateral organizations that we have. So my question to Farzan Anosha from Asian Development Bank. So in a recent study by the Asian Development Bank, it is stated that apart from economic gains of $600 billion in savings from trade costs due to digitalization of international trade practices and procedures, digitalization has had significant impact on the environment in Asia and Pacific as well. ADB has also recognized several different categories to measure the benefits, such as electronic bill of lading, and artificial intelligence and big data, and Internet of Things. Can you provide examples of countries where digitalization of trade has helped in bank operations and business operations related to international trade, significantly improving the quality of trade-related infrastructure?
Thank you, Adil. I will join Aftab in saying that, first of all, this is my first time at IBA, and I'm very pleased to join the future of this country and a very capable faculty here, and share experience in ADB in implementing its projects and programs for trade facilitation in Pakistan and some of the regional countries. Maybe a couple of minutes or a few words on how ADB works in terms of its support for the member countries. ADB's assistance focuses on supporting government's development agenda, such as, in this case, Pakistan government's development agenda, to help lift key development constraints in the economy. In doing so, it provides assistance both for upstream and downstream, for instance, trade activities, as well as in other areas. And it has various modalities to provide this assistance. It has infrastructure project assistance. It has technical assistance to undertake diagnostic work, which basically provides the basis for identifying key constraints and focus of different projects and programs. And finally, it has, we call it policy-based lending, which is budget support modality to support government's initiatives in key legal, regulatory, policy, institutional reforms. Now, digitalization, nobody can deny there is no second opinion in terms of its efficiency gains, improved governance, and service delivery. So it is not just about technology upgradation, it is about transforming the whole ecosystem, it is about transformation of the culture in a particular organization. So traditionally, ADB's support in trade facilitation has focused on providing physical infrastructure, such as road transport infrastructures. And one of the examples is from Pakistan. ADB has been supporting Pakistan's National Trade Corridor Investment Program, which started back in 2006. And there have been multiple tranches under which ADB supported infrastructure development in roads for integration with the region. Basically, it was to support national trade corridor from north to south, and ADB provided support for segments. Now, as the world is changing, ADB is also in transition in terms of its focus. So what basically guides ADB's operations is the country needs. And ADB is accordingly transitioning into focusing on digitalization of support in trade facilitation as well as in other areas. For instance, ADB approved a project focusing on addressing key constraints at 3 border crossing points in Pakistan, It is a $250 million project which was approved in 2015, and it basically supported integrated management of transit trade at 3 points, 2 with Afghanistan and another one with India and with Afghanistan. We all know Afghan transit trade is something where there is a lot of potential, and 2 border crossing points, Torkham and Chaman, where most of the transit trade happens between Pakistan and Afghanistan. What project did was to improve the efficiency of infrastructure, developing facility at the border crossing points of Chaman and Torkham, and also, so when this is there, it needs support from the governance systems as well. So Pakistan Land Port Authority was set up, which provided the management regime, and together with that, all the operating agencies, because it is not just one agency, there are a number of agencies, and there are operators that need capacity development to operate these systems. So basically, the objective and impact is to minimize the challenges in terms of reducing time, reducing the effort at border crossing point in an integrated manner. So the new trend is about smart trade facilitation. Pakistan single window is an example of that. In Pakistan, integrated risk management systems, integrating different stakeholders at one-stop shop. So that is the new trend. And here I would like to quote another example from India, a program supported again by Asian Development Bank to support legislative, institutional, and policy reforms. So this is a $600 million program, SMILE, for integrating multi-modal logistics ecosystem. So again, the focus is more or less the same in terms of the challenges, usual challenges which are in developing countries, such as institutional and policy framework. But here, so this is integrated model, and we know that India is a huge country, and there are, so the program worked at all tiers of the government. So first of all, what is needed is to provide governance structures, institutional framework, policies plan at 3 tiers of the government, starting from the federal, state level, and selected city governments as well. So policies, plans were supported. Then the next step was standardization. Obviously, when such integrated program happens at that large scale, it has to be standardized in terms of processes and systems. So the program picked up standardization of warehousing, and that was done across several states as pilot. And an e-book was published. The interesting point here was that private sector was engaged. So now, when the governments, and with support of even development partners or independently, they undertake these reforms, who is the beneficiary? Basically, these are businesses, private sectors who are end users. An interesting point in this, and maybe that is an innovation, that this program engaged private sector in developing, for instance, ranking of the warehouses for standardization. So that actually is a step in terms of inviting private sector and facilitating their investment in a PPP mode. We all know that governments in developing countries, they are short of finances, and there is scarcity. So therefore, private sector investment is welcome and facilitated. So it actually started from the scratch in a joint manner, engaging private sector from the very beginning, so that they are integrated at a later stage and investment is facilitated. And so when we say integrated model, this covers all transport by air, transport by road, railways, ports, and waterways as well. And therefore, the next focus was on improving the port system, and there we talk about single window and digitizing its system, and finally establishing smart system. So what they did, Aftab mentioned data. This is very important. Data, information, rules, regulations, everything was so there is a unified interface developed for all these, and private sector can find that information at one place. That will help planning, that will help planning within the government, as well as monitoring and implementation as well. So maybe I should stop here because I can see a queue from Adil and give time to others. Thank you.
Yeah, we'd like to keep the discussion to around 5 minutes, so that just gives everyone a chance. Anyways, thank you for your answer. So I'll come to Alex Krevchenko from United Nations ESCAP. So the framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade in Asia and Pacific is an important instrument to develop the capacity of all countries in the region to engage in cross-border paperless trade. It is estimated that trade costs can fall by up to 30% of existing transaction costs, while significant benefits from compliance are also expected from this. However, Pakistan is yet to rectify it. How do you rate the success of countries that have rectified it? Please discuss some of the success stories in lowering the transaction costs, as well as how can countries like Pakistan be persuaded to ratify this agreement in the near future.
Thank you very much, Adil, and salam alaikum, everybody. Thank you for having me at this event. Just before I get into your question, 1776 is an important date. And that's when Adam Smith has published The Wealth of Nations. It showed, and I hope you learned this in your Econ 101 course, that trade is good. Adam Smith showed if there's a butcher and there's a shoemaker, rather than the butcher making his own shoes and shoemaker doing the butchering thing, they should specialize in their own thing and trade. Trade is good. A little bit later, another economist, David Ricardo, came in and said, well, they don't even have to be super good comparing to each other doing it. They just have to be relatively good. And that's the relative comparative advantage. And it's critical to show that the rich countries and the poor countries can, or developing countries can trade with each other and benefit, even if the developed country is better at making everything. So trade will make two countries, or more countries, better off. Sure, there will be some losers. If trade starts, some companies will go out of business, but overall, the benefit to a country will be better for both countries engaging into this. So trade is good, but trade is not happening the way it should be. Why? Well, the most basic thing that you will learn in your trade class is you have tariffs. And tariffs are important. You know, even the United States, the proponent of free trade, at some stage during the times of Alexander Hamilton, 99% of the budget came from tariffs. And in many countries in the region, tariffs still are an important source of revenue. And countries, however, are eventually transitioning to direct taxes, such as the income tax you heard about talked earlier today. So, okay, we remove tariffs. Then there's other barriers. Then you have, if you've ever talked to anyone engaged in international trade, it's not like you just go ahead to the neighboring country and sell your products. If you're an expert, you need a whole bunch of documents. If it's an agricultural product, you need a certificate, SPS certificate, or sanitary and phytosanitary certificate to make sure there's no dangerous chemicals, pesticides, and so forth. You need to make sure that you have perhaps an export license. You need to make sure that you have an invoice. You need to have permission and license and a whole bunch of these documents. Now, traditionally, all these documents had to be collected at different departments. And there was surveys conducted and said, what stops you from exporting more? And 90% of the time, it's the domestic procedural obstacles. So these procedural obstacles mean things like lack of certifying laboratories that can tell that your goods are free from chemicals. It takes a long time to do it. You really need to go out, before you needed to go out and collect all these documents, have a physical signature or a stamp, and this took a lot of time, and this was expensive. And thankfully, Pakistan now has the single window where all of this can be done digitally without having to go to multiple offices to get this going. But international trade, by definition, is it's not just your country, it's with other countries. And that's why it's important to share this trade information between countries. Okay, and you'd be surprised to know that it doesn't actually happen that much at all. So when you export to the EU, you have to do Pakistan stuff and you have to do the European Union stuff separately. There's no sharing information, and sometimes that information doesn't actually match. And you have these big discrepancies when you look at the exports of Pakistan versus the imports of EU from Pakistan. They should relatively match. They don't. There's a big discrepancy because there is no sharing of data, and this means there's actually loss in government revenue. So information exchange is critical between customs and other relevant authorities, and this is where this framework agreement on paperless trade comes in. It basically is a platform for countries to exchange, well, pilot these methods of changing data across borders, and that can lead to as much as, like you said, 30% reduction in trade costs, and that's quite significant. That's more than any tariffs, most tariffs you will see at the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. So I'll come to Farooq Ahmed Khan, representing Bank Al-Falah. So banks have a major role to play in digitalization of international trade, as they're often the main intermediary between the government and the international trader. Bank Al-Falah offers completely digitalized and convenient processes for foreign exchange approvals as well as for trade finance. And your bank is one of the pioneers in digitalization of trade procedures and processes. Can you highlight some success stories in which digitalization of trade procedures and processes eased participation of businesses in international trading activities, particularly during the recent balance of payment crisis period when traders faced several challenges and restrictions?
Well, first of all, thank you. I'd like to echo the sentiments expressed by my co-participants here. It's an honor being here amongst this august body and seat of higher learning. Adil, thank you for your question. I think Bank Al-Falah embarked upon this journey of digitization, I think, during the COVID period when global trade witnessed disruptions in supply chain management and also in handling physical paperwork. So in 2021, we launched our Oracle-based system called Bank Al-Falah Transact, which allows for totally paperless processing of payment portal and also import transactions. Instead of focusing on one or two success stories, I think more important to us is the whole customer experience and journey. As a bank, we place value on that. So what this has enabled us to do is to provide our customers with a journey that is perhaps best in class in Pakistan at least. So how does it work? In its essence, it's very simple. Sitting at your desk in your home 24/7, a trade officer in a company can use his or her desktop to initiate an import transaction. And it's all digital. Whatever inputs they put in are also validated. So for example, if somebody puts in X amount of a good and the price, the value is, it comes out correct. So there's no need to validate that. And of course, then once they submit the application to the bank, at our end, the trade operator needs not go and revalidate everything. Everything is on the portal. They just simply run the automated screening, sanctions, and those checks. The LC is issued, invoices are generated, the SWIFT transmission is done, and everything is uploaded to the customer's portal. So if you go back before this system, what used to happen is the invoices were made by the branch. The customer would follow up on those things. The LC SWIFT copy had to be emailed or scanned. So that all is down the system. So from the customer's point of view, the journey is that at his or her desk, the trade officer in a company has a whole repository of data. They have everything in front of them, the HS codes, Dropbox features. So if they want to replicate the LC next week, they simply open the previous LC, change the amount, the quantity, price, and once again submit. From the bank's point of view, what we have is maybe a 65–70% STP going through. So that allows an automated screening, sanctions, red flags pop up, vis-a-vis in a paper environment where it may take a day or so for things to be flagged. So the customer journey or experience is what has been the changing point for us. From the bank's point of view, obviously we've seen an uptake in our trade volumes, 35% year-on-year growth. Errors, rectifications, processing time have have reduced significantly. So that has been a true success. And on a customer level, there have been many customers who, for example, 95% of all corporate clients are on this system now. It's an Oracle-based system, and for them, they can't imagine going back to the paperwork system. So digitization is important in trade and in all processes, and Bank Alpha will continue playing its role and being a pioneer in this field. And I'll be happy to answer any questions down during this session. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. This was an excellent discussion on the opportunities and benefits of digitization in international trading activities. Now let me come to a more important, I think, a more interesting discussion, which will be based on the challenges that you face in promoting digitization. So let me start with Aftab Haider first, again, the second round. So there are significant challenges faced by Pakistan Single Window as it tries to achieve greater digitalization of trade procedures and processes. For instance, there's significant power struggle between the various departments as PSW automates its procedures and processes, given the complex nature of the challenges. There have been integration issues as personnel have not yet fully been trained, while paper-based processes continue to remain in parallel. Can you provide examples of how PSW tackles these challenges as it pursues greater digitization of trade procedures and practices? Right?
Thank you, Adil. I think that's a great question. A lot of times when I speak at these different events, people do ask what was the biggest challenge in implementation of single window. And generally the assumption is that the biggest challenge is technology, or the biggest challenge is that the trade procedures are so outdated that they need a lot of effort to just be revised and digitalized. But in my 7 years of experience now working on a single window implementation, I would say that the biggest challenge is not technology, it's the mindset. It really is very difficult to change the mindset of the people to adopt technology, to do the work that they have been conditioned to do for so many years with the help of paper and documentation and a lot of information that really does not add value. And you know, working with mindsets is difficult because when you're working on the mindsets, changing the mindset means that there's a shift in values that you're trying to bring in, and that has been a very difficult process in any setting, whether it's political or economic or social, or whether it's technology related. So what are we doing in single window? There are 3 C's that we follow: it's collaboration, coordination, and connectivity. These are the 3 C's that we follow as values that have been embedded in the single window culture. And the way we work with different departments is that we reach out to them, asking them to become part of the single window because that's a legal requirement, but asking them also to nominate a person that is going to act as a single window champion within that department. And then whatever we do with that department is not something that we impose on them. It's a process flow that we design with the help of that department. At the end of the day, when they become integrated on the single window, it's their win, not single window's win. And therefore, we get a lot of buy-in and support from our work. From those departments. Interestingly, a number of my team is present here in the audience, and the interesting part is that all of them have a role that is extremely crucial for ensuring that stakeholders remain on board of the single window. So for example, there is a lot of stakeholder consultation and engagement that we do, and that is led by our subject matter experts, which in most cases are drawn from the government. So we have a component of government officers working on deputation with us. Many of them are from Pakistan Customs, which is also the lead organization for single window, but there are also representatives from other government departments. Then we have a change management unit embedded within the single window company. We on average reach out to about 600 to 800 people every month on change management initiatives. That is through seminars, through personal attendance in events like this, but also a lot of online activities. And that is augmented by a very strong communication strategy. So I was in this event day before yesterday with Alexis Boss in Islamabad, and I got a comment on Pakistan Single Window has a very robust communication presence, especially on the digital media, and no other single window system does that. And that is because we strongly believe that if we are bringing transparency in processes and procedures, we should also be bringing transparency in our communication. So our user base should know what is going on in international trade vis-a-vis Pakistan. So communication is the cornerstone of our strategy. And one other thing that we do is we get a lot of user feedback. So all the single window system has been designed from a user perspective. It's user driven. It's not designed from a government perspective. We are not there to collect taxes. We are there to facilitate trade, and that has been one of the paradigm shifts that single window has brought in. And the very last point on that is delivery. There has to be constant delivery. So imagine having an iPhone or a Samsung. I really don't know which phone brands are in use right now, but I use an iPhone for many years, and every month there's an update on the iPhone. And sometimes that update doesn't really matter. It's just UI, UX that's changing. But it keeps me engaged on that. This is the same philosophy we are using in single window. Every month, there is a new feature. There is a new OGA, a government agency that's being integrated, a new service that is being offered, a new fintech company that's being onboarded. So this is how we do it. We make sure that stakeholders remain engaged. And on the very last point, I would like to mention that there are two very big stakeholders that we work with. Of course, there's the government. Of course, there are the traders. But there are also donors. For example, Farzana is here. She has been a single window champion since the very beginning. So we work a lot with donors. Pakistan Single Window is the great story of how donor funding can be leveraged to create something so good. And for that, we have worked with them to give them success stories on how their money can be used positively. Then the banking sector and the private sector is also a big stakeholder. And we have made sure that the private sector is on board of the single window. Just 2 months back, we have onboarded a fintech company. And what we are doing is we are offering banks trade data to improve their due diligence and KYC compliances. So, this is something that we are doing to make sure that stakeholders remain on board. But it's an ongoing challenge. We always come into contact with people, again, coming back to the mindsets, who need a little bit of extra push to come over to the digitalization journey. Thank you, Adil.
Thank you, Aftab. So my next question is to Nadia Said. Some of the key challenges to smaller businesses are access to finance, competitive pressure, and lobbying that favors large businesses, greater regulatory burden, lack of linkages with foreign buyers that can deter smaller businesses from participating in international trading activities. Can you please give us some examples of the challenges that businesses face and how SMEDA has used digital technologies to overcome the challenges and ensure participation of smaller businesses in international trading activities?
Thank you, Adam, for that question. I'll break it down into two. SME challenges. So the simplest way, and I mean, we generally talk a lot about what are the challenges that small and medium enterprises face and how the government provides support to them. So if I were to name them, access to finance, A to F, A to M, A to I, and A to HRD. And to each of these challenges, I'll share some examples that SMEDA over the years has tried to bridge these gaps that are available in the SME ecosystem. Coming to the access to finance challenge and how digitization has played a role in providing or supporting SMEs access to challenge is when SMEDA, as you would understand, is a business development support organization. So we work upon developing the capacity of SMEs to engage with the financial institutions also. So making SMEs bankable, making SMEs accessible, and providing them affordable credit through building their capacity to be able to access credit that is offered by financial institutions is what we work at. One of the examples is our banking database that we have developed, which is available. It's available on SMEDA's platform, SMEDA's web portal, in which banking products and enlisted contact persons information is provided. What are the rates? What are the government support programs for supporting SMEs access to finance? All this kind of information is available at our banking database. And number two, we very recently signed an MOU with the Pakistan Banks Association and State Bank of Pakistan. And when I say MOU, it is to be followed by an action plan, because what we would like to focus on is to provide real support to the small and medium enterprises for making them bankable. And how we intend to do that is through launching an aggressive program, which we have recently gotten approval for, focusing on developing web-based tools on increasing accessibility of SMEs to finance. An example would be, giving them access to loan calculators, on forecasting and analytical tools that are available to SMEs across the board. So that's on the access to finance area, and how we address the access to finance through deployment of digitization, digitizing our services for SMEs. Number two is the access to market part, which is again very important, be it local market or for international trade also. So in that, we have arrangements with the Trade Development Authority. You would understand that there is a quota that is assigned to small and medium enterprise participation in these international trade fairs and exhibitions. So we are working with them on giving exposure and including those SMEs who haven't really had a chance to go and benefit from, participating in these international trade fairs. One very large program that SBER is going to launch in the coming few months is an export readiness program. Now, the export readiness program will focus on identifying those products and those clusters where SMEs exist, which have a greater trade potential. We will work with SMEs at the firm level in identifying what are the capacity gaps within the firms. We will build that capacity through engaging the private sector and then provide them performance-based support incentives in terms of the level of export that is achieved by each of these individual firms. So that's another program that SBER will be launching in the coming few days. Coming to A2I, which is access to information, and I think Alex rightly pointed out, and a very critical component that has been taken up by the Pakistan single window is providing access to information, extremely important. There are a lot of firms that really don't know where the market exists, for instance. So that's where SBER has developed a platform by the name of SME Registration Portal. And now when I say registration, it's not a registering or a licensing portal. It is a portal that is integrated with the SECP, with the Federal Board of Revenue, with the provincial departments, and we're onboarding other agencies, government agencies as well, to provide a central database on access to information to SMEs. So while a database will be built through this platform, we will be pushing information across to SMEs by about the different public sector support programs that are available to support SME growth and development. Another important area is the access to human resource development. That's where we are scaling up our business development and training programs for providing SMEs greater skills development, providing them management training through deploying digital platforms. A very important area, and this sort of ties in with trade and finance, is providing credit information. So while there is a credit and ECIB is there, banks have their own due diligence process, they have their own scoring and mechanisms when they're evaluating firms for lending purposes. SBER is developing a credit scoring mechanism based on information and data that we will be working with different telcos that is available with the electricity companies, with the discos, that kind of data to leverage and understand what kind of a history does a certain client have, and based on that, developing these credit scoring models through a database which will be accessible to the financial institutions. And I think that's one of the first initiatives through the platform of PBA also that we will be undertaking. So just to sort of wrap it up, based on each of the challenges that SMEs face, SBER as a business development support service provider intends and tries to support, building the capacity of SMEs in each of the areas that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So my next question is to Farzana Nosha from EDB. Some of the challenges associated with digitalization are associated with limited interoperability that create digital islands, lack of legal environment to support digitalization, existence of a digital divide between the bigger and smaller businesses, as well as governance-related issues that limit the growth of digitalization. How does ADB tend to address these challenges in Pakistan? Can you please provide us with examples of how these challenges have been converted into opportunities in other countries across the region?
Thank you. Adil, you're spot on in mentioning these challenges which are institutional, which are governance related, which are policy related, because often when we prepare infrastructure projects, this whole ecosystem in terms of institutional support, legal, legislations, policies, plans are not there, which are needed to support these infrastructure projects. So as I mentioned earlier that we have this policy-based lending modality, which supports all these initiatives, development of these initiatives. Sometimes government has its own capacity, other times it lacks that capacity in developing these policies, legislations. So we provide technical assistance in implementing that. And PSW, again, was one of the examples. It was part of ADB's Trade and Competitiveness Program, which was much more comprehensive. Pakistan Single Window was one component. We focused on 4 trade-related institutions to support trade competitiveness. And basically, it focused on operationalization of Pakistan Single Window, Pakistan Exim Bank, Pakistan E-Commerce Framework, and Pakistan National Accreditation Council. So for e-commerce framework, it was coinciding with the onset of COVID, and it was very timely in terms of supporting development of its framework and approval, as well as information was mentioned. So an information portal for e-commerce in Pakistan was also set up, and now Ministry of Commerce is actually updating the e-commerce framework, because we all see that e-commerce is expanding and it will continue to do so in Pakistan. So, and just to mention about PSW, this was not a simple journey as we discussed today. It has been a long journey. It involved multiple institutions for approvals, and starting from government institutions, other government agencies such as NADRA, such as Central Bank, such as SECP, and many others. And last but not the least, the Cabinet and the Parliament for approval of, for instance, Pakistan Single Window Act, which was needed to support its operationalization and actually the setting up Pakistan Single Window. So we are pleased to be a development partner in operationalization of Pakistan Single Window, and I think we always appreciated the leadership and the team effort in PSW, and we continue this engagement in a follow-up program as well, and we hope to continue this further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now my next question is to Alex Kravchenko, from United Nations ESCAP. Okay, so one of the biggest challenges in pursuing paperless cross-border trade is the slow rate of its implementation across countries. Intergovernmental cooperation between countries to ensure interoperability between national systems is limited. Further, lack of global recognized standards and understanding and implementing of new technologies have limited the growth of cross-border paperless trade. How is United Nations ESCAP addressing these challenges, and what has it done to increase the confidence of the policy makers to tackle the issues related to digitization of international trade?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. And I mean, basically, what have we done to help the cross-border paperless trade? Well, the answer is the framework agreement that I mentioned in my first answer. So the framework agreement on the cross-border paperless trade. It's open to all the members of the UN Office of Economic and Social Commission in Asia and the Pacific, which includes Pakistan. So right now we have 14 countries signed up to this agreement, including heavy hitters like China, Republic of Korea. And again, this is not like a trade agreement, and if you think about it, there's no legal requirement to do anything. It's a platform, kind of like trade facilitation agreement, but going beyond that, because trade facilitation agreement under WTO is a bit old, it's very basic. Now with new technologies, particularly with digitalization, we need to go further than that. And it doesn't cancel all the bilateral efforts. So in BIMSTEC and in SAFTA, you have trade facilitation thing. The framework agreement, the cross-border framework agreement, is complementary to that. So you mentioned again, it takes a long time to get anything done. It takes a long time to get anything done in any country. Now imagine a whole bunch of countries trying to do something together. It'll take a very long time. And that's why this framework agreement is really a platform for companies, countries to come together and talk about these very issues. So let's say you have a fantastic single window here, China has a single window there. You need those to talk to each other. That's the cross-border paperless trade that we're talking about. You need those two customs agencies to be interoperable. You need one to connect to the other. But of course, you don't just trade with China, you trade with a whole bunch of other countries. So, I mean, without cooperation between lots of countries, that means that you would bilaterally have to negotiate these communications with every single trade partner. So the framework agreement says, okay, how about instead of doing that, you all get together in one room and you talk about which standard to use. So we propose UN standards from CFAT standards from United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which are popular standards for data exchange. So you have those standards and perhaps they can be used, perhaps some other standards. But the point is, the more countries join this agreement, the more they will adopt it together and reduce these dairy trade costs. So countries now are scrambling to join this agreement because they don't want to be left out, because once you're in the framework, you are able to discuss on government level which standards work for you, which data transfer standards like XML, JSON, whatever, just as long as they match each other. So you have the standards, you have the pilot projects, and there are pilot projects, and they work really well, because once customs talk to each other, they can verify data, and this reduces a whole bunch of work for the traders and for the government, and hence the trade costs reductions. So again, trade is good. Go beyond tariffs. Look at how make it easier across the borders, and that's the cross-border digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So my last question is to Farooq Ahmed Khan. The recent restrictions on international trading activities, particularly import-related, as per policymakers, use measures to curtail the balance of payment crisis, has deeply affected many traders to participate in international trading activities. Also, Pakistani businesses have faced challenges related to misinvoicing, misdeclaration, and money laundering that can negatively affect the cost of doing business in Pakistan. So do you feel that digitalized operations reduce the challenges that traditional paper-based processes and procedures would otherwise face? Further, how can digitalization make the processes more efficient so that legitimate operations are better identified, businesses face less disruptions during challenging periods, and businesses prefer digitalized channels over the traditional methods?
Thank you for the question, Adil. I think these are two interesting questions. I'd like to address the first one first, of course. With respect to traders facing issues at the height of the balance payment crisis, when, of course, the State Bank and authorities had put restrictions, what you can import, what you can't import, there was a priority list. So if I had a customer who was low on the priority list, whether or not he or she had access to paper-based trade modules or digitized was irrelevant. He or she could not import, simple as that. So if you were importing, let's think of the most, iPhones. Whether or not Bank Alpha offered you Alpha Transact or it was a paper-based, you couldn't import it. So that, that's the first thing. The second question you raise is, pertains to misdeclaration, invoicing, and those practices. We have to understand those practices emanate from or are instigated by bad actors. So it's not a challenge that is posed by good players. It's a challenge that banks and regulators face because of bad actors. So yes, on that front, definitely digitization has played a key role in being able to identify early on what those issues are. So for example, if a bad actor were to approach a bank and import something where the price was wrong, the goods were misdeclared, or what have you, it may take 1 or 2 days before a flag was raised because the paper trail was going through the system. And by the time you raise that flag, a lot of energy has been expended, a lot of time spent. Now through digitized trade with PSW and other and banks like us, that flag can be raised probably in a matter of hours. So you are able to mitigate or take action immediately. So yes, on that front, the ability to identify those red flags or to see the malpractices has definitely improved. And while we're on that topic, just like to share some food on thought, you mentioned balance of payments. For the last few months or last few days, we've been celebrating the fact that Pakistan has posted 2 or 3 months of current account surpluses. Now the question that I leave for you, for the audience is this good or bad for us? The two schools of thought. One school of thought says that because of the high interest rate environment we've been through, the high inflation rate, we have genuine demand destruction. And that bodes poorly for future growth. And as a country, if we're going to grow at 2 or 3% per annum, we can't do more than 5 because we overheat. So those numbers might reflect that, that phenomenon. The second school of thought says that because of the steps taken by the regulators and digitization of trade, PSW, customs or sales bank, state bank, there has been a drop in misdeclaration and over-invoicing. And these numbers, these depressed numbers might be a reflection of that as well. So that's something that I think probably, as a research project one can do over a period of time. So I think digitization definitely has its role, and there are benefits to it. I think for the future, I think blockchain technology is something Pakistan should be looking at. Globally, it's gaining pace, but it's still not there to a point where most countries can interact. As a colleague from World Bank says, countries need to exchange more information. Right now, a lot of trade data is not available across countries and trading partners. Banks need to continually invest in digitizing, in making their trade more digital. It just calls for better customer journey, customer experiences, and better controls and checks. And so that's the way forward for international trade.
Thank you. So what I'll do is now I have a 1-minute roundup. Like I'll ask each panelist just to give a very short roundup if they want for addressing any other questions or suggestions that have come up. This just provides that for the discussion. Then I'll open the floor to questions and answers after that. So very short, if you want to just give a brief statement about something that has been said here as a response. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can start off though.
Thank you, Adil. I will just give the last 1-minute pitch on single window, and that is that Pakistan Single Window is an electronic platform. We are doing our bit to connect Pakistani businesses to markets abroad. We are trying to facilitate trade, prevent under-invoicing and all that. But at the end of the day, it is a digital platform. It's just one tool. Exports cannot increase. A country cannot become competitive unless there is a complete transformation in the policies that are required to create a better enabling environment. So please, I mean, a lot of times people ask, what is the impact of single window in terms of increasing exports? Yes, there's an impact in reducing cost, but at the end of the day, if there's no transformation on the policy side, then single window is not a substitute for bad policies. And digitalization should be always considered in that context, that it helps do things in a better way. But if the overarching framework is not right, digitalization will just enhance the problems, it will not resolve the problems. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Seth, yeah, if you can,
yes.
If you would like to, yeah.
Thank you, Adil.
Sure.
Just, well, I'd like to speak, just take a couple of seconds only, on good governance and how important it is, and tying in what the discussion has been today from the international perspective, from PSW, the government, from a development partner, from a financial institution of the private sector, is that we really need to embrace change, and instead of trying to do everything ourselves, we need to work in a collaborative manner, building upon each other's institutional strengths. And we need to really work at, rebuilding the social contract, because a lot of things get resolved if, we are able to rebuild the social contract amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, Farzana, yeah, if you have.
Okay, I will mention what is needed, what is important, and what will happen actually after digitization. I understand there will be lots of data available, so that will be a mine. Use it as an asset, and this is needed for evidence-based policy making. Second, coordination between different entities at different tiers of the government, federal level, interministerial, federal, provincial, and at the city level. That is what is needed, otherwise policies will not work. There will be silos in terms of policies, implementation will be a challenge. And third is, any policy reform will need ownership of the government and continuity and consistency in its implementation, which means it has to be updated with the changing world and new developments and new realities around the globe. And finally, on the lighter side, maybe that for this digital systems and digitalization to work, continuous uninterrupted supply of power and high-speed internet will be needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alex, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Just really quickly, additional topic, you mentioned misinvoicing. Let's say you want to send money to a Swiss bank account. You go to a bank, you say, I want to send $100 to a Swiss bank account. Why? They'll ask you. you can't just send it straight away, right? So what traders do is they use misinvoicing. When they say, oh, $100, I'm actually buying Swiss chocolates to sell here. Import. That's called trade-based misinvoicing. So because you're importing, you need to send the money to Switzerland. So there you go, your $100 is now Switzerland. Actually, the chocolate costs only 50. The other 50 you keep in your Swiss bank account. That's based. And so with exchanging data across borders, such as under the framework agreement, will actually reduce that sort of occurrence, because both say, no, you're not. The chocolate is only 50. Why are you sending 100? That's not right. So the money will stay here, helping you reserves, but also help avoiding tax evasion.
Farouk, yeah. Go ahead.
Closing thought. I think, you're right. We can have the best technology, the best online portals, the best banking platforms, PSW and whatever, but if there's nothing to export, we can't export anything. And if there's no demand for import, it won't happen. So as a country, I think it's imperative that whatever reforms we have to implement, those are implemented ASAP. We don't have much time. As I say in Pakistan, gali patli ho gayi hai. So we need to act on that front. And I think, in wrapping all, as far as, we talk about digitization, I think this, in Pakistan, let's not forget that besides PSW, we also have NADRA, which is another success story. So the data, as a country, we have enough repository of data information to implement those fiscal reforms, and also to, to identify bad from good players and treat them accordingly.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll open the floor, because I'm running short of time, I'll open the floor to question and answers. We'll take about three questions. Well, there are quite a few hands up, so I'll try to accommodate as many. But please be very specific to the speaker so that they can get, and I'll ask the speakers to be short, very short, because we need to fit all the questions. Right, so there are quite a few hands up and I would like to take them, so yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is to Ms. Nadia. CBER is doing definitely wonderful. I am also a consultant at CBER. Rethinking economics, so my mind goes to rethinking entrepreneurship by CBER. I have seen that there are different programs at different universities where I have also trained students. Is there any need of a conference by CBER to rethink entrepreneurship, where you can call students from different universities and then you can create a competition among them related to entrepreneurship? Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, we had an international conference on SMEs in which we were working with universities that was mostly focused on research, but when it comes to entrepreneurship and startups and businesses, organizing business plan competitions, we have that on the annual, and we will be starting this up in the near future. In the past, we have been collaborating with different agencies, be it, TIE, or other government agencies at the provincial level also. There are several that are working within this entrepreneurship ecosystem. So that's where we collaborate with these agencies. However, on its own, I think it's a great idea, and we will be launching an entrepreneurship program that specifically focuses on these new startups from universities.
I've got one question with you. Sir, despite of listening all these very good posts and very encouraging words from learned panel, but the trade apex body in Pakistan, that is Federation Pakistan Chamber of Commerce, they says only 80% of Pakistan's trade is carried out with 20% countries, and 20% of Pakistan's trade is carried out with the remaining countries. So how come only 20% of trade is carried out with 80% countries, and 80% of trade of Pakistan is carried out with only 20 countries, and 20% of trade is carried out with the remaining 80% countries? So how come it's possible they are not using this? And what is the percentage of digitalization in current business usage? So do you think we are maximum marketing our products? Can you name any single commercial treasury of Pakistan who is responsible for marketing Pakistani products in his country of posting? That is he qualified enough to market Pakistani product? Doctors are posted, police serviceman is posted, custom officer is posted for commercial treasuries. So do you think as Pakistan, as a nation, we are properly marketing our products? What is the share of digitalization in marketing? This is my question.
So yes, you want to answer it? Okay. Smeda can, I guess.
Yes, I think I might not be the right person to respond to that question, but I think we share your concern, sir. This is about trade diversification and finding new markets for Pakistani products, right? And from a single window perspective, what we are trying to do is working with our partners, including SMETA, including TTAP, including private sector participants like Alibaba. We are trying to connect Pakistani businesses to foreign buyers abroad through digital technologies, which means that, you know, in a few years back, you would go to a website and order your products maybe from any EU country. But now what we are trying to do is to create a digital platform where buyers and sellers can connect together. So that would be our contribution. But you know, why Pakistan is not exporting 80% of its trade goods to more countries, that is a question that probably requires a deeper insight, deeper dive, not only on the government side, but also on the private sector side of what are we producing and is it marketable in countries abroad. Do you want to respond to it?
Yeah, maybe I can just add that you have touched upon the structural challenges vis-a-vis trade in Pakistan, and this is about lack of diversification in its products and also lack of diversification in terms of its markets. And again, this is linked to low value added products that Pakistan has. So wherever it can, I mean, marketing comes later, but let's focus on what Pakistan has in terms of what it can offer to the markets. And then we also think of marketing as well as the new challenges such as non-tariff barriers and standards and a host of challenges that Pakistani products likely face in those markets. So this is a chain of all structural challenges that need to be addressed in the trade policy and then in a coordinated manner, because trade is not about Ministry of Commerce. It is about every stakeholder in the ecosystem, be it within the government, because Pakistan is currently exporting mostly agriculture commodities and then some manufactured products in the textile sector and leather and others. So all the ministries in an integrated way need to contribute to not only in development but in implementation as well. And then provinces and their departments are equally important, and then we should not forget the private sector, which is actually the beneficiaries and which will be using, because they are the ones who are exporting, they are the ones who are actually dealing with, they are facing the challenges. So the whole ecosystem, all stakeholders, again, an integrated approach and consistent implementation is what is needed. Thank you.
Yeah, you have, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of weeks before I went to Afghanistan through Torkham border. So you mentioned that you started a project in 2015, but you know there were a long queues, and I asked from many people that why these, you know, long queues of trading, you know, different goods. So can you update about this, you know, that the project which started? My question is from Farzana. So you started in 2015, but there was nothing, you know, all people were stuck there, and for weeks they are standing just to cross the, you know, these goods. So any update about the Torkham border?
So there are multiple factors here. When we do these projects, especially related to border, it is not just about the agencies such as Pakistan Customs. There are other factors. These are borders are also, there are other agencies which are involved, such as security agencies. And it is not a straight line process to implement such projects. It is a big challenge in implementing these projects, because these are international borders and what is happening in Afghanistan, the political situation, so there are several factors which add to the challenges in implementing such projects. So this is not a surprise to me that it took longer than actually what was expected and conceived in the project. multiple challenges, and I keep on talking to my transport team in terms of what is the progress, because we always, in terms of regional connectivity, there is less in South Asia, and we are now looking at the only hope is towards Central Asia, and Afghanistan is which falls in between. So, but this is not materializing, and there are multiple challenges in implementing these projects. It is not very simple or a straight line one. Thank you. I will stop here.
I'm Mohammad Adnan Khan, PhD student. My question is from Alexa. As we know, trade facilitate a country, but the importing country imports some restriction on trade. So my question, why so far the world of the country has not transformed to the free trade? And second question is from Farooq Saab. Digitalization facilitates the bank and its customer, but there is some of the issues like cyber crime, and we have experienced so many people's account has been hacked. So what a bank do in this regard, and how the bank can address these issues?
Sorry, could you just repeat the first question real quick? I missed the part of it. How does developing country what? Sorry?
Sir, so many country, the trade makes the country better out, but the importing country imports some of the restriction on trade. So my question is, why the country of the world has not been transferred to the free trade?
Yeah.
So
well, again, the primary reason is the tariffs as a revenue for developing countries, right? The second is the regulations of technical nature, like the food safety and product safety and stuff like that. Actually, developed countries have a lot more of such restrictions in place, but the trade costs of these restrictions in the developing countries are much higher. So even though the number of measures is low in Pakistan, these trade costs are higher because of the paperwork, the procedure obstacles, all the things you have to do, than let's say in the United States or the European Union. Thank you.
Yeah, let's have short answers now because
Short.
it's running out.
Look, with respect to cybercrime, it's a very broad area. It's not limited to only one or two areas. With respect to hackers or ransomware or that kind of information, banks do try to implement the best systems and defenses they have. And to a great extent in Pakistan, we've had a few incidents, but banks generally have been, protected. The other issue which I think is also important to highlight is a lot of banks are conducting social awareness programs. That most of the noise in social media on hacking comes from the behavior of customers when you willingly share your user IDs and passwords with hackers. So there's awareness on both sides which is needed.
So the last question I guess we have.
Yes. So my question is to Sir Alexi. So you said that countries are tariffs are a major source of revenue for countries, but they are slowly moving to more direct sources of income, such as income tax. But with recently with the election of Donald Trump, who is already proposing up to 100% import tariffs on some countries, and now recently China has enacted a ban on export of precious metals, especially to Western countries. So we are seeing a rise in protectionism in international trade. So first, my question is that do you think this is an anomaly, or do you see the rise in protectionism as a long-term trend? And if it is a long-term trend, how do you think Pakistan will be affected by it, especially considering our balance of trade?
Yeah, I have to be very careful here answering this, right? So the tariffs that you mentioned in the United States, they have nothing to do with the tariff revenue, right? They have to do with certain policies that some people think may benefit in some ways U.S. economy, which I thoroughly disagree with. But if you impose tariffs on certain goods, the producers may benefit from it, while the consumers' overall economy will slow down. That's the way I interpret this thing. If it's an anomaly, I hope it is. I really, really hope it is. I'm not even sure they'll go up that high for Mexico and Canada and China. This will be super disruptive. Pakistan economy will be affected in both ways. If it's not touched by the tariffs, it can replace the export. So the traders should go ahead and look at what other the products that match it, but chances are Pakistan may also be flooded with these products from China and other affected economies, and the importers will suffer. So it's both an opportunity and a threat, and unfortunately it seems to be the reality. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. I guess we are done. Panel, so.
This was a fantastic discourse on how we need to rethink international trade. Definitely we need to digitalize it, and we also need to think of ways we can enhance entrepreneurship. I thank all the panelists who have come here and participated in this discourse. I request Dr. Adil to please present souvenirs to the panelists. And thank you very much, Nadia Said, for joining us online. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much.
At 2:30, we are going to be having 5 different sessions. We are going to be having 1 session in this auditorium. Rest of the 4 sessions are going to be parallel paper technical presentations that are going to be taking place in the Adamji building. They are going to be student volunteers. You can identify them. They are wearing maroon lanyards. Please, if you cannot find the specific building, do ask the student volunteers for help. Right now is a lunch break, which is in the student center. Again, the student volunteers wearing the maroon lanyard will guide you towards the student center. Please try to reach the session that you want to attend at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, let's get started with our next session, which is on growth, trade, and digitalization, and it is to be moderated by Dr. Manzoor Ahmed. He's a senior fellow at Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, chairman of World Trade Organization, Trade Dispute Panel in Geneva, and trade advisor to the Revenue Mobilization, Investment, and Trade Project. Over to you, Dr. Manzoor.
I would like my panelists also to join me, and then we, I'll introduce you, but come up. I'll introduce you when I'm going to ask you to speak, but please come and join me here. And Naveed, and we have Asim, I think Asim Jawad. He's not here, is he? Not here? Sorry. Okay, we'll get going and wait if he joins. Do the organizers know? Is he going to be on Zoom or something, or no? No? Our third panelist. No idea? Okay. All right. We'll do it slightly differently than the previous because it's after lunch, and after lunch it's always difficult to attend these sessions. So we'll like more of your involvement. So what I'm not going to ask, if I need to ask any questions, I'll join you when you are asking questions. So I'll ask supplementary questions, etc. So what we intend to do is that we have 2 hours, but we don't necessarily have to spend 2 hours. But if there's interest, we'll spend those 2 hours. But what we intend to do is that each of the panelists will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will open for questions. But let me start, and let me take a few minutes on the introduction. Well, to start with, I'd like to thank IBA and various sponsors for this opportunity and for this honor. It is indeed. Okay. Well, we have our third panelist is here, Mr. Jawad. आप उनके रिलेटेड हैं अपने जवाद साहब के जो टी डैप के चेयरमैन थे नहीं टी डैप के जो अच्छा फादर ओके बिकॉज अब मैं उस जनरेशन को जानता हूँ सबका अच्छा so what I mean, we have 3 panelists, and we have the program here. But anyway, we have Nasser will be speaking about the future of digitization, Pakistan, etc., and maybe current and future. Then we have Naveed Memon. He would add to what Aftab has been, what they've been doing in the first session. And then we have you, Asim, you'll be speaking more about macroeconomic. But let me start. And I would, since they'll be covering the present and the future, I'll speak about history. How did all this start? And I'm not going to go back too much into history unless there's demand, unless somebody asks me a question on that side. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from 2002, when they started talking about trade facilitation, etc. In 2002, I got posted to Geneva as Pakistan's ambassador to WTO. That was the time when things were really happening. There was a lot of excitement. For example, China and some other countries that just joined WTO, they had just decided to start a new round of negotiations after many failed attempts, this Doha round. And then they were, it was the time when trade and internet both were moving very fast. I mean, rapidly they were making progress. And WTO came into being in 1995, but the first 5 years were kind of for implementation and housekeeping, etc. But even during that period, which was normally allowed to the developing countries to implement those things, WTO had very successfully negotiated 2 or 3 very important agreements. One was on financial services. One was on financial services and telecom, deregulation of telecom, and the third one was on information technology. And Pakistan joined the first 2. It gave some offers on telecom deregulation and also something on financial services. And they decided, okay, we'll do all this thing in 7 years. And you can see how much impact those things had on Pakistan. Because Pakistan took it 7 years, will open up our telecom sector by 2003. And Pakistan's telecom sector grew really from 2003 till we started fiddling with it, and we stopped that, but Pakistan was doing very well. It was the same thing about financial services. Our banks were privatized and open to competition, etc., and finance also. Unfortunately, there was a third agreement. This was, normally WTO agreements are all countries, but because the WTO was in a rush, they said, okay, we will do these agreements. This is coalition of the willing. So countries which want to join, they can join. And the third agreement was on information technology. Here, I think Pakistan failed badly. I mean, it started with 29 countries, and the requirement was that to enable internet widely available, they said, okay, we will cut down, the countries will not charge customs duties and other taxes on import, on software, hardware, etc., of these products, and you become a part of that. And originally 29 members, but then it became so successful that normally now over 97% of world trade is a member of that. And Pakistan has been thinking for the last 97 and now 27 years. They've been conducting studies, one study, another. And somehow if one ministry agrees, then another creates some problem. At the time, I remember, Ministry of Industry said, no, but we have to protect our Haripur telephone industry, and because we are making these advanced mobile phone has just started, but they were thinking that they would be making those, and they said if we have zero duty, then we won't be able to. So they opposed it. And then later on, FBR, they said we collect so much of customs and tariff revenue on this, and if we lose this revenue. Somehow or the other, one ministry or another always opposed it, and at one time, the Prime Minister set up a high-level Secretaries Committee. Secretaries Committee said that this will be in our interest to join this, and Prime Minister, now FBR at the time opposed it, but Prime Minister said, no, I don't agree. I think it's in the bigger interest of the country that telecom, IT should flourish, and we don't need to have these maybe 10, 20 billion rupees duties on this, and we join this. We become a part of international club, which is, promoting this. And FBR again raised some objections. We lose so much, our target should be, and the PM said this time, okay, I think court ruled against the then PM, so he was removed, and then it again got dumped. Since then, several times. So this never got going. One other thing that, yes, at the time, WTO members were thinking of, one was the big Doha round, which was all about modernization of all trade rules, about whether it was about agriculture, whether about industrial goods, whether intellectual property, etc. But that was a big agenda. But on a side, they were doing some other agreements, and so they were thinking about 4 other issues, which were called Singapore issues. That was about trade and competition, trade and investment, trade facilitation, and investment, facilitation, competition, and government procurement. Okay, there'll be these 4. And but developing countries said already we just concluded this big Euro go around, there are too many rules and we don't want to get into any more rules. But eventually they considered that, okay, we can take one of these four, and that was trade facilitation. And Pakistan, I must say, had a very big influence in that decision. What happened was that originally, when I got there, I was told by my bosses here in Islamabad, just make sure that this trade facilitation thing doesn't happen. And my colleagues in Geneva, I tried to ask the reason, what's your problem? They said, no, but we don't want any international rules. You know, we can't, we won't be able to control transit trade to Afghanistan, and India might make use of this and that. I told them there's nothing to do with that. You know, you're modernizing your own. But anyway, but then fortunately, time must you keep an eye on me. कितने मिनट हो गए? मेरा time over हो गया? Oh, a couple of more minutes. Okay. So they said, okay, we will do this trade facilitation. Yeah, Pakistan, we had this a very forward-looking minister, Humayun Akhtar. He used to come to Geneva very often, and he was very much interested in these issues. And he said, no, I think our people are wrong. You need to move on. And we were the first developing countries to said, okay, this is in our interest, we want to do it. And why our role was so much appreciated that in 2017, when they were celebrating the implementation of this agreement, they invited 4 or 5 delegates from around the world, and I was invited from Pakistan to present. There was a Brazilian, there was somebody from Rwanda, but 3 or 4, but then they had this big celebration, and to appreciate the role of these 4 or 5 people as to how they managed to get this agreement done. And now that this agreement is done, you've just seen this single window is a big thing, but this is just one article. There are many other articles which we have done on paper, but actually don't exist. For example, we don't have a system. In other countries, you ask Customs Administration, oh, what is the tariff classification of this, how much duty? And within 2 weeks, they will, 1 week, somewhere, 2 days, whatever, but they have a maximum limit. Within 2 weeks, they'll respond to you. Pakistan, no, they have signed that, but there's no such system. Another system is that they have what they call authorized economic operators. So you sort them, you give a certain status to some economic operators, some clearing agents or importers, who you know are not going to get into any misdeeds or any misinvoicing, etc. So you clear their goods quickly so that you can focus more on those people where you need to focus, so that trade can move up very quickly. But many of these things are a part of that agreement, which we are, on paper we have done, but actually we have not done. But I think I stop here because Nasir told me I'm over on my time. And one by one we go. I think first I give the floor to Nasir. He recently wrote a paper, I think in Criterion, where he compared, I think, Pakistan's, I don't remember the name of your paper, but it was yes, I wrote somewhere. It says Pakistan quest for economic growth through digital transformation. And this was published in Criterion Quarterly, and it will blow your mind. He did a study of all successful countries, which areas they succeeded, how they succeeded. He's currently head of IT department, etc., in ADB, but he's been always moving every 10 years. He was just telling me he has had enough 13 years here, but he was originally FBR, like my junior colleague. And then he moved to private sector, I think, and then IT, etc., information technology wing, and now more recently. So I'll pass on, and normally you have 10 to 15 minutes to make your points.
You have taken 25, so that's not fair. Assalamu alaikum ji. First of all, let me put you at ease. This is not going to be a very long presentation. This has 7-8 slides. And then, of course, the foremost thing is a very, very honored and pleased to be at IBA. I think it's really a privilege to be standing here and speaking to this house. And thank you, Doctor, for your very kind introduction. I think the basic question is, I really like the word rethinking economics, but are we thinking for Pakistan also? अगर मैं आपसे सादा सा एक सवाल, पाकिस्तान के लिए कौन सोच रहा है? Is someone thinking for Pakistan? Yeah, we have one fine gentleman, you know. We'll be sure to engage you in a discussion after this. So, and I asked this question to somebody who is a federal secretary now. He was sitting at a dinner and he said, no, we don't have a thinking center in the government. And I said, we should better get one, you know, because eventually, you know, there is a growth discussion that needs to take place in this country. You can't live off debt and promises and hollow stories for a very long time. So for any entity to survive, it has to be solvent, and its expenses need to be less than the revenues. It's a basic principle. So somebody has to better start manufacturing or creating a service that the world is ready to pay in hard currency for. That's a very basic premise. So we can have the Pakistan single window and all, that's all facilitation. But there is a growth discussion that needs to happen. So, and then one of the areas, of course, you know, when you talk about growth, you know, we're all these days all about, you know, freelancers and software exports, and the government, the Prime Minister is saying it has to be $25 billion. ये target है जी अगले कई सालों का, but होगा कैसे? किसने करना है? You know, कहाँ से growth आएगी? So these are, you know, important questions. So I'll go to the, this is an AI generated image, as you can well imagine. So on your right, you will see this is a $4.3 trillion digital trade global economy. And 4.3, just to set a reference, is more than the Russian economy, is more than the Indian economy, and you won't see Pakistan on it. And you can probably see UAE down there, you know, which is also $48 billion. $48 billion, that's UAE. And India, of course, is 257. And this is higher than the Saudi oil exports, I can tell you. Saudi oil exports are somewhere 200 billion, somewhere just a little over 200 billion. So that's where that's the reference. And then, you know, on the left, 20 billion. What if we just compare ourselves with India? So, you know, we are very similar, very, very different in many ways, but also very similar. So our opportunity should at least be 20 billion. We should at least be doing 20 billion in terms of export. Why we are not doing it and how we can do it is the question. So what we did when this government came, there's a little model that I did, and I shared with the Ministry of Information Technology. Also, it forms part of their basis for the projections that they have given to the Prime Minister. So if you look at this, that's the base case. If you just keep on doing what we're doing, it should be, you know, that's where we might end up, you know. It should be more now. I think that some of the numbers have changed lately because we have done well, and our numbers are about over 3 billion. So if we let it go as it is, it might end up somewhere close to 5 billion by 2028. But if we do a few things in which there are 3 cases, you know, C, A, and B. So the A could be 11 billion, and B, of course, is 10, and the third one could be around 9. And that depends on doing a few things. So किसी ने काम करना है इस मुल्क में, you know, 9 to 5 is not going to cut it for us anymore. We are heavily indebted, you know, in this country. Somebody has to do something. Somebody has to work. So you can't legislate productivity, or you can't legislate money. Somebody, किसी ने काम करना है. कौन करेगा? I think that's another discussion. उससे पहले कोई सोचेगा कि जी हमने growth कहाँ से लेनी है. So I mean, this is another depiction of the same thesis. and you will see the breakup of the exports जो इस बड़े block में 10 billion में हो सकती हैं, comprising of consultancy services, computer services, comprising many things. Business income है इसके अंदर, business services हैं, professional management है, back office management है. Philippine की economy, for example, BPO services पे बहुत ज़्यादा चलती है. So as the top right quadrant is what we should be aiming for. So what do we need to do this? If we go from 3 billion current to 10 billion, you have to have a few things happening here and there, which is broadly categorized into some policy changes, regulatory facilitation, and upskilling of people. And then there's another discussion happening, how value addition can be brought to the software that we are existing. I'm not doing this. So, and then you cannibalize from other markets. There is a limit to which you can go, because 20% of the graduates that we produce are really employable. I'm not saying this. This is what the newspapers keep telling us. So that's where we stand. I mean, generally you would talk about tax incentives and so on, but and there is a discussion around private sector engagement also. I'll talk about it in a bit. So what we did, ADB से कहा कि जी आप भी digital में कुछ करें. So a couple of years ago we thought, let's try and understand the sector first. What is there? Try to understand it. So we have this way of approaching a sector, we call it diagnostics work. So हमने diagnostics किया, और this report is going to be out in a month's time. It will be published by corporate web ADB, but we have the findings already. So हमने उसको 4 pillars में देखा कि digital government, society, digital infrastructure, digital economy is what makes a digital ecosystem. Exports, growth cannot happen in isolation. As good things are happening, Pakistan single window doing a lot, but maybe, there is so much fragmentation, nothing comes together. So interoperability is the key word. While interoperability is needed to connect, for example, to Central Asia, to other countries that we trade with, as my good friend Aftab is trying to do. But essentially there is a level of interoperability that we need to have within Pakistan. You have revenue authorities provincially, taxation, excise and taxation authorities not connected. Everybody wants to have a data center right here under the table. Mera data center mujhe idhar bana de. That's not how things work in an ecosystem. So there are cross-cutting enablers also through this study, and I'm very happy to share this with the IBA jaisi aayegi. So among them you see IoTs hain or AIs hain, digital literacy hai, talents hain. Enabled bureaucracy है, so अगर वो नहीं होगी, अभी हमारी एक रिसर्च आई ऑक्सफोर्ड की, मलिक साहब यहाँ होते तो मैं उनसे पूछा, उसमें पाकिस्तान is 99 somewhere out of 140, India is somewhere 30 or 40, China is also up. So you need an enabled, competent bureaucracy who understands the need to move forward and has the capacity to be on that track and road and to take us there. Private sector can only do so much. Why? We can answer that in the discussion. So what did we find, broadly? That is the study. You can see all of it on the screen. सबसे पहली बात ये है कि there is no long-termism here, which I really advocated in the article that Dr. Saab has mentioned, and we can share that also. There needs to be a national vision, because you see, digital is the only sector जहाँ से हमें growth मिल सकती है. We're all trying to do our bits here, but we are trying to provide for a 240 million strong country, and maybe it never is enough. But if it is interoperable and connected, maybe we can get to a good place in relatively short period of time. So, and number 2 is the action map that makes a roadmap on digital for 10 to 15 years, which we are trying to do. I'm working on it and bring it out in Q1 and Q2, and again we'll be happy to share at a good forum whenever that's. But that is going to really set it up for the digital sector. For example, कौन से project जल्दी होने चाहिए, कौन से medium term में होने, कौन से long term में होने. Who's going to finance those? क्या PSTP से होंगे, World Bank? And already also happy to share with you that the diagnostics we did created a buzz around digital. And already we are financing digitization of FBR. We are working on that project. It's a $100 million project, and I'm also leading that project. Because of this diagnostics that we did, we created that discussion. How well that goes remains to be seen, but it's a good effort, but a lot of political economy around it. So there is an investment into digital public infrastructure that needs to take place. Who is going to fund it? Has to be the government. Private sector is not going to fund, fiber optics in the entire city. So India ki isme example hai, they have this India Stack, which does 2-3 things very brilliantly. One it does is create a citizen identity, digital, and then they credentialize the citizens online. Anybody can walk into a bank and open a bank account without having a single piece of document or a photocopy, because they will do the bioscan and they verify the person KYC online immediately. And then you are open to services that the bank can give you, loans, government subsidies. 99% of the people in India are on that. We started Nadra back in 99. They started it in 2006, and they actually UPI unhone established kiya 2009. We had a head start of 9 years. But we have a systemic problem in our system, jiski wajah se the government, although it keeps on running here and there, but it's not functional and it's not doing the job that it is supposed to do. So there is a level of atrophy that exists within the government. I think that is the meta issue that we need to discuss. And if there is a thinking that needs to go into, it has to be into that meta issue. Rethinking economics has to also think, how we can make the government competent, how can we think the economy of Pakistan, not the entire world. So then, you have this PPPs that we need to have. If you have fiscal problems, government needs to get into a fiscal mode and partner with the private sector, but in an appropriate risk-sharing arrangement. Private sector is not going to take that much of a risk to get into these things. So, baki cheezein hain, maine bata diyan. And then SME development, just to give you, only 4% of the banking loan portfolio is SMEs. This is all SMEs. And इसमें से आप women-led SMEs देख लें तो मेरे ख्याल 1% भी नहीं होगा. So SMEs are the backbone of India's economy. 60% labor force belongs to SMEs and MSMEs. And we only have 4% lending to SMEs. Because the entire, and this is the last slide, so don't look so concerned and pale. So that's the last one. ये तो एक bonus slide थी, just the internet speeds. That sort of corresponds to the level of digital exports that countries have or the strength of the economy, but not exactly. But it is one factor which tells you that if you have a higher internet speed, you can enable a digital economy. So that's the roadmap that I was talking about. And that's where we are, somewhere, here. For me. So what we've done is diagnostics. We're also working with the key regulators, including tax and state bank, to sort of make them understand how the internet economy works, so that you don't stifle it or strangulate it, because if you make it work, it grows. The government also, taxation after all is a function of a mature economy. From tariffs to taxation, direct taxation, I think it is a journey of a growing and mature economy. So the next one, of course, is a roadmap, and by 2030 we'll have this roadmap, inshallah, in 2 to 3-4 months. Working very hard on this. And niche aap dekhenge to we have this initiatives already ongoing, and Farzana has mentioned some of that, domestic resource mobilization and women inclusive finance program. That's already happening, and we are on this. So what we'll have is a sustainable roadmap. Uska mechanism aisa rakhenge ki 6 mahine saal baad wo review ho. Maybe IBA can do something that can sort of raise the discussion and keep hammering the point, rather than a report getting published and catching dust somewhere in the shelf. So that's the idea. So that's where we are at, and I've also shown the bonus slide before. I should have shown it, but that's the conclusion of my today's slides. I hope it wasn't boring. I decided not to make it boring and make it as interesting as possible. And looking forward to the questions and answers, and there's a lot of discussion around digital these days. I'm very happy to answer and take any questions, and we'll be really happy if everybody sort of gets engaged into the discussion. And Dr. Saab, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, Naveed is, I think, an IBA alumni, huh? Naveed?
Yes.
Am I right? Yeah, okay. So, and the other thing is he's originally from customs service, but even in customs,
still in customs.
you still are.
Yes.
But you know, when I joined customs, one of the first things I started working on was automation, and you're somewhat like.
I've now become a hybrid kind of guy, custom IT kind of half IT, half customs.
Yeah.
But now I can call myself as a techno-functional guy, working more than 4 or 5 years on customs automation, and now around 6 to 7 years in PSW, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You have been introduced and you have kindly added, and so
Thank
go
you, ahead
on your presentation. You have between 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So it's really honored to be this first time with you. We have already heard a lot of things about you being a trade guru, so it's really, and it's also an honor to be in IBA after around 18 or 19 years. I could still recall that ramp when attending classes of our MBA in IBA. So it's really a kind of a feeling which I can, it's a kind of refreshing feeling that I can recall. My brief autograph or a kind of introduction was done by sir, that I'm a customs officer, but my now specialization is on more on trade facilitation, trade business process re-engineering and automation. And I'm working in Pakistan single window on deputation basis since last 4 years, but on the project since last 5 to 6 years. My today's presentation or discourse will comprise of giving you some introduction or a context of the global trade, and then what is the standing of Pakistan in that global trade, and what PSW has done so far, and what we intend to do in the near future and in the longer run. So the global trade is, you can see from the figures, it's around now $31 billion in goods and services, and actually the thing is that it's a great jump in 2021 to 2022, around 13%. But now in 2023, the figures were hovering around a bit less, 2 to 3%. And the trade in mercantile is around 64% of the total trade. So the tilt is towards trade in merchandise than services. But the growth in services is a bit higher during the previous years as compared to the trade in merchandise. But this growing trade is coupled with a lot of now intricacies, a lot of challenges with those two notions, how to trade, what to trade. If you say how to trade, the complexities are increasing with the passage of time, with the growing number of regional and the multilateral trade agreements. With these agreements, there are coming a new set of regulations, especially in terms of certificate of origin, or data exchange, cybersecurity, and a lot of other challenges. And then the new occurring issue is of carbon tariff on different countries. Like we also foresee in the future from EU, or the same kind of challenge in the textile sector in coming few years. And what to trade is also very relevant in these years. E-commerce is growing phenomenally. The China's success in the coming years is mainly starting from the e-commerce and then to the engineering sector, but still the driving force is e-commerce. But the mix of the goods to be traded is also changing with every passing year. The renewables and then the vehicles, digital goods and services. So this mix is changing with every passing day. I think Sir Manzoor can bail me out that these the intricacies of this international trade. What we in customs used to see a bunch of huge documents every day. It has been concluded with some study that around 36 documents are needed for a single transaction with 240 copies, and that's 20% cost of the whole transportation is mainly spent on the documentation. And there's a study about a consignment of roses which was coming from Kenya to Rotterdam, and the cost and documentation was found to be more than the cost of transportation. So this is the world where we is still a trade at the global level, and still a lot of documents are still paper-based documents. One example is of BL. In a lot of research, a lot of attempts have been made, but still BL is mainly a paper-based document, and a study by Digital Container Association that says that $4 billion could have been saved if only the 50% of the BLs would have been digitized. How the world is responding to these intricate or complex challenges? The first and foremost attempt is to transform the borders from these physical borders to the digital borders. Digital borders means that the flow of goods should be smooth, seamless, and same for all, like for SMEs, MSCs, women, that kind of inclusive trade for which the world is looking for. And then the use of data. The data in the new world, the data is the game changer. So the data exchange among countries, and then using that data to use it as the passport of the goods is also being contemplated in the contemporary world. And then collaboration at the international level. Interoperability, which Sir Nasser has talked about, is the buzzword these days, between public and private sector, between countries. There should be such kind of interoperability that the data sent by one country should be accepted, read, accepted, and interpreted as a solid single source of truth for all kind of transactions. And then the new phenomena which is coming in the world is the collaboration among the countries for creating digital corridors, like between Singapore and UK, and there is also some kind of collaboration among ASEAN countries, and there's also a lot of talk about the interoperability or connectivity among single windows in different countries. And how this is taking place? This all is taking place, or the facilitator is the trade tech in all these endeavors. So the technology which is actually driving this trade, there are different versions of the complete array of technology which is being used by the world: robotics, AI, link data. And wherever we go in the world, we have been communicating with a lot of countries at WCO, WTO, and we see that the public sector, in collaboration with private sector, a lot of new technological initiatives are being launched somewhere, like this year in WCO. Like even the talk was about to change WCO data model with the link data. So the world is moving towards innovative use of technological revolution in order to achieve these ends, kind of resilient and transformation of supply chain, and bringing in end-to-end visibility among the whole supply chain stakeholders, reducing dwell time, reducing cost. All this is possible if we use the innovative technology in a very efficient and an organized manner. Now, coming to Pakistan, these are some interesting figures where we stand in this global arena. During 2023, the global trade in goods is around $24 trillion. But interestingly, our share is only $100 billion. So the talk which was being made in the previous presentations during the panelists is still the challenge for us is to increase our trade through diversification or the policy changes. But luckily, in this whole scenario, there was a study which was made through a survey by United Nations, and an index has been developed by UNESCAP. As per that index, we have achieved 69% score, and the global score is 59%. So we are still globally, we are still not that much beyond, but the highest scorers are New Zealand and Netherlands with 96%. India is at 86%, and Bangladesh is at 48%. So Bangladesh is still beyond us in terms of digitalization, but their recent growth in textile sector has made them more competitive in the world. And the strong contrast is about the digital trade. Like we have achieved only $300 million cross-border e-commerce trade, and on the services side, we are at $3.2 billion. Now coming to PSW, what we are doing there. Keeping in those intricacies, the global dynamics of the global trade, we have identified certain areas like transports and logistics, title documents, trade finance payments, collection of duties. All these areas which have identified, and now we are trying to automate, not to automate only, but conducting some kind of business process re-engineering in order to make the whole process smooth, secure, hassle-free, and with the minimum cost or overheads. So on different fronts, we have different kind of projects, we have completely digital payment system in PSW. On the risk management side, we have introduced integrated risk management system, and for the first time, the regulatory compliances are being processed through an automated risk management system. And on the regional and multilateral side, we are also in different countries, which I have one slide coming ahead to tell some details. These are some numbers which we have achieved so far. We have achieved 80% of the regulatory compliances so far. We have integrated 29 banks for the trade finance payments, 6 PSI companies, 9 labs, 39 treatment providers. These are B2B services. And currently 15 regulatory departments are connected with Pakistan Single Window. Where these departments are not only automated, but we have also conducted their business process re-engineering, and we have provided them with a complete set of tools to monitor and supervise their operations. And we have more than 87,000 registrations. We can talk about the drugs for Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan. So now whole of their registration data is being maintained by Pakistan Single Window. All the approvals are also through Pakistan Single Window. Same is for pesticides, for seeds. And we have more than 86,000 subscribers. And as of now, we have 550,000, more than 550,000 certificates and licenses, permits processed through Pakistan Single Window. We are at almost all border stations, but the number is a bit somewhere less because of some regulatory kind of legislation required at the border stations of the State Bank. So we are at around 70%, but bearing some exceptions at seaports, dry ports of docks, we are around 95% all around Pakistan. These are different global integrations which are currently in process. We are completely integrated with international phyto hub. Like the second most biggest product of Pakistan's exports is rice. So now we are connected to ePhyto hub. All the phytosanitary certificates issued by Pakistan are being transmitted to the ePhyto hub, and then those are pulled by those countries for which the consignments are destined for. And with China, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Egypt, we have made a kind of, like with China, we have established connectivity, but still the actual data exchange is yet to start. This is some synopsis of business process reforms which we have done. And on the right side, this is the impact assessment which have done independently by a third party, Ipsos Re-Energia, under single window assessment methodology recommended by WCO. There's a complete framework under which Pakistan single window has been assessed, and the results are very encouraging. Like the time has been reduced by 1/3, and then custom declaration filing time reduced by half. Average cost reduced by 18.75%. Use of digital payments doubled, and physical visits have also been eliminated. This is also encouraging for Pakistan in 2023. This is based on a UN survey in which Pakistan's score in trade facilitations jumped from 56.99% to 70.97%. And it's mainly due to the cross-border paperless trade, which was previously 59, and now it is today 85.19. So this is mainly because of implementation of single window in Pakistan. Last one, sir. So now what we now intend to do in the longer run, we have achieved a bare minimum kind of technological intervention. So now we are planning to insert or to inject some technological enhancements by machine learning, AI components. Blockchain is also somewhere on the way, and we have trying to build a complete community of stakeholders on all air, on the maritime, on e-commerce side. We are also working for a data-centric strategy among data exchange among public, private sectors, and the bilateral, multilateral among the countries. We have for empowerment, we have a SMA Elevate program for SMEs with the collaboration on Alibaba, and then for women and Khadija, and we have very proactive change management program running under PSW. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the private sector. Our next speaker is Asim Jawad. He's a graduate of London School of Economics, then worked for several years in US and Ernst & Young, Deloitte, etc. Then he moved to Pakistani banking, and now he's with Alfra Bank. Please go ahead, Asim.
Ji, assalamu alaikum everyone. Let me just get my voice right. Okay, so my name is Asim Jawad. I work at Bank Al-Falah. I'm the group head of strategy, transformation, customer experience, and venture investments. The topic for today is going to be macroeconomic trends. So let me take you through those macroeconomic trends. Hopefully by the end of the 10 minutes or so, you will have a little bit of a flavor of what's happening on the macroeconomic side. You can hopefully understand a little bit about what's happening in the stock market too. I won't be covering the stock market, but hopefully this will give you a flavor for why our stock market is flying at this moment in time. So that's the objective. So let's start off with the macroeconomic trends. Goals क्या होने चाहिए हमारे लिए as a country? Goal ये होना चाहिए कि आपकी number one sustainable economic growth हो. So, you grow incrementally every year, and we should have enough reserves in place in the country to withstand external and internal shocks. So, what internal and external shocks am I talking about? Internal shocks. Last year we had the floods. You want to make sure that you have the buffers to withstand that. Then you had a commodity super cycle not too long ago where there was a war, and there is a war right now, even in Russia and Ukraine, that commodity prices went up, the oil prices went up. You want to make sure that you have the reserves to withstand those internal and external shocks. So that's the goal. What's actually been happening? So what's been happening is boom and bust cycles, so ups and downs, ups and downs. So we've gone through I think you will all know, a very tough economic period of late. So we've had stagflation, which is essentially high inflation and low economic growth. We've had the twin deficits, which is the current account deficit and the fiscal deficit. Current account deficit deals with our foreign exchange dealings, the imports, exports, home remittances, and so on and so forth. And the fiscal deficit is really just the income and the expenditure of the federal government, and the provincial governments as well have an impact there. So we have gone through a tough economic cycle. Second point there is the IMF program. We've had 22 IMF programs. 22. I couldn't find anybody who had any country which had been through more IMF programs than us. I could be wrong, but I couldn't find them before when I was doing my research. Argentina is giving us very strong competition. They've also been in 22 IMF programs. So having said that, Argentina is going through a bit of an economic revival at this moment in time. So I think it seems like Pakistan may be able to pip Argentina on this one, and this is not ideal from any perspective. We should not be proud of this at all. So the next part of my of this page is really talking about what are the problems that we have, and I've tried to capture the essence of the problems. This is not a fully exhaustive list. I may have missed a few points here or there, and I hope you'll forgive me for that. Number one is the exports focus. I think we must become a export obsessed nation, where we need to really increase our exports in a big way. My colleagues talked about this on the digital economy and showed you numbers there. I think linked to that is that we must promote entrepreneurship. If we are going to get our exports up, we must encourage our entrepreneurs. We must celebrate our entrepreneurs. We must not humiliate them. We must encourage a culture of promotion of entrepreneurship. And that's what's going to lead to innovation and exports going up, number one. Number two, I think you all will all know that we have a perennial problem of not paying enough taxes. I can't say that about myself here, I have to say. I'm paying more taxes here than I was paying in England, where I was living there 15 years ago, and I was getting a lot more in return for those taxes than I do get here. But then these are certain specific sectors, the salaried class, for example, who are overtaxed. And then there are certain other sectors which are just not taxed at all, like the agriculture, like the retailers. So we only have a few, maybe 500,000 meaningful taxpayers, maybe even less than that. So we have to make sure that we sort those imbalances out in the economy. The other thing we need to think about, obviously, is the direct and indirect taxation, because direct taxation are more progressive form of taxation, whereas the indirect form of taxation is not progressive, it's regressive, because the cost of buying milk is the same for me, and it's the same for any poor man. So tax, we need to make sure that we increase our tax revenues. Government expenditures, I think they need to come down. We need to have a lot more of a right-sized government, and their expenditures need to be reined in. The other point is about privatization. It's been talked about. You'll read it in the papers. We just now need to execute. We need to go and execute and get these entities, loss-making entities, privatized. Government should not be in the business of running businesses. The other point is about ease of doing business. I think this is a really, really important point. I mean, I've had foreign investors that we deal with, and you talk to those foreign investors, and you don't know how difficult it is for them to get a visa into our country. Something very basic like that. We need to make sure that we make a list of all those things that are important to encourage investment in the country, both for foreigners as well as our domestic investors. Not have so many problems for them in documentations and paperwork and taxes. This is really, really important if we are to attract FDI. The foreign direct investment that we have in this country is very low. Okay. We move on to the energy sector. You would have probably heard about this quite a bit. You know, this needs to, we need reform certainly, and that's because our businesses are paying, you know, are rendered uncompetitive because their cost of electricity is much higher than their competitors in different countries. Also, the consumers are paying a huge cost. Also, our government, they have a huge, commitment in terms of capacity payments. The other point of concern is the high poverty level in our country. This obviously needs to be, it's a big challenge that needs to be addressed. And then the foreign currency debt management. Now, these are the sort of the broad issues that we need to, are the structural issues that we need to solve for. And if we don't solve for those structural issues, then we'll continue to have those boom and bust cycles. So, with that in mind, let me just take you through a few trends, macroeconomic trends of the economy. Number one being, just quite a few graphs here. The first one on the left is the Goldman Sachs commodity index. This is really telling us about what are the commodity prices looking like. Luckily for us, the commodity prices are soft, relative to the highs that we saw last year. Same with crude oil. So we as a country are very, very sensitive to commodity prices and oil prices. As soon as they go up, we start to import inflation. And things start to go south for us. Our current account deficit, that starts to get affected. So luckily for us, we need to make, the crude oil prices and the commodity prices have been soft, but we remain vulnerable if these prices go up. So we need to make sure that we are very careful and watch these prices very, very carefully. Luckily for us, as a result of, a lot of noise, sorry. Maybe it's the phone. Okay. The third chart at the bottom is talking about the average USD rate, and you can see the USD to PKR parity has been pretty flat, which is good news. What is also good news is the red chart at the bottom, which is the real effective exchange rate. What this is telling me is how competitive is my exchange rate. It's telling me if you want that number to be below 100 ideally, and so we're hovering around 100, so I think we're doing well. If it's over 100, then it's a problem. That means it's overvalued, starts to have an impact. The other good piece of news that we can see is we were comparing numbers for IMF. IMF had implied certain exchange rate for Pakistan, for Pakistani rupee versus the US dollars. You can see that they're even reducing their devaluation forecast. So for example, for 30th June 2025, they were forecasting originally in May 2024 an exchange rate of 329. They've reduced that to about 306. So that's good news. It shows that the numbers are looking good there. We move on to the next slide. Okay, that's talking about exports. The first three bars you can see. So our exports have actually come down in the last 2 years, from 51 to about 47. But the good news is, in the last 4 months, we've done 16 billion, and that's up on the previous year's 4 months. We are now on a run rate to hit about 50 billion, which was our probably our highest exports in FY 2022. So that's a good sign. On the import front, you can see in FY22 we hit 90 billion. Frankly, we can't afford to hit 90 billion again. So imports thankfully have come down in the year to 30th June to 68 billion. And now, in the last 4 months, we've hit 24 billion. The chart on the extreme right. And we're sort of pretty much on to hitting about 72 billion on this current run rate, which is okay, much better than 90. We don't want to hit 90. So both these numbers are telling me that the economy is recovering. The demand is is recovering. And our exports and our exporters have to be given credit for showing decent numbers. Move on to the next slide. Next slide, the first chart on the left is talking about the monthly CAD numbers. Current account deficit. Luckily for us, in October, we've shown a current account surplus of $350 million. So we're looking good for the last 4 months. Some good numbers. The other CAD has been supported by very strong home remittances numbers of near 3 billion or so. So that's a really, really good sign. You must encourage more and more home remittances and less of hawala through informal channels. ठीक है जी. The chart on the right is talking, the black line is talking about the equity investment in our stock exchange. Obviously, the stock exchange is doing well. The foreign currency parity is stable. So we're seeing the portfolio flows going up nicely. We're also seeing the carry trades going up. This is good. It's a good sign. However, I wouldn't declare victory here because FDI, global standards mein Pakistan is not, frankly, very low. We still need a huge amount of FDI coming into our country, and that is linked also, to the overall economic and political environment as well as the ease of doing business. So we move on to the next slide, and this is a really important slide. The good news is that we've been, the tough times are behind us. We were hitting inflation levels of about 38% last year. Luckily, we're now nearing, inflation levels coming down to single digits. Why is inflation important? Inflation is super important because this is a silent form of tax. And frankly, it reduces disposable income. So, this is, we should be extremely sensitive to it. Our goal really should be, globally, if you're living in the Western world, inflation is not more than 3%. और हम तो यहाँ पे used to है जी 7 से 8, 10% तो चलो जी minimum है. And if our goal should be our inflation levels should be around the 3 to 5% range. And if we get inflation levels at that range, we will see the complexion of our economy change drastically for the better, because our consumers will be better off. There'll be other things. Our banks will be lending a lot more, especially to consumers. Especially people will be buying houses and taking out mortgages a lot more. If you look at banks around the world, in the Western world, mortgage is their biggest product that they sell. Pakistan में तो हम mortgages बेचते ही नहीं हैं. Most of the houses that we buy are on 100% equity. So the moment you have a critical mass, 5, 10, 15 million people who have mortgages on their house, automatically the governments are forced to keep an eye on the inflation rate and the mortgage rates, because it'll affect 10 to 15 million of their voters. So that's a really, really important point. Inflation is super important. The good news, as I said, is that inflation rate is coming down. It's to single digits, and we can also expect to see next year the interest rates could also come down to single digits, provided there are no external shocks. So that's the point on inflation. We can move on to the next point. GDP growth. GDP growth के बारे में ये है कि we've actually had a period where pretty much been flat or to negative in 2023, but we're now expecting for the GDP to grow between 2.4 and 2.8%. IMF thinks it's 2.4. World Bank thinks it's 2.8. So we are seeing signs of economic recovery. The rest of the numbers are just IMF projections in their report. And And that's really driven out of what? It's being, this GDP growth is expected because interest rates are expected to come down. You know, the exports are, you know, businesses are, you know, expected to, you know, pick up. Borrowing costs are going to come down. Borrowing costs are going to come down significantly for consumers, for businesses, and that's going to provide them with more breathing space. And this should obviously help in recovery of consumer spend as well. So that's the main driver for GDP growth. The final point here is really about you know, fiscal discipline and the government focusing on trying to expand the tax net. You know, we've been hearing this for a while. The government's working on trying to broaden the tax net. There is some resistance. They're trying to increase taxation for agriculture and for retail. Mixed success so far. We managed to avoid a mini budget which would have meant higher taxes. So luckily for us, for now, we've managed to avoid it. How long can we avoid it for is a question mark. So on an overall basis, we expect that the fiscal deficit is going to be about 7.6% of GDP in 2025. Again, that's still large, I would say, which is why I said that the fiscal deficit needs to be reined in. And that takes us to the final slide. That really is a summary of what we've discussed already. So number one, inflation is stabilizing. We expect interest rates to also follow. We expect, you know, inflation to come down. It is already coming down to single digits. We also hope for even more softer international commodity and oil prices, so that this helps in currency stability, because we remain very vulnerable to external shocks in commodity and oil prices. Exports, as I mentioned, are recovering. Imports are also on the right trajectory, but obviously we need to make sure that we keep a close eye on our imports and they don't go out of control. But again, focus on exports has to be immense. It has to be obsessive. The other good news, obviously, is current account is in surplus. Foreign exchange reserves are increasing, and the home remittances are looking strong. But more needs to be done to attract FDI. Real GDP growth, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be, we're expecting between 2.4 and 2.8%, depending on what forecast you look at. And then government needs to, the final point is the government needs to enhance fiscal discipline and broaden the tax base. That is super important. And again, the results, you know, we'll hopefully see in the coming months. And that takes me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, now we come to the next session and question answer. Please keep it a little short, and if you can identify who should respond, okay, otherwise just make your point. Okay, and wait for the mic. And I think we have someone. Mics, please go ahead.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mir Mukhtiar Hussain. So I'm from Economics Department, University of Karachi. I have a particular question of Asim Wajid. He talked about taxes in the end, that we have to broaden our taxes, or there will be extra taxes in coming days, we are seeing, according to you. Why we are not working on to broaden the tax base? That is what the simple question.
I mean, fair point. I think, I mean, we lack of political will. It's very clear that agriculture, for example, makes a huge contribution to the GDP, but they hardly pay any taxes. Same with retailers, restaurants, they hardly pay any taxes. They collect taxes, but they don't pay those taxes. It really boils down to political will. I think the power, decision makers obviously feel it's easier to tax listed corporations and salaried employees because we're stuck. So I think it's lack of political will. It's extremely frustrating. As I said to you, when I was living in England over 15 years ago, I was paying the highest rate of taxation we were paying was 40%. Uske andar health bhi free thi, aapko koi security ke liye security guard bhi nahi chahiye the, pani ke liye extra paise bhi nahi dene hote the, yeah, maybe dene hote the pani ke liye, but security and all those infrastructure didn't have the same issues. I'm paying higher taxation here, and on top of it, we have to pay extra for security, extra for X, Y, Z. What do we get in return from the state? So I think it's coming to a point where I think the country really needs to broaden the tax base and needs to execute. It's really an execution problem now. ये नहीं है कि solutions पता नहीं है लोगों को, जो rulers हैं उनको भी पता है, जो ministers हैं, FBR को उनको भी पता है, उनके पास लोगों के assets की details हैं. It really is just about recovering those monies from them now, basically.
Okay, next.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, Sharia gender balance. You speak, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm looking at another perspective. What you've said in all the presentations, I haven't been present throughout, so I won't comment on any of this. But I feel that at this point we have to look laterally at not what we can raise out of taxing people, but how we can use the Pakistan resource, particularly emphasis on agriculture, which can yield us better results, I'm not looking at exports, I'm looking at the possibilities of generating incomes and of increasing the potential through agriculture, merely by conservation of water, merely by, for instance, there's a lot of things that in agriculture, through agriculture, we can improve our economy. And we are not looking at the possibilities of working, because we were an agroeconomy, we are not looking at all the possibilities that are available for a regeneration of our soils, for the improvement of our systems, for the conservation of our waters. We are not looking at seed banks, we are not looking at R&D, we are not looking at soil health, we are not looking at the resource available to us, which we are neglecting, like the delta. We are not looking at how we can better manage our natural resources. I'm just making a statement, because being a Pakistani, I feel it should be discussed.
I think everyone would agree here with your point about improving our resources. So if you don't mind, we move on to the next question. But nevertheless, no matter how much we improve our domestic resources, we'll always need some money to import oil, to import our tea. There are lots of things. You'll always need foreign exchange. But we all agree with your point. I mean, your point is well taken. Yeah. Yeah. बिल्कुल सही बोला. Sharia, you wanted to say something?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sharia from the British Deputy High Commission, Karachi. I wanted to ask, my question is addressed towards Naveed Abbas Mehman Saab. So as the change champion in the space of as far as digitalization of trade is concerned, is the PSW making any recommendation to the government of Pakistan on the impact that the internet disruptions is having on e-commerce transactions in Pakistan? Thank you.
Which transactions you're talking about?
E-commerce transactions in Pakistan and the impact of internet disruptions.
Luckily, because of kind of hurry in a last slide, I missed my last point actually somehow, which was, to me, it was the essence of a lot of things which I was talking about. Currently, PSW is acting like a bridge between government sector and the public sector and the private sector. The suggestions, recommendations, or the requirements of private sector which are coming to us through our own engagement, we do consider them while designing or initiating automation initiative or a trade-related initiative. So when we were dealing with some private sector stakeholders, we came in contact with Alibaba. Alibaba is the giant in e-commerce sector. So currently we are in collaboration with them. We are developing a platform which will serve as an engine for or a platform for all stakeholders to interact with each other for data exchange, starting from the e-marketplace till the visibility to all stakeholders, customs, State Bank, and the commercial banks. And while designing that e-commerce portal, we are also looking for some policy changes which will be required by to be notified by Government of Pakistan through Ministry of Commerce, or even some regulatory changes will also required to be made by State of Pakistan. So yes, we are also working on e-commerce sector, and we will be sending our recommendations to Government of Pakistan for some policy changes. Thank you.
I could add something.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think वो उनका सवाल में एक टेल पे एक चीज़ थी कि जी जो इंटरनेट डिसरप्शंस हैं इस पे कोई आपकी रिकमेंडेशन है एक ये सवाल करंट डिसरप्शंस but you know it's a fair question आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं
that's actually true
ये था ना आपके सवाल में so I think this is a short term you can call it trend or a short term initiative that's happening and then I think this VPN registration is also mandatory in India. You can't use VPNs in China, for example. UAE, there are limitations even on WhatsApp. But that hasn't really stopped them from making $48 billion of exports from UAE and 230 something from India and China. I don't remember the figure from my presentation. So I think there is a bigger discussion that needs to take place. And it needs to go into a growth discussion. Like, for example, referring to the comment that Madam was making, you can put any quantum of money into a bottomless bucket and it won't go anywhere. So you can't tax yourself out of poverty, nor you can tax yourself into prosperity. So there is a growth discussion that, of course, has to leverage taxation, that has to optimize resource generation, leveraging of your resources, and we had that bit of that discussion while you were not here in the presentation. Digitization is one, you can use technology in agriculture and things can lead to a better optimization of resources. There is a value addition that needs to happen in agriculture. And as my good friend Asim was saying, we need to be obsessively concerned with exports. If you want to get anything from the world, you have to pay in hard currency. You have to be able to earn it. Right now what we are doing is we are getting that money through lending and through remittances. Remittance is not the revenue of the government. I think people need to understand this. That's not your revenue. So, but we have built our entire business case on revenues and as much exports, which is very bad. So I'm not a macroeconomic expert, but that's my take on this. So this is a short-term trend. We'll get through this, inshallah, because you see everything can regress in the world. Human rights regress, democracies regress, as we are seeing in the West. Things are regressing around us, but technology moves only in one direction. That's forward. So you will have things improving on technology. Whatever you do, it moves in one direction. आप पिछले 20 साल की हिस्ट्री देख लें, किसने रोका है? रोक सकता है? कोई नहीं रोक सकता.
Thank you, Nasser. You're optimistic, but our ranking, except for that single video you showed, we looks at us, we are somewhere in the bottom 10, 20%. I mean, I don't know, but.
Yeah, you're right, but you see, that's why I hinted on looking at the meta issues which affect our economy. We can have a discussion around this or that sector, taxation, for example. But even the optimistic picture that we saw, I think we have seen it many times in the past. We have been there 22 times at least. We've gone to IMF 22 times. This is probably the 23rd. So is it going to be a 24th? Most likely, because that's the history. And agar aap uske dynamics dekhein, jis tarah humne IMF deal is tarah secure ki hai, the kind of private sector financing that we have secured and at what cost. Next IMF program is going to be exceedingly painful. So there is going to have to sit down, carefully thought out discussion, at the government level. You can't tax yourself out of poverty. Wherever you see globally countries have prospered is not because of taxation. I mean, there is a fiscal discussion, but the government has sort of taken an initial position, in terms of kick-starting the economy, investing in key sectors, digital public infrastructure. I mean, you have to look at your competitive advantage. Agriculture is one. Digitization can be one. Obviously, manufacturing can't be one. Services can be one. So, but we have to come to one or two priorities and put our entire weight behind it. We're not a resource-starved country, but we're not doing anything. We're not even thinking. So somebody has to think and somebody has to do the job. So 9 to 5 is not going to cut it for us. Somebody has to work. Sadly, that's the reality.
In any event, I mean, more taxes, higher taxes, they're counterproductive. I mean, look at it like this. All right, maybe they say our black economy is 35, but some say 50%, 60%. So if they lower the taxes, maybe some of it moves into the white sector. So without raising any taxes, your economy doubles, so you get this thing. But I'll leave it.
We'll come to this one, I think, in the end. But let's engage somebody, from the.
All right. There
audience.
was a question there.
Hi, my question is for Nasrullah from ADB. Sir, you already answered one of my questions about the internet disruptions. The main question was you were telling about digital transformation and IT and how your vision is going, and you're telling how IT and every infrastructure has a $1 billion industry. So you never mentioned putting this into your goal or something?
Yeah, blockchain, from I'm not sure if everybody in the room understands this, what is blockchain. How many people understand what is blockchain? Can we have show of hands? Yeah, just maybe 5% people. So blockchain is simply having, instead of having one server and one record, having 20 servers around the world, and the record is basically replicated. So it's the other name for blockchain is distributed ledger. So you have multiple sources which are constantly in sync with each other. The idea is that you can't tamper with it, and it takes a series of authentication steps so that the record remains of a very high integrity and can't be tampered with. So blockchain is a bit distant for us because, and also I would like to ask another question. Two terms are used interchangeably: digitization and digitalization. So how many people understand the difference between the two? Yeah, of course. So I think digitization is to have data in a structured, usable, leverageable form. So then you can use that data to deliver a service like the banks do, like PSW does, and deliver a service to the user. That's called digitalization, using technology infrastructure. So हम तो बहुत पीछे हैं. दुनिया में जो I think we're using 400 million terabytes of data is created every day. So I mean, the kind of data that was created, for example, throughout history till 2000 perhaps, is being created in a day today, but only 0.5% of that is being analyzed. So you need to have that kind of infrastructure, digital data centers, for example, to be able to go to the next level. It's a good technology, still untested. But I think we have to focus on things that have to happen before that. I mean, you need to have a data policy, interoperability on data, so that, as I was mentioning, that people want to have data centers under their tables. So data, jab tak data ke saath combine nahi karta, nothing happens. So I think there's a few things that need to happen before we go to TLT.
Next, where is... Well, while you're thinking of some other questions, maybe I could ask some questions. What was it? Yes, Asim, you showed that chart about growth, and although Nasser said it was optimistic, but I thought it's rather pessimistic that even in the next 5 years, we'll not even be average of the region. And I think, and with our population growth of so high, should we be giving a little more importance? Okay, at one time stabilization, but now I think maybe we should grow a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree. We should be growing at 6 to 7 to 8%. The problem हमारी यही है ना कि unless you work on the structural reforms, you're going to, again, the economy is going to overheat, and वो फिर boom bust cycle आ जाएगी दोबारा से. उसी को temper करने के, या तो we do something transformational that we talked about, digital transformation and digital exports कोई transformational तरीके से बढ़ें, या और कोई exports बढ़ें, तो हमारी, या तो कोई sensational तरीके से home remittances बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएं और imports collapse कर जाएं. So I mean, our foreign exchange reserves, I mean, we have to repay 18 billion or so every year of our, foreign exchange debt of $110 billion. Every few weeks you see one government, somebody senior in the government going to one GCC country or China asking for a rollover of one loan or the other. Now, those rollovers pe hi hum survive kar rahe hain. So whilst I totally agree with you, unless we solve for some of those structural issues, build up foreign currency reserves, get more discipline in the way that we manage our fiscal affairs, we'll have to temper our growth expectations, which are frankly not good enough for the population growth that we have, and the employment opportunities that we need to provide them, and obviously the poverty, high poverty levels that we have. So 100% in agreement with you, but jab tak structural reforms nahi honge, you will have to temper our expectations, unless you think there is.
Well, I don't know, but my own background, international trade, and I've seen countries, and seriously, even India was in serious difficulty. They went to IMF to ask some loan and to. But then they realized that, this is not the way, to depend on tariffs, etc. And they started reforming, lowering their tariffs. The growth came, industry started moving, etc. And this has been the practice all around. But somehow we are not thinking.
But you're talking about reforms which are effectively, reforms के बगैर नहीं होगा ना?
Reforms, लेकिन इस तरह नहीं सोचते कि थोड़ा अगर हम कुछ चीज को आने दें, वो process होगी, export होगी. Country के अंदर तो थोड़ा बहुत एग्रीकल्चर का कॉटन हमारे पास पहले होती थी 12-13 मिलियन, अब वो भी नहीं है, वो 6-7 मिलियन रह गई. तो यू हैव टू लेट थिंग्स कम इन. एक बात ये, दूसरा ये है कि हमने अनफॉर्चुनेटली, हालांकि हमारी बड़ी अच्छी जोग्राफिकल लोकेशन है, we have 3 seaports, and we are the easiest route from Central Asia, etc. But we have made ourselves an island. We have barbed wire all around. I think other than North Korea, we are the only country like that. And the only open the sea, but we have the highest tariff walls. I mean, according to the World Bank, we are amongst the 7 most protectionist countries in the world. So at least on this, I think, if we were to reduce, now just to give you one more example on customs side. Because we have very high tariffs, and we collect something like 1,200 billion customs duty. And because of high tariffs, we end up giving 550 billion in exemptions. So if you lower the tariffs, at least those 550 billion, and that would come down very substantially. And also the smuggling is very substantial. Recently, PIDE, I think we had some professors here from PIDE, and they did a study. And they said, if you were to get rid of all these regulatory duties and additional duties and bring down your tariff, the very first year you will increase your earning in revenues and across the board, not only in custom duties but other. And then some people said, no, but we don't believe this study. So it was sent to UK Department of Trade, and they said, we have been doing these studies for a while, because since Brexit, everything, we all the time doing these studies, and he said, these people at PIDE, they underestimated the gains. In fact, there are even more gains. So, you know, there are these things which you don't really have to spend money, you don't have to, but you know, start moving at least, and we are not doing that. But let's ask some other questions if they have in the meantime. Okay, we have two colleagues there.
I know we're in an academic setting where questions are generally theoretical, answers are similar. Asim mentioned that we need to have an obsessive focus on exports. Nasser mentioned that technology and IT exports could be our savior. Do either of you have any very specific things that let's do this, this, and this, and there will be a change, either in general exports or in IT exports? Let me give you my own perspective on this. In general, when we talk about increasing exports, we are talking about facilitation, like PSW. We are talking about making it easier for products to be developed. But we're never talking about the marketing of the product. Have we cornered the market for low-quality T-shirts? Is the entire world buying all of its low-quality T-shirts from us? Why focus on improving the quality of our T-shirts when you haven't cornered the market for low-quality ones? So let's focus on marketing, because if we tell the world about what we are capable of producing today, we'll be able to export more of that today. If in the IT sector we have graphic designers or we have people who make websites, let's just focus on that. Let's not talk about blockchain and AI if we don't have the capabilities. Let's talk about what we can do today, and let's focus on that, promote that, and try to increase our exports of those particular items.
That's a good point. I think you're raising a good question, and obviously also observations. I may not have all the answers, but I think everyone sort of alluded to some solutions. देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि जी, if you're going to increase exports, we need to celebrate our entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs को celebrate करना हो चाहिए. Silicon Valley में सबसे ज़्यादा जो है वो क्यों encourage करते हैं? They're not afraid of failures. हम यहाँ पे जो है ना, हमारा वो culture नहीं है. हर बंदे को जो है ना वो name calling शुरू हो जाती है कि ये है, ये ऐसा है, ये चोर है, ये वो है. Entrepreneurs need to be celebrated. They're risk takers. And ease of doing business needs to, we need to focus on all the indicators to try and bring them down, bring the difficulties down. As I said to you, I was talking to one big, large investor in Pakistan. Every time he struggles to get a visa, and usko passport jaake phas jata hai. Passport for weeks on end. Who's a global traveler based in Washington and investing. This is not the way to do it. Now, the simple answer could have been, I think clearly we have huge opportunity in the agri space. And that needs to, but again, that's also beset with problems that the lady here also mentioned. Our agricultural yields are way lower. Obviously, वहाँ potential है हमारा. दूसरा potential हमारा clearly IT के अंदर है, हो सकता है. IT में भी problems हैं. We as a bank, me in particular, we started, are seriously looking at investing big in the IT sector, for example. But that's also not very easy, because you are producing maybe 25,000 graduates, engineering graduates, but they're not of the same quality. Maybe 10% of them are employable. When I talk to several IT companies, they find it difficult. So they're having to run retraining or boot camps for them. So IT could be one sector, but AI has posed really big challenges for the IT sector, because जो bottom of the barrel जो stuff होता था ना, वो AI ने programming करना शुरू कर दी, and it's normally जो bodies deploy कर दी जाती थी, even India is struggling at this moment in time. So there are certain areas, obviously, that you can explore, agriculture, IT and all that, but a lot more will need to be done to actually get those, working in the right direction. But हमारे यहाँ पे experience ये है कि जी हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर को खुद ही करना, अपनी मदद आपके तहत ही चीज़ें करनी पड़ेंगी. अगर आप डिपेंड करने, इंतज़ार करने बैठ गए ना कि वो इस्लामाबाद में कोई आएगा जी, कोई वहाँ से, फिर वो काफ़ी टाइम लग सकता है उसके अंदर. I mean, that's just a summary of my answer, and I'm sure my friend here will like to add.
Yeah, thank you, Asim. वैसे आपने अपने सवाल का जवाब जो है ना आपके सवाल में ही था. You said one or two specific things also, but state is a wonderful machine. 200-300 साल पुराना ये organism है, but if it wants to do something, it is able to. No country in the world, for example, has been taken forward by private sector taking the lead. Show me one example, and I'll show you the money. It hasn't happened. So, and also, let me ask you a question. Can you name a country which was not on the right side of the US in the last 70 years and has prospered? Name one country. One country. China was on the side of US, actually made China rich, not China on its own. So no one. So it's very simple. So example that we quote Indians before 1991, they were non-aligned, not aligned with the West. They were trading, their bulk trading partner was USSR. They collapsed in 91, and look at what they do. The Indians, they're so dexterous in their foreign policy. So the next year they go to IMF for the first and the last time, and they implement certain key structural reforms, and they open up their economy, and that's where they are. We actually missed the last 2010s वाला decade हमने बहुत miss किया. 2016 तक history वही थी, So there is a level of dexterity in the foreign relations, trade diplomacy, that needs to support banks, PSWs, people who want to trade. There is a limit and ceiling that these people hit without that kind of a state initiative. That's very, very important. Uske bagair kaam nahi hota. So that's the Indian example on this. North Koreans, South Korea, aap dekh lein example. So that's how states move forward. That's why I was saying, because if you want to New Deal dekh lein, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ki, Second World War, New Depression se pehle ki, it was government taking the lead and putting money into infrastructure, creating jobs, and pushing the economy forward. So if we want to do something, we will be able to do it, but we need to get a few things right at a meta-systemic level. उससे पहले आप operational चीजें जो मर्जी कर लें, ये मैं कुछ नहीं होना. So the Pakistan has to be open for business. Pakistan has to change its business model. Pakistan has to change its operating model. The way we are operating, it's not going to get us anywhere. So ये तो meta level के issues हैं. बाकी operational issues उसमें थे कि जी आप क्या करें. For example, आप skill up कर लें. आप 20,000 की बजाय 25, 30, 40 को train कर लेंगे. But आप वो लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? Employable नहीं हैं, बाहर नहीं जा सकते, freelancer बन जाएंगे. Freelancer low value software export करेगा, तो वो 3 billion से 6 हो जाएगा. उसकी भी एक ceiling है. So big things can only happen when states take position on few sectors. Agriculture, digital, कुछ भी आप पकड़ लें, manufacturing. जापान को देख लें Second World War के बाद. Look at the next 40 years from 45 onwards what they have done. It was an expansion of credit by Ministry of Finance and State Bank. I mean, they had to be stopped by the US in the 90s. आप उनकी वो history थोड़ी सी आप check करें. And the same thing is happened to China right now. So वो American market flood हो गई थी Japanese चीज़ों से ना. Japanese were so growing rich on the back of that credit. But states have to take that. So we have to think, what is our unique selling proposition as a state. हमने क्या करना है? For example, लाहौर जाना है या कराची जाना है, या आज के दिन ही हमने कुछ करना है, दिन गुजारना है और शाम को घर जाना है. So that's where we are. Do you think any serious initiative happening for the next 20 years? Show me one, and I'll show you the money.
Yes, may I just add something? You know, when you, for example, Pakistan, when you leave it to the bureaucrats or the ministries to pick winners, you know, the government to pick winners, so these lobbies, they prevailed. For example, now, and we say we don't have an industrial policy, but in fact, through those SROs, we have an industrial policy. What we do is, if, for example, you look at our textile clothing, you're giving example of T-shirts. What's happening is that they have a very powerful lobby. So everything for that sector, machinery, their raw materials, their everything, and whatever subsidies goes in that sector because they're very powerful. So, but on the other hand, if you want to manufacture any engineering goods or anything, you have to pay very high duties, even on the raw materials and on everything. If you want to produce some software, you have to pay duties on laptops, etc., and everything. And but when the states do, they are able to do something successfully, like I think Romania did with their software. They lowered their tax on income tax on these software developers. What happened previously, all these Romanians were going to Europe, you know, they were doing domestic menial jobs, even their engineers and everybody. And now with this change, even other Europeans started coming back to Romania, and they now have, you know, developed this niche. But unfortunately, this doesn't happen here, because look at our winners that we pick. We pick auto industry, which has not exported a single car. We protect them very highly. They are pampered, and then this thing. So we have to somehow provide level playing field, which many countries tried. For example, give you an example of, say, Chile was a poor country, and they brought down, they said all tariffs at 10% and then 6%, and now Chile is the most prosperous country in Latin America. I can give you more examples, but I think there's time, very little time, so maybe one or two more questions, and then we'll have to wrap up. Any more questions, or even yeah?
Can I make one more comment?
Sure.
I have had the experience of working with some government officials in Bangladesh, and I was extremely surprised with their pragmatic view about what they are trying to achieve. They've been doing a lot of international promotions, marketing, CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, everywhere you can see their ads running. This is about a year back. And I asked this gentleman who was a bureaucrat that what you are trying to do is to change the image of the country. And this isn't something that happens overnight. And he said, I totally agree with you. We have a long-term, at least 10-year plan where we want to change the perception about Bangladesh, made in Bangladesh. Why? Because in 2026, we will be graduating from the LDC status, and we will no longer be getting European or US preferential trade agreements. We will no longer be, because we will no longer be an LDC, we will not be able to export our stuffs with duty-free. So in order to get people to buy our products, we have to tell them that we are no longer the basket case that Kissinger once said Bangladesh was. You keep dumping money, aid to them, and they will never grow. Said we want to change that perception. We want to change the perception that people, that we produce low quality products. We produce good quality products. I was amazed when this gentleman told me that they make 85-inch Samsung TV in Bangladesh. 85 inches, one of the largest sizes, but they make that in Bangladesh. So there's a whole lot of other stuff that is being done, and they're trying to tell the world that we have grown out of the low-level status. And you have to pay a premium to buy our products now. I think that's what the state here also needs to do. It has to tell the world that we are no longer a cheap destination for products, that you have to pay a premium to buy our products, because we do have quality. And I'm not just saying that we do have quality, we do have excellent people. I mean, if you look at the Careem app, for example, that was developed in Pakistan, and Careem was sold to Uber for $3.2 billion. So we have technologically savvy people who can create game-changing products. But why don't we tell the world about our success stories?
Okay, yes, but you have to have a product to be able to market it. You know, you cannot just turn around, because what changed in the last 20, 30 years, this global value chains, what they call them. So you use imported input into your exports. We only use something like 5% in our global value chains, and if you look at, say, Malaysia or Vietnam and all those countries, 40%. So the quality of thing goes up, and we insist that everything has to be local, and that doesn't really bring up the quality. But I think I've spoken too much. Let me ask some other question. Anyone else?
In the meantime, Dr.
Yes, maybe I'll give you 2 minutes each to sum up and say something.
85 onwards, I think if I'm not wrong, our export basket has remained the same. जो डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा ना कि we need to have a product. So probably I think Aftab is smiling. Maybe he has some other information and I can ask him. But additionally, I think the only thing we have added is software on the digital side, which we are exporting, which is bringing us $3 billion. So I don't think we have come up with any extraordinary product since 1985. It's the same textiles and rice and commodities. So that signals a certain level of economy, and that signals a certain level of atrophy within the government. That we have not taken any other position, nor developed any other sector.
Something you'd like to say? 2-3 minutes? Or?
Yeah. Closing?
Sir. The time we have to finish at 4:30, and I want to keep to that time. So you have 5 minutes for all of us, or anybody else want to say anything? All right, good.
मैं सिर्फ बता दूं आपको कि हम जब ये शुरू किया था, हमने भी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स की डिजिटलाइजेशन, तो वो गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स थे जिनके पास कंप्यूटर्स भी नहीं थे, जिनको कंप्यूटर्स भी हमने लेके दिए। उनके जो सर्टिफिकेट्स थे, जब इंटरनेशनली जाते थे किसी इदारों में या किसी और कंट्रीज़ में, तो वो जो साइक्लो स्टाइल येलो कलर के पेजेस थे, तो उन पे जाते थे। तो बस जब शुरू किया करना और थोड़ी सी नीयत और फिर सपोर्ट भी उस टाइम पे सीनियर्स की भी और इवन गवर्नमेंट की भी सपोर्ट आ जाती है। जब आप, जो हमने देखा है, मैं आपसे सिर्फ अपना एक्सपीरियंस शो करूँगा कि जब आप करने लगते हो अच्छी नीयत के साथ और जब कुछ डिलीवर करना शुरू करते हो, तो आई थिंक स्टेट भी आपको सपोर्ट करती है, जो कि हमने देखा है। और जब आप अपनी प्रोडक्ट को या जो आप बना लेते हो इंटरनेशनली भी लोगों के साथ शेयर करते हो, तो वो रिकग्निशन भी आपको मिलती है। और हम जिस लेवल की शायद प्रोजेक्ट जो इन्विजन करते हैं या जो हम सोच रहे हैं, दैट कैन आल्सो बी एक्सपोर्टेड। जो हमने अभी तक चीज़ें बनाई हैं या हम बना रहे हैं, हम उनको ये बात माइक्रो सर्विस आर्किटेक्चर पर रख के सोच रहे हैं कि दैट शुड बी एक्सपोर्टेड। तो आई थिंक कुछ एक्सटर्नल स्ट्रक्चरल लेवल पे या जो पॉलिसी लेवल पे जो सर मंजूर बात कर रहे थे, ये कुछ इश्यूज हो सकते हैं, बट वी हैव दी आई थिंक राइट काइंड ऑफ नीश, वी हैव राइट काइंड ऑफ पीपल, जो कि जहाँ जिसने कुछ किया है, जो कुछ एग्जांपल्स आपने भी दी, तो ये करना आई थिंक शायद वी नीड अ काइंड ऑफ स्पार्क या कोई इस तरह की चीज़ कहीं से होना शुरू हो जाए तो चीज़ें, बट इट्स नॉट दैट मच ग्लूमी विच वी ऑलवेज थिंक। इवन ये डिस्ट्रप्शंस की जो बात की एक भाई ने, तो बिलीव करेंगे चाइना में भी VPNs बंद हैं, व्हाट्सएप भी बंद था, लेकिन हमने देखा दुनिया चल रही थी, एवरीबडी वॉज लाइव, एवरीबडी वॉज प्रोडक्टिव। बट ये है कि कुछ चीज़ें कंट्रोल करना होती हैं, स्टेट ने टाइम से हो जाती हैं और वो फिर स्टेबल भी होना शुरू हो जाती हैं। बट जहाँ पे जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है वो चीज़ अगर हो रही है, तो शुरू में शायद कुछ डिस्ट्रप्शंस हर जगह आती हैं। हम भी जब कोई नई प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करते हैं ऑटोमेशन के लिए, तो हमने कंसाइनमेंट्स रुकते हुए भी देखे हैं 2-2 दिन, बट ये है कि जब स्मूथ चीज़ें होना शुरू होती हैं, तो इट्स काइंड ऑफ वेरी मच नॉर्मल। थैंक यू।
जी, I was looking at your the overall theme of the conference, Rethinking Economics in the Contemporary World. I think the only, for us, the way forward is we just have to go back to the basics and just do the basics right. I don't think we need a lot of reimagination. We just need to focus on, as I said, having the right recipe in place for the country to start getting on a sustainable path for economic growth and economic development. There's no reason why, as you mentioned, we should be growing at 7 to 8% on a sustainable business, sustainable basis. However, the 240 million people that we have, they need to be upskilled, they need to be trained. That's certainly an asset for us. And we need to make sure that we're producing educated people, because the next 40 years are going to be looking very, very different to what we are experiencing right now. जो AI का जो impact आया वो so significant, इतना significant हो चुका है और इतनी incremental huge gains उससे आ रहे हैं कि a lot of disruption is going to happen. And when I look at my children who are still very young at this moment in time, it's difficult to it's difficult to imagine how the job market is going to look like in 10, 15 years. Things have changed so rapidly. So हमारे पास 240 million people हैं. We need to make sure that जो mega चीजें आपने बात की है, we need to be thinking very differently about how things are going to play out and how are we going to get these people out of poverty. This is a real problem. I mean, poverty की definition क्या है? $3-3.5 per day पे लोग हमारे पास नहीं है. The people are malnourished. They have huge growth issues. So we need to think big. We need to get these people out of the poverty lines, and we need to make them productive human beings for us to become a productive nation. But we need to do the basics right.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing in AI as well, because we spoke about blockchain, etc. And I was going to ask a question because I thought that deserved it. Better swaat pushna tha, lekin then I was asking too many questions and I just kept quiet. Well, I think for me, I just thank you all, and I think panel, great job. You took twice your time, but you covered your subject, and also we answered all the replies, etc. So thanks everybody, and I give the floor back to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for keeping your promise, and you finished it on time. Well, way before time. And now I would, on a serious note, I would thank you for such an insightful discussion and presentation that highlighted the importance of digitalization in trade sector, the significance of IT exports, and the role of SMEs for our economy. Now I would like Dr. Manzoor Ahmed to give souvenirs to our presenters. And I would like Dr. Adil Nakhoda on stage to present the souvenir to Dr. Manzoor Ahmed. Okay, now moving forward, we have conversation between Dr. Akbar Zaidi and Dr. Ali Chima, which is scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. We have now a short tea break. You all can proceed to the auditorium outside for tea and refreshments. Please return within half an hour at 5 p.m. sharp so we can commence the conference on time. Thank you.
I now invite Dr. Akbar Zaidi for the session titled Economist as Vice Chancellors. Dr. Akbar has been the Executive Director of IBA Karachi since 2020. He's a renowned political economist with an experience of 4 decades of teaching and research in both Pakistan and abroad. In conversation, we have Dr. Ali Cheema, who's currently the Vice Chancellor of the Lahore University of Management Sciences. He's a distinguished economist whose research focuses on economic development with an emphasis on human capital, inclusion and economic inequality, gender, dynamics, and political economy. Associated with LUMS since 1999, he has served as an Associate Professor of Economics and Politics, Director of the Mehboob Haq Research Center, and Chair of the Economics Department. I welcome both of you, please, to join us on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum everybody, welcome back, those who've been here since the morning. It's one of the best, probably the best thing about my job is that I can invite friends of mine who are brilliant academicians wherever they are. I mean, Vice Chancellor के पास एक दो चीज़ों की इजाज़त होती है कि कहते हैं कि वो academics के नाम पे, lecture के नाम पे दोस्तों से मुलाकात हो जाती है. So I've invited friends from Columbia University, very prominent professors from Berkeley, from other places, and it's not often that one gets the opportunity to invite somebody like Ali Cheema, and I'll tell you a little bit about him. इन्होंने तो पता नहीं जो कागज़ पे लिखा था वो पढ़ के बता दिया. सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि I think 11 years older than Ali is, but we are class fellows. तो मैं बार बार फेल होता रहा हूँ, तो ये नौजवानी में आगे बढ़ गए थे और अली और मैं क्लास फेलोज थे. एंड you know, so I'm a late developer, but he's been a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford and has an incredible record. And I think, and I said this in the morning as well, I think he's the most brilliant Pakistani economist that we have. And he's exceptional, very well trained, very well, he thinks about things very deeply, very reflective. And although we had the same teachers, he did much better than I did. So I mean, that's proof enough. And he's not like those economists or vice chancellors who are tweeting all day, who are on television half of the day. I mean, most people don't even know who he is. And I think that's his success, because he's a very serious, deep thinking political economist. He keeps saying, you know, I don't do this economics, I don't do that economics, but he's a very deep thinker, and his work on institutions and his original work, his PhD was on the textile sector and vested interests and things like that. Really, really brilliant and very, very sharp mind. So it's a huge pleasure for me, and actually it's an honor for me. I mean, I've met other LUMS vice chancellors, but I've never been very friendly with them. So Ali has been a friend from before he became the vice chancellor, and I think even if he wasn't a friend, just because he's such a brilliant economist, it would be a great pleasure to talk to him about what we are talking about today. And so this is a conversation. I think I'll end up asking the questions, but I told Ali कि भाई जो पूछना है पूछ लो, ठीक है, झूठ बोल लेंगे अगर बोलना पड़ा, लेकिन you know, we can have a conversation. I can see my registrar here, I can see 2 of my deans here, I can see some of my faculty here. So there's a lot of curiosity about LUMS as well. And you know, so there are 2 parts to this: economists and vice chancellors. So I want to talk about vice chancellors, he wants to talk about economists. उसने कहा economics की भी बात करनी चाहिए, तो शायद हो जाएगी. So he's been vice chancellor for 11 months. I've overstayed my welcome, but he's been vice chancellor for 11 months. So I just, let me start the conversation, and you can interrupt at any time. It's you know, however the vibe goes. When I met Ali about this time last year, or maybe October, November, he was working on some exceptional path-breaking stuff. And मैंने कहा था कि you haven't published a lot. कहता कि I've got so many papers in the pipeline, they're all going to be published. American Economic Review. He's actually published in Journal of Economic Perspectives. And you know, if you are not a Stiglitz, you won't publish there. So you know, he's at that level. I mean, like Journal of Economic Perspectives, जब हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे Cambridge में, I mean, that was our go-to journal. And you know, it's institutional economics. I'm not an economist anymore, as you know. You know, I've become a vice chancellor, which is the bad thing of having an administrative job. I've forgotten my economics, so fortunately there's a little bit of history left behind. So I want to start with just your sort of year that you've been there, 11 months, a year that you've been there, and you come from a very deep understanding of theory, of economics, of political economy, also of social interaction. His work on Sargoda I think, or Sialkot?
Yeah, Sargoda.
Of Sargoda with Shandana Momand and with other people, they're looking at how biradaris and how voting patterns are work. I mean, he's cited globally. And he's taught some of the best new, young, emerging scholars from Pakistan. You know, Saad Gulzar is one of them, and Mariam, I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, Saad Gulzar is at Stanford or Princeton?
He's just moved to Princeton.
He's moved to Princeton. I mean, ऐसे लोगों को इन्होंने पढ़ाया है कि हमारी faculty भी इतनी, you know, तैयार नहीं है, कहना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन anyway. So I just want to start with you.
Let me start by saying it's far too generous an introduction. With this introduction, I'm bound to disappoint everybody. Dr. Zaidi is being a bit modest. He had been, you know, of course, Akbar is being modest. He was agitating and teaching people in the decade when I was in college, and that at some point he decided to go back to Cambridge. So that's, but we've known each other before. We have a common close friend in Arif Hassan, who I think had a big influence on both of us.
Arif Hassan is my guru.
But this, you should discount this generous introduction by a huge amount, but we can get started.
Okay, so also another reference that Ali's mother is one of the few architects in Pakistan who I've known Ali's mother before I knew Ali. That also gives my age away. She's one of those architects who works on conservation of buildings, and she's worked with the Aga Khan board and others and numerous other organizations. So I got to know of somebody called Ali Chima and how brilliant he was until I met him, which is still true, through Arif Hassan and Yasmin Chima, his mother. But I want to come back to the same question. So tell me, how does somebody who is so entrenched in their academic work, like you were, although you did hold some administrative positions, and one thing, when Ali became Vice Chancellor, मैंने कहा तुम्हारी सारी papers जो है ना खत्म हो गए. You will never publish again, because once you become Vice Chancellor, it takes your life over. Ask me. You know, it completely, you forget your academic work. So it's a bigger question which I'll come to, but tell me about how you've made the transition from a thinking economist, publishing, at the verge of publishing in the best journals, and you said there are many articles in the pipeline. So what happened? Where are you now with that?
So let me kind of step back and I guess answer your first question, which is, I guess, was about what motivated me to change tact. So I hadn't a year ago thought that I'd be doing this, but I ended up doing this, and I guess to understand that you have to realize that I've been an academic in Pakistan for 25 years. So when I finished at Cambridge, I came back and I joined LUMS as faculty, and I've been teaching at LUMS as faculty. And I've seen the education, you know, people in Pakistan are very despondent about Pakistan, and there are lots of reasons why people get despondent. But actually, if you look at the opportunity set, it's also been expanding. And it's been expanding, and the scale of the expansion is not huge, but it's been expanding because some educational institutions have come up which are now sort of, you know, at a standard which is having real impact. मैं आपको मिसाल देता हूँ, जब I'm not an O-level, A-level, बाहर का, foreign बाहर चले गए. मैंने इधर से ही metric की, in fact मैंने कराची से metric की थी. I'm a product of St. Paul's School in Karachi, then I went to Government College Lahore, and so on, and then I ended up doing a PhD. बट जब हमने 80s में BA किया था तो एक्चुअली एजुकेशन सेट जो था वो बहुत लिमिटेड था. So one has seen sort of institutions start to grow, but it's not like those institutions now are stable or sustainable. They are still nascent enterprises. So I felt, because of a whole host of reasons at that particular point, that it was important to, sort of make one's contribution by, sort of making sure that the university one's been committed to gets solidified, and we can bring people together to sustain this. And that for higher education, the past 4 or 5 years have been particularly very challenging. So that was the motivation. And I struggled with it but in the end, after discussions with colleagues, faculty, I felt this was the important thing to do. And I think building higher education institutions is something now I'm sure is something we talk about very little, but I think it's critical for Pakistan's future.
What about your academic work? I mean, have you sacrificed that? Do you fantasize that one day you'll be able to complete the papers? Or do you find time to do that? I mean, especially 1 year is the first year is where people are judging you, they're looking at you, you're new. Although one good thing about the Ali Chima model is that because he had spent 25 years at LUMS, it was you knew who the good guys and bad guys were. But
I don't think it's a matter of good guys or bad guys. I think it was a matter of challenges that the university is facing, both external and internal, and I'm sure other universities are facing them. But in some sense, the challenges that one is witnessing are far more deeper than one expected. But coming back to the more personal question, I was just lucky that I have a set of papers which are at that stage, and there are a few which are at that stage in their pipeline that I can keep nudging them. I'm also lucky that I worked with co-authors. So we're sort of at that stage where some are close to publication, some are in the cycle of publication. So the next 2 years, it was not such a dire choice for me, but this is a 5-year appointment. And I think my big focus is to really push for institutional strengthening. And I think as leaders of higher education and all of you who are the real sort of people or the community of higher education, it's important to come together to really think about what the future of higher education is in Pakistan. And I think it's, there was the HEC model of the early 2000s, and everything got caught up in that. But we really have been, higher education has been absent in the conversation about education, and it's absent in the conversation about development. And I think it's important that we resurrect a commitment and a thought process to say कि हमें इधर institution पाए के बनाने हैं, which are universities.
So there are 264 universities in Pakistan, or buildings which are called universities. Sure. My sense is that maybe 10 or 15 of them are of some quality. Yeah. And Tariq Banuri used to say that you're exaggerating. 10-15 bhi nahi hai, when he was HEC chairperson. So, I mean, the thing is that a lot of universities look at LUMS, for example, and they aspire to be LUMS. But, I mean, apart from whatever the model has been, and Babar Ali's role in that has been, I mean, without Babar Ali, you could not have a LUMS. And I think, he's been visionary, instrumental, and considerable. And also that, there are some good public sector universities, very few, but there are a few. There's some which are controlled by the military. I don't know if that's public sector or private or both these days. So there are some like that. And there are very few private sector universities which are of the quality of Habib and LUMS, and Indus Valley School of Arts is another. And after that,
and IBA.
IBA is not private. भाई ये तो मैं आपको कहना, ये तो बहुत अच्छा कि आपने हमें कह दिया. बल्कि हम तो चाहते हैं कि लोग कहें कि ये इतनी बड़ी गलत फहमी है, और यही होता है कि when people talk about the IBA, they say IBA and LUMS, both private sector universities. So, you know, hamare nakhre private sector ke, but our entire structure, our rules, they are governed by the public sector. And so that's the question I'm moving to, because you're speaking about higher education. That 264 universities is ridiculous in a country like ours. But I was at a session yesterday at the Urdu Adabi conference. Asma was also there. It was on higher education, and there were 3 vice chancellors from Sindh and the Sindh HEC. वो तो कह रहे थे कि 264 भी कम है. There should be 500 or N100, whatever the number. And then they'll tell you that in Dubai alone, there are 100 so-called universities. I mean, I think that it's a ridiculous sort of comparison, but this was being said yesterday. So the question is that, you know, how does one think about higher education? And a lot of people dismiss higher education. I mean, you're actually one of the few people, because perhaps you're a vice chancellor, you're talking about it, and so a lot of people say, that's not a problem. You have to start at the grassroots. Primary education sahi karo, you have a good primary education system, then have a good secondary, then you'll eventually, and one of the vice chancellors yesterday said, at the session yesterday, he said, look at the people, look at the students we are getting. How can you expect us to be better? I think LUMS and IBA and Habib and the Indus Valley and a few others, they don't have that problem. We get exceptional, we get the best students in Pakistan. But, you know, since you're thinking about higher education in a country like Pakistan, where the economy has been doing particularly badly for 2-3 years, inflation of 26%, and when we want to match, I mean, forget about matching the inflation rate by increasing our fees. I mean, the public sector, we get a huge backlash. So, आप तो सरकारी हैं, आपको तो ये कैसे कर सकते हैं? Maybe you don't. But so these are just a couple of things that I'd like you to comment about: fees, inflation, the economy, higher education at a time where we have. And if you, I'm sure you remember, many of you would remember. I think it was the last day of the previous Parliament where they passed a law of approving 11 or 12 universities. The federal Parliament did that without anybody even knowing what they were doing. I mean, that happens most of the time anyway, but they were doing this in Parliament. So, अगर इस तरह की university बनाई जाएंगी, तो what is higher education?
So, I think I want to start with some मतलब तारीख से, because आपने economics को ditch करके आप तारीख की तरफ चले गए.
सबको करना चाहिए.
So, शायद तारीख से शुरू करनी चाहिए बात. So, you know, I mean, people forget that when you look at sort of pre-partition India, this part of India had one of the deepest endowments of higher education. I'll give you an example. South Asia has produced about 13 Nobel laureates, I think. 5 of them were actually schooled or they worked in Lahore. And that was the endowment that you received. The first medical college was in Lahore. You had, you know, arts institutions that came up. You know, Punjab University, Government College Lahore had big footprints on all of India, particularly northern India. And what has happened over the next 70 years is an erosion of that endowment. So that's very different from what you see in other parts of the world, including in India, where those institutions have remained robust, basically. The other thing that I think got crippled in all of this was how we regulated higher education. You know, examination systems and so on became very defunct. They became predictable, rote learning and predictable examinations, and degree granting became the ethos, at least when I was in college here in the 80s. So, you know, so that's the kind of endowment and the decline that we're dealing with. Now, the second question you ask is how many universities, and in some sense the answer is true. I mean, 264 universities, if they're functional, is probably too little for the demand that you have. It's a huge population. It's a young demographic population. A lot of students want to actually go to university because it's an important part of their journey. But I think when you say you need 260 or 115 or 700 universities, that's not the right phrase. Because in making that statement, you don't understand what a university is. So the university is really faculty. So the question of Pakistan is not कि आप कितनी universities बनाएंगे. The question in Pakistan is how do you expand the pool of faculty that are university academics, which means that they're not only teaching, but they're actually producing original thought. And it's that supply that is a big challenge, right? And that supply is becoming a bigger and bigger challenge as we go about. और उस challenge की एक और जो बहुत बड़ी वजह है, which is a global aspect to it, which is कि higher education landscape जो globally है, वो भी बड़ी तेज़ी से बदल रही है. So, you know, again, आज से 10-15 साल पहले, you didn't have such rich opportunities for university systems in the UAE or in Turkey or in East Asia. And now, in some parts of the world, including the UK, you're having a real crisis of higher education there too. And the university systems there are also thinking about locating internationally. So now you have to compete, basically, for faculty talent in a very international regional sense. So how do you actually position yourself as institutions that can bring in people? And the challenge for people who return to Pakistan, and other people don't understand it, because देखिए जब आप एक अमेरिकन आईवी लीग यूनिवर्सिटी में आपको टेनियर ट्रैक पोजीशन मिलती है या कहीं यूरोप में, तो आपका एक बड़ा सिंपल पाथ होता है कि पहले 5-7 साल आपने अपनी ज़िंदगी के रिसर्च करनी और पढ़ाना है. एंड दैट्स द फोकस. आपके ऊपर जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल बिल्डिंग का भार है वो तब पड़ता है जब आप टेनियर होते हैं. बट एक्चुअली जो यंग लोग हैं उनसे जो प्रोपोजिशन है, when if they come back to develop higher education, they have to do their research, they have to do their teaching, but they have to build institutions, right? So that generation that can build or deepen institutions still has to happen in Pakistan. आपको भी पता है, मुझे भी पता है, you know, we both know the economics profession. Economics में India has emerged as a big country which has had a huge impact on economic thinking all over the world. A lot of the top economists you think about, whether it's Amartya Sen, who's a Nobel laureate, or Abhijit Banerjee, who's a Nobel laureate, they all actually received their initial graduate training in India. How did those institutions came up? Because there were young academics who left Europe and the US in the 60s and 70s, and they came back and they established places like Delhi School or JNU or colleges in Calcutta and so on. So that generation of institutional building still has to happen in Pakistan. So how do you create the enabling environment for people to do that? And how do you create the mission to do that? Is I think important, and we have to think, क्योंकि उसके बगैर देखिए 250 बिल्डिंग्स खड़ा करना और उसका एक इंतज़ामी ढांचा खड़े करने से तो नहीं कुछ हो जाएगा, unless उधर वो लोग आ रहे हों जो उसको वाकई एक functional university system बना सके, right? And I don't think it's a question कि यार ये college अच्छा नहीं कर रहा, ये university अच्छी नहीं कर रही. All universities, even LUMS, even IBA, even I'm sure Habib, other public sector institutions which are very, very good, they're all facing the same challenge on how do you expand the pools of faculty. So I think that's a big challenge.
So I think faculty is a particularly sore point and concern for us and our deans, and I'll come to that. I think India is also changing. I think you're right about what happened 50 years ago, 40 years ago. All these people studied in Calcutta, Kaushik Basu, all these people, Presidency College, or वहाँ से फिर बाहर गए, and they came back. I think now because of the globalization, more money.
Sure,
So
I agree.
I mean, a lot. I mean, when you and I go to universities abroad, we see far more Indians doing their PhDs there. वो कहते हैं JNU में हम नहीं जा रहे, Delhi School में पुराने वाले teachers चले गए. So I think they've also changed over there. But
so that's what I'm saying. Actually, the globalization is presenting a challenge that a lot of those people left. But I'm saying you cannot go through that stage in the development of higher education that people come back to develop institutions.
Okay, but there's a problem here. I mean, I think it's a fair point that you raise. I don't know how many faculty members LUMS hires who are trained in Pakistan. Okay, I know the IBA doesn't do that very much, and I've spoken to some of your senior deans and people. वो कहते हैं कि नहीं, हम पाकिस्तान के PhD को hire नहीं करते, ठीक है? Wasif Rizvi was here the other day, and he said exactly the same thing, that Habib does not hire PhDs from Pakistan, Pakistani PhDs, because they are not good quality. Of course, there are some exceptions. We might consider hiring a PhD from LUMS, maybe. Although we do.
LUMS doesn't have that many PhDs.
It does. Actually, business studies में हमारे पास हैं काफी.
I'm saying across the university there are many fields जहाँ
तो जितने हैं हम उनको हायर कर सकते हैं. कभी-कभी जरूरत पड़ती है, लेकिन
चलिए तो अच्छी बात है आपने बताया.
फास्ट और नस से भी शायद हम कभी कर लेते हैं. वो टेक्निकल लोगों को हायर करना पोटेंशियली आसान होता है, लेकिन वो सब बाहर जाना चाहते हैं. तो इसमें दो मसले आ रहे हैं. Two serious problems. One is that while your sentiment is correct and good and fair, it's not based on what we have. And we are 70 years, 60 years too late to have the revolution of the IITs and the IIMs and the structural basis of India's higher education system, which has put India where it is. I mean, it's got now Ashoka and Azim Premji University and Shiv Nadar and these others, they're outside of the public sector again, and they're hiring people who've retired from public sector universities. हमारे सारे दोस्त जिन्होंने पढ़ाया था वो वहाँ पे चले गए. So the model is different. So your wish, I think it's a wish to think that जब तक we do not have that creation here of a similar type is dysfunctional. I don't see it happening. I think it's not, we can't do that, because if you and I and others, Wasif and others, are not going to hire Pakistani PhDs, we're giving a very clear signal, which is a correct signal, that you guys are not good enough, but they'll go and join some other university. So how does one then address this problem? Faculty is sort of key to any university. It's not the building. It's not, I mean, you get good students when you have good faculty, and faculty has always been the key. You get 5 or 7 or 9 star faculty, and I think it just changes the environment. It completely, their research, their ideas, their interaction, and so on and so forth. So how does one address that?
So पहली बात तो मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि that India produced those PhDs. What India did was that actually it trained people up to the master's level. और जितने ये लोग थे, चाहे आप प्रभात पटनायक की बात कर रहे हैं, उत्साह की बात कर रहे, Kaushik, all these people then went abroad to do their PhDs. And then they came back. So आप अब दो challenges की बात कर रहे हैं, और दोनों बहुत बड़ी challenges. One, how do you get people who are like sort of frontier academics to come back to build institutions? That's one challenge. और दूसरी उसके साथ जो आप challenge की बात कर रहे हैं वो ये है कि यहाँ पे the supply and production is not happening, right? So those both become challenges. Now let me kind of address you, and this is kind of a big challenge that we're seeing. So how do we expand the faculty base? So let me give you some good news and some challenging news. I joined LUMS in 1999. This is my 25th year as an academic in Pakistan. I've spent all my professional life at the Lahore University of Management Sciences. When I joined LUMS in 1999, there were about 32 PhDs. Today, there are 220 PhDs at the university, right? And I've thought often that why is it that LUMS has been able to grow, right? Because the biggest stutter that any university is going to face if it wants to maintain a level of quality is if it can't get recruitment going. I won't again name universities, but I've recently been meeting vice chancellors from universities, and these are good universities in Pakistan, who were telling me that in certain disciplines they haven't been able to hire for 7 years, right? That's how big the recruitment challenge is. So the reason LUMS was able to grow was, and the big statistic here is that 20% of our PhD faculty are our own alumni. They were undergraduates that got trained at the university. They went to really top quality PhD programs, and then they came back. And it's those people, when they started to come back, that told the story for others. So others who wanted to come back also came back. And what I'm seeing, and this is in different disciplines, is as true in computer science. I mean, LUMS has an exceptional history program now. Who would have thought that when I joined 25 years ago? But the point is, once you have a critical mass of people who start to take ownership, and you can sustain their ownership and their scholarship and their commitment to developing academics. It's not even about building institutions, it's about developing academics or the structure of academia in Pakistan, that they get committed and they basically attract other people, right? So when I look at our alumni who go and who are doing PhDs, LUMS is a possible choice in Pakistan that they think of. It's becoming a more and more distant choice for a whole set of other circumstances which have to do with Pakistan, which have to do with external and some stuff that's happened in the university, which I'm not going to talk about. It's that kind of growth that we need to really start to figure out. Okay, how do we create those pipelines? That said, और मेरा भी एक, I think this is a simplistic view, मेरा भी ये view होता था कि पाकिस्तान की जो PhD है वो quality PhD हो नहीं सकती. क्यों? हो सकती है. I'll give you an example. Naved Hamid set up a pre-PhD program at the Lahore School of Economics at KREB. They've produced some really exceptional scholars. We have hired them. Our colleague Farah Saeed, who was an undergrad at LUMS, she then went to Oxford, did her master's for a whole host of reasons. She had to do her PhD in Pakistan. She got a quality environment to do a PhD. She's probably one of the most prolifically published economists sitting in Pakistan. She's published in EJ, she's published in AER, she has a QJE, revise and resubmit, all from Pakistan. So the issue is not कि यहाँ की PhD अच्छी है, यहाँ की PhD बुरी है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे है, right? Issue है कि quality यहाँ की PhD क्या होगी. And I think over there also there are possibilities of global collaboration. Like जो Naved का model था KREB में, वो ये था कि they were very deeply invested in research work with academics at the University of Oxford. And they started very informally to do what would be a dual PhD program, where they had committees where Oxford academics and Lahore School academics were sitting together to produce quality PhD students. So I think it is in the internationalization of these collaborative opportunities that can both build capacity for university development here, but also I think the thing that, my biggest criticism, and people have read sort of different parts of the debate about HEC, I don't want to go into that, but I always felt that, Sohail Naqvi is a very dear friend, and he's a very generous mentor.
Also Vice Chancellor of LUMS.
Also was Vice Chancellor of LUMS, and before that the Associate Director of HEC. During its development phase, हमारे यहाँ कभी undergrad पे focus नहीं रहा. Undergrad is like we've all taken this segment of the education system completely for granted. और मेरा ये ख्याल है कि so universities are not only about giving degrees, they're not only about grade orientation, they're not only about credentials, but they're places where people learn how to think, but they're also places where people discover themselves. Who are you going to be? It's very seldom that you discover yourself in school. You come in and, it's a very critical phase of adulthood that universities provide. And that's why actually political systems find universities very tough, as do vice chancellors, right? Because the student body is now discovering themselves. It can be assertive. It can push on dimensions that leave society and the status quo very uncomfortable, right? And new thought starts to emerge. वो चीज़ जो है वो graduate level पे नहीं होती. वो चीज़ जो है वो undergraduate level पे होती. और अब problem ये है कि हम जो undergrad तालीम को जिस तरह सोचते हैं, हम उसको सोचते हैं कि यार इसको बिल्कुल segment कर दो, इसको बिल्कुल functional बना दो. So किसी को कहो कि accounting के courses पढ़ ले और फिर वो accountant बन जाएगा, CS के courses पढ़ ले. I've had this is about 10 years ago, I've had students coming and they asked me a question which I couldn't relate to, because they said कि हम ये 3 courses लेने का सोच रहे हैं, how do you think they're going to affect our wages in the job market? These were first year students. And I thought like the whole exercise here was to discover yourselves, and you cannot be measuring every course basically on the yardstick of what the job revenue is that this course will bring you, because in that way you will never study critical thinking, because there's no return to critical thinking, but there is, right? There's no explicit return tied to the notion of critical thinking. It's just a intangible personality development that is happening, but which is very critical. So हमने undergrad curriculum के education के ना curriculum का सोचा है, ना उसकी assessment का सोचा है, ना ये सोचा है कि हम क्या universities, what is the mission of the universities. मेरा ये ख्याल है कि the mission of the university is to produce citizenship, right? Thoughtful, reflective, progressive citizens. That's what universities have to produce. That's not going to be produced by giving simply, functional, grade-oriented degrees, right? And, there's an elephant in the room, which I find like funny, which nobody talks about, which got sort of exposed during COVID, which is called AI, right? AI has sounded the death knell to the assessment system as we know it, right? It's going to be highly difficult to police how we've actually examined things, right? Like अभी मैं गया हुआ था, I had gone to Oxford. वहाँ मेरा एक दोस्त है, a few friends who are professors there. In the Oxford system of education, it's all about writing essays, which are actually ungraded, and the exams have nothing to do with the greater part of the labor that you exercise. तो मैं उससे पूछ रहा था, मैंने कहा कि how many people are using ChatGPT to write essays? So he said a lot. Right? And I was just thinking that, it's like the tutorial system has received a huge shock. What are we going to do about it? Right? So I think this is also a real moment when we have to think about the curriculum, when we have to think about basically how do we deliver education, how do we socialize universities, and what that mission is. And that, by the way, what's exciting is that same challenge that we're going to face in Pakistan today, every university in the world is going to face. So we can be part of that global exercise of rethinking fundamental education, which in my view is the undergraduate.
So it's very interesting that you're saying this. Excuse me, because once I met your colleague Faisal Bari, and he was Dean of the School of Education. Yeah. So I said, Faisal, how do you, because there's also, while Pakistani universities are sort of, looked at suspiciously, PhDs from there, so are Chinese universities, right, for different reasons. And I think it's an unfair lumping China into one thing, and they're ruling the world in many ways. But हम कहते हैं कि China की जो है वो 2 नंबर की होगी, ठीक है? उसकी कुछ वजूहात भी हैं. So I asked Faisal, I said, how do you assess a candidate who applies to come to teach at LAMS or whatever? He says we look at where the undergraduate went.
Well, Faisal does that.
Faisal?
Yeah, and I agree with him.
Right, so Faisal does that. So what is very interesting is that Wasif Rizvi, the president of Habib, was here. He said exactly what you're saying. He said the cornerstone of education is undergraduate teaching. Yeah. And at the IBA, we actually haven't realized that, or we've moved away, or whatever. I don't want to tell you our trade failures, but there are things like that which we've overlooked. But I completely agree, and I'm more and more convinced now that if we have a solid undergraduate degree, even if you're doing BBA, even if you're doing accounting and finance, because you learn a lot of things, even if you're doing computer science, which is supposed to be technical, especially if you're doing liberal arts, social sciences, economics and humanities and things like that. So I hope my colleagues, there are many of them here as well, 2 deans sitting here, they also reflect upon these things as well. But I want to come to something else that you said, which also we think about, faculty here and others, about in what you said. You mentioned sort of academic engagement. You said that one of the reasons why people want to come back to LUMS is because they see others like them, some LUMS 20% who studied there. I don't think we've got anyone here who's done their PhD, who's studied from the IBA, gone to done their PhD and come back. I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't think there's anybody. Perhaps there will be in a couple of years, but we are slow to this. So what is that academic environment that you're talking about? Because let me expand a little bit on that. When you, as you said, when you're abroad at a good university, Ivy League or SOAS, Cambridge, Oxford, wherever, there's an environment around you. There's a social good to doing research. that you should take your classes on time, that you don't go off on a conference at the middle of the semester. Adil Malik, who's here from Oxford, or was it Adil or somebody was telling me that, you know, that they are stuck. Actually, Abbas was telling, Abbas Gilani, who was a faculty member here. Now he's moved to England and he teaches in Lincoln University. And he was saying that he has his timetable set for the next 2 years. He knows what he's teaching, when he's teaching, which day of the week for the next 2 years. हमारे यहाँ तो अगले 2 हफ्ते का नहीं पता होता, लेकिन उनको कहते हैं 2 साल का मुझे पता है. And he says, out of the question that you leave during the term. So I want to know a little bit about this problem of the absence of academic engagement. And a lot of people sort of talk about, in an earlier session or so, I was speaking to somebody, they think because LUMS is a residential college, that your faculty lives on campus, your students live on campus. Somebody was saying it's 24/7. I think that has a huge difference as well. So tell me a little bit about this academic environment that you're talking about, because if we can build any university, whether it's the IBA or LUMS or other universities, if they can build an academic environment where people want to engage with their colleagues and talk to them and spend time in the evening and they're close by and living on campus, how does one do that?
I mean, I think that's a hard question. I don't think there's was a silver bullet at LUMS कि उन्होंने सोचा कि यार ये 4-5 चीजें हर बंदा करेगा, and they were able to police it, and it began to happen. When I joined in '99, it was not a residential university. In fact, 1 या 2 apartment buildings बनी थी. I was living on campus. I was, I think, the 6th or 7th faculty member to move into an apartment building. And we had the same ethos, right? I think and by the way, LUMS' own sort of journey has been quite choppy, right? Not on the metrics that you're talking about, but faculty at times has felt very let down by the university. There have been points of tension as well. So ye nahi hai ki, I'm speaking from the vantage point of somebody representing an institution which has always sailed through, right? These are challenging things. But मुझे ये लगता है कि 1-2 चीजें, and I have no comparison. मतलब मेरी कुछ, I've had a long association with IDA Sussex and a few other institutions abroad, but I can't make comparisons, but I can only tell you my own experience as an academic. मैंने LUMS join किया था, so LUMS की history is interesting. LUMS was set up as a really a university to deliver an MBA program. It's important to actually understand that, right? And the reason that they wanted it to be a university was because agar wo na karte, if it was just a program, then they would have had to be part of an existing university setup, and the assessment systems and so on, which had become dysfunctional, would have completely eroded the possibilities of impact that they were trying to create, right? तो इसकी वजह से उनको चार्टर, उन्होंने बाबर साहब, Razak साहब and other people, they pushed, they got the charter, they got Javed Hamid, who I think did an incredible job in setting a few yardsticks at the university, including the notion that they would only hire PhDs from good schools. I don't think there was ever a nationality clause attached to it, but it was from good schools. But what happened was कि जब वो university बन गई, and then in the 90s, they got their own campus, the initial set of faculty who were very invested in academia, and remember, a lot of them actually came from, and again I'm talking about economics, and others actually, who came from places like Quaid-e-Azam University or Punjab University, right? Javed Hamid was an economist at Punjab University, Anjum Naseem was at Quaid-e-Azam University, Ijaz Nabi, although he joined before he went to the World Bank, had also come from Quaid-e-Azam University. So there was a culture in the 70s and 80s that we forget, where we had very exceptional academics actually building public sector institutions. Quaid-e-Azam University was an incredible university. AERC was Ali Arsalan. I mean, this is the kind of ethos that we inherited. And then the political economy of the 70s and 80s, and you lived through that. I was a student, you were on the kind of front from the faculty side. Basically, the state came in and kind of destroyed that edifice, right?
But those people with that mission were still there, but they didn't find conduits. Lekin jab Babar Sahab वगैरह ने खोला, and I think the beauty of what Javed Hamid did was, he did not set up the business school. The MBA program is a vocational program. It's very important to understand he brought in serious economists into the business school. He brought in serious historians. Imran Ali, who's I think a premier historian of South Asian economic history, was a founding faculty of the MBA program. So it was a very interdisciplinary program that was set up by people who were invested in academia and scholarship. जब 90s आया, अब उनको कैंपस मिल गई, एक प्रोग्राम था, 50 या 60 स्टूडेंट्स थे, उसको डबल भी कर लेते तो 100, 150, 120 स्टूडेंट हो जाते, उस पे वो सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो नहीं खड़ा हो सकता था. So then they set out to establish an undergrad program. और again ये चीज़ें हमें भूल जाती हैं. In the 90s पूरे साउथ एशिया में 2 साल का अंडरग्रेड प्रोग्राम होता था. These people decided they're going to break by that trend. And उस वक्त HEC नहीं होती थी, यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन होती थी, we were a federally chartered university, so we were completely breaking the regulatory mold. But they did. They initially started with a 3-year program, and then within 2 years they'd gone to a 4-year program. Why? Because they were constantly getting feedback from top quality universities globally. And this is something Babar Sahab has always pushed onto the university, that you're constantly engaging with academics at universities abroad, either through advisory bodies or in other mechanisms. So now they had to set up an undergrad program, and that became a mission. And I joined LUMS at that particular point. So the whole enterprise was a very intellectual enterprise. And you know, I was incredibly, incredibly lucky to have a mentor like Anjum Naseem. I think he's an unsung hero of the economics community in Pakistan. He was a scholar of tremendous ability who spent his lifetime building an institution. I think the economics department at LUMS has produced some wonderful economists who are now, you know, both in political science and economics doing amazing things. It's a small community, but, you know, and the root of that goes to Anjum. Jab main tha, I was a person who returned from a PhD. Now, you know, there's a whole intellectual exercise, and I was a political economist, and I would push on Anjum to say, look, you can't have an economics program without political economy. And these were intellectual debates. So you yourself got subsumed into the enterprise of setting up something that you ended up building, right? Like Faisal Bari, you know, his first love, like aapka tarikh hai. Faisal Bari ke pehli mohabbat jo hai falsafa hai. So it was this whole thing about sort of bringing in welfare and this kind of ethos. So we had a very actually forward-looking program that got set up initially and very early on. And I see that pattern repeating. I mean, I do wonder, for example, like I said, we have an amazing history department. Our sociology, anthropology department has grown to be really, really an amazing place. And I'm talking about these not because other programs aren't good, because these are programs which are very hard to sustain. Now, I'll give you an example. The LUMS history department ka pehla major graduated in, I think, 2013 or 2014. Har saal, there are about 8 to 10 majors that do history. Today, we were just counting it about 3 weeks ago, there are about 18 LUMS history majors who are in PhD programs in history in top programs in the world, right? This is in less than a decade, right? So how do you produce that institution? And, you know, what was amazing about 99 was we were a very young department. There was Anjum and Asad Zaman, but then there were 5 of us. Faisal Bari, me, and Mushtaq Saab, so the averages were pretty low. The history department was even younger, right? There's Ali Raza, Ali Kasmi, Hassan Karar, who was the major force in thinking about it. These were very young people, right? But they set up an enterprise to set up a meaningful academic program, and it's not a copy-paste from anywhere. It's developed its kind of own curriculum. So I think it's that ethos, you know, and I'm talking about, you know, in a language which is not a language that administrators use. It's not a language that economists would be very comfortable with, but I think there is this notion of ethos that you create. And LUMS has had a challenge with that ethos as well. But the other thing, and I, you know, like my friend Khalid Mir, who you should get here as well, and he'll tell you all that's going wrong with LUMS, and I agree with some of the things that he says. And with education and higher education in the global marketplace, because it's become functional to sort of the provision of the job market. But मैं Khalid के साथ बातें करता हूँ, and he writes a lot, and I read his stuff and think about it. And I was thinking, why did we land up in these places at LUMS? And you know, I'm going to use an economist word, and for the non-economists, I'll explain it. I think there's a difference. There's some universities, my impression of Habib is this, and it's a good thing, that you come, you have a very clear vision, you establish a curriculum to deliver that vision, it's very well thought of, and you're saying, I'm going to tick off the boxes. That's not LUMS. LUMS never had a clear vision of where it wanted to go, right? So it's what I call a Hayekian enterprise. The Hayek was a person who basically said, you know, it's the marketplace that actually gets things moving, even without central enterprise. And that was one of the beauties of LUMS, and sometimes it backfired too, was that every time you had a bunch of people who were excited, invested, and who came in with an exciting idea, particularly Babar Saab, and then he would rally other people around, would say, just go and do it, right? And suddenly you had this kind of mushrooming. I'll give you another transformational example. मैं जब आया 99 में तो इधर एक टास्क फोर्स थी, some of you might remember it, जो public finance पे काम करते हैं. It was called the Shahid Hussain Task Force on Tax Administration Reform. Some of the research work for the task force was done by LUMS. I was sort of, through a host of circumstances, even though I just was 1 year out of my PhD, I ended up leading the sales tax work, in which I was working with accountants, economists, and lawyers. And the lawyer I was working with was Justice Mansoor Ali Shah. And you know, we did a lot of hard work. It was policy making at the highest level with all its challenges and so on, and we got burnt in various ways. We had impacts in various ways. But in our experience, what it occurred to us was, as economists, was to say that the language of engagement with policymakers is the law. And therefore, we have to have something in the university which bridges this gap between economics and the law. And we all sat together. It was myself, led by Dr. Pervez Hassan, my friend Osama Sadiq, and then Justice Mansoor Ali Shah. And we all said we have to have a law program which is designed to be not only that it should produce black letter lawyers, but it should also be the conduit of analytical thinking around policy. And then we started looking at the models, and उस वक्त दुनिया में सिर्फ एक यूनिवर्सिटी थी which had started a 5-year BA LLB program, which was the law school in Bangalore, and National Law School in Bangalore with NYU. And we got really excited about it, and we designed a very similar program. Babar Saab ke paas gaye, Dr. Pervez Hassan ke paas gaye, unhone kaha, go for it. So that was within 2 years, the LUMS Law School established a 5-year BA LLB program, which took 5 years to be recognized by the bar councils. We had lots of kind of back and forths with the Higher Education Commission. Today, the 5-year BA LLB program is a standard, right? But there was an ethos behind that 5-year program, which was to say that you craft the 3-year LLB on the basis of a 2-year humanities and social science foundation. Because then you can produce lawyers who can think more broadly, right? So it's those exercises which I think are actually thoughtful exercises about deepening the mission of academia. And I think they have an important impact. And I'm not saying that our BA LLB program is the best program. I'm just saying, and you know, again, a lot of people will tell you all that we can improve. But all I'm saying is that the colleagues who then came in were invested in the mission of building this up. So it's those spaces, that environment, that ecosystem where you get people who are engaged to unleash their minds to say, we want to build something. And they're not running around from pillar to post. You know, it kind of breaks my heart that Dr. Iqbal Ahmed, who probably had a much bigger intellectual vision than many people here, a very thoughtful man, and he was wanting to set up Khuldunia University in conversation with people like Edward Said, right? But he spent more than a decade running from pillar to post to get the permissions to set up a university, right? So it's what we have to revive is that ecosystem, whether it's within universities or whether it's within the country. But if it's all about sort of tick boxing, bureaucratic checklists to say, oh, do you have the brick and mortar? Do you have so many pieces of land? And the one thing nobody will ever ask you about is what is the quality of people and what is their mission? That's never asked. That's not going to be in any of those papers, right? And it's that you want to create if you really want to build quality higher education institutions.
Wow, that's fantastic. I wish I could have done some of the things that people did at LUMS when they joined. I wish I had the ability to get my faculty and especially younger people coming in. So for whatever reason, we have not been able to do that. But I'll stop. I'll open it up a little bit because I wanted to talk about the economy as well.
Sure.
But I won't because I know that a lot of my colleagues are here. And they had told me earlier as well that they want to have a conversation with you about LUMS and how IBA and LUMS can learn from each other, with each other, however it is. So what I'll do is I'll open it up for the floor for questions, comments, conversations. Introduce yourself, please, if I don't know you. I think one of your students is also here who went to LUMS, then she did an MBA, then she went to SADE, and now she teaches at the IBA. So we hire LUMS graduates, by the way. We hire LUMS PhDs as well. So maybe Seher will also ask a question about what grades you gave her. She studied with you, by the way. So yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself, please. And so Dr. Chima doesn't know everyone here.
Professor Zahid, Qaidiyat University, Islamabad. Sir, how do you see this democratization of education for all? Because LUMS is basically, IBA is serving a very limited class of people. Whereas we have very huge, you see, burgeoning youth and all that, whereas we can see that Arizona State University, Southampton, and other universities, they are basically in this digital world, Coursera and all that, and Google, all these have entered in undergrad education at least for first 2 years. So LUMS and maybe I don't know about whether this capacity with IBA, why it's not thinking like that? That's one, first question. Second major problem is this penetration of AI, which has basically reduced gap between A graders and C graders. Because you can produce, you can get all these grades and assessment and all that. That debate is not taking place in any part of Pakistan.
Or any place in the world right now. I mean, I can tell you what Harvard says on AI, and it's it's the worst thing to say.
And thirdly, we don't see that these LUMS graduates may be hired by IBA, but they are not serving in common parts of the society in any common public sector universities, right? So these are the things which I need, if you can comment on that.
You want me to go one by one? Okay. So I think scaling is a big issue. I think college education should be democratized completely. But I think there is a model which I think is dystopic, which is the model के अभी मैं मिला था कुछ लोगों को, मैं गया हुआ था इंग्लैंड, उनकी vision about education over here is कि आप एक digital course बनाएं, set of courses for degrees. You have 1,000 people who hook up. There's a person who partly lectures and then synchronously and asynchronously, and then you test them, and then they go into the marketplace. I don't think that is going to produce holistic citizens. That's about producing people who are skilled for the job market. उसकी एक और मॉडल है, आप यूनिवर्सिटीज बंद कर दें, आप कंपनीज को क्या खुद ट्रेन कर लें. Right? Why do you want to have universities? So, we have to be careful. I'm also, by the way, become a bit suspicious. We throw in words like democratization, democracy, which are also kind of morally or politically loaded. We have to be a bit careful. What is it that we are democratizing? Are we just producing skilled labor for someone? Or are we producing people who can lead their own lives, they can shape their lives? So, there are different models in the world that have been tried. It depends on how functional the state is. The community colleges model as well. But the education landscape will be segmented. You can't completely flatten it. It's just not going to happen, right? So, ab usko aap kaise kar sakte hain? Of course, once the public sector comes in, it changes the game. मैं तो कहता हूँ. I am a product of Government College Lahore. My first love and my last love is Government College Lahore. My mother was an academic who taught at Daud College and National College of Arts. My wife is a professor at National College of Arts. So, but the fact of the matter is, if you make the public sector systems functional in the sense that I'm talking about, you could again attract people who come back to actually build the institutional interface. It happened in the early 20th century. Why can't it happen now? And the other thing is, even if not-for-profits are coming and expanding the marketplace of higher education, you could have equal access by public sector and other ways of providing financial aid and access. So I think, these are various ways we can cut it, but the first thing is, are these the problems we want to solve or not?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammad Shahid Waid and I am doing PhD from IBA. सर मेरा सवाल दोनों अजीम हस्तियों से है
अजीम तो नहीं है.
नहीं सर, हमारे लिए है. सर मेरा सवाल जो है वो इस हवाले से कि हमारा एमफिल और PhD जो एजुकेशन है वो हमने इस लेवल का क्यों नहीं बनाया कि हमारे अंडरग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट जब हम उनसे पूछते हैं कि आपकी डिग्री हो गई है तो यहीं पे लम्स में IBA में MS के लिए अप्लाई कर लें, तो वो कहते हैं कि नहीं, मैंने बाहर जाना है, मैंने बाहर पढ़ना है. क्यों पढ़ना है बाहर? ताकि हमें इन इंस्टीट्यूशन में फिर जॉब मिले. तो मतलब बड़ी जो इंस्टीट्यूशन ने उन्होंने रूल ये बनाया है कि हमने बाहर से ही लोगों को हायर करना.
हमारा कोई ऐसा रूल नहीं है
सर. कहने को होता है IBA का भी ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं है, लेकिन जब हम अप्लाई करते हैं.
मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, हमने तो रिसेंटली देयर अबाउट 4 or 5 फैकल्टी हु आर लोकल PhDs who are part of LUMS faculty now.
तो सर आप सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं IBA को भी कि मतलब वो भी इसी रूल्स को फॉलो करें.
पॉइंट ये है कि फिर वो एक PhD एक क्वालिटी की होनी चाहिए.
सर क्वालिटी का मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि अभी जैसे मैं आगा खान ने मुझे एज ए लेक्चरर रख लिया है, लेकिन मैं IBA में एज ए लेक्चरर पोस्ट का वो नहीं सोच सकता. क्यों? क्योंकि यहाँ पे डिस्करेज किया जाता है कि नहीं आप बाहर जाएं, आप दूसरे इदारों में और यहाँ पे जो रखे जाते हैं ऐसे भी मतलब हमने लोग देखे हैं कि बाहर हम उनके असाइनमेंट हम सॉल्व कर रहे होते हैं, जिसको हम फ्रीलांसिंग का नाम कहते हैं. वो यहाँ पे आके इंस्टीट्यूशन में मतलब एज असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर लग जाते हैं और इसीलिए फिर वो PhD अंडरग्रेड को जब पढ़ा रहे होते हैं क्वालिटी हमारी डिक्लाइन होती जा रही है, वो हमें नज़र आ रहा है. तो इस रूल को कि बंदा बाहर से पढ़ा होगा तो ही हम उसको हायर करेंगे, जैसे हबीब यूनिवर्सिटी स्ट्रिक्टली इसको फॉलो कर रहा है, तो आप लोग इसके बारे में क्या कहते हैं कि हमें इससे निकलना चाहिए या नहीं?
मेरे से पूछे उनसे, क्योंकि मेरे से देखिए मैंने तो पहले भी ये कहा, ये अब मैं दोबारा इस चीज़ को कह रहा हूँ. मेरे लिहाज से कि आपने यहाँ से की है PhD या बाहर से की हुई, उसका इशू नहीं है. इशू ये है कि आपकी उन मेट्रिक्स पे विच इज़ रिसर्च टीचिंग क्वालिटी क्या है. मैंने तो आपको मेंशन किया कि मेरी कॉलीग हैं डॉक्टर फराज सईद फॉर एग्जांपल, मैं उनकी मिसाल दे रहा हूँ. शहरियार बनूरी उनको जानते हैं, वो भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. शी इज़ अ PhD फ्राम द लाहौर स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स. शी इज़ डूइंग इनक्रेडिबल वर्क. यू लुक एट हर क्वालिटी ऑफ पब्लिकेशंस, यू एंगेज विद हर. एंड हमारे मैथ्स डिपार्टमेंट में गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज लाहौर से लोगों ने PhD की हुई है. हमारे बिजनेस स्कूल में शकील जज्जा हु इज़ अ वेरी स्टेलर एकेडमिक, उसने लम से PhD की थी. बट ये भी इशू नहीं है कि आप कहें कि इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ क्वालिटी आप भर्तियां करते जाएं, उसमें भी मसला है. सो इशू ये है कि वो यार्ड स्टिक क्या होनी चाहिए ना, मतलब बाकी जहाँ से भी PhD, there are people who are also now looking into faculty from Iran, there are people who are looking into faculty from China. So ये तो चीज़ें खुलेंगी. The point is कि ये इस चीज़ पे नहीं कि कहाँ से की, but I do believe कि medicine में ये कहा जाता है, and I think academia में भी important है, that we are global. I mean, doctors say we are global citizens, right? Like the enterprise of medicine is global; it's not national. Similarly, the enterprise of academia is global. We're thinking about big problems, so we have to be part of the kind of global engagement around the questions that we're asking. I think that is important. That doesn't mean आप PhD के लिए बाहर जाएं, but that means कि आप जो international peer group है उसमें participate ज़रूर कर रहे हैं. Problem उससे शुरू होती है जब आप कट जाते हैं. देखिए ये तो बड़ी सिंपल बात है. LUMS has a 10-year system. बाहर अब मुझे भी पता है कि उस 10-year से, और आपका भी होगा नहीं, अच्छा, anyway कुछ और जगह पे है 10-year system. But the point is, even if you published in like the top 2 journals in the world or whatever, Pakistan में तो उसकी कोई value नहीं. Because the fact of the matter is you don't have a robust marketplace which is going to say we reward this publication. Nobody cares, policy makers don't care, nobody cares कि यार इस जगह छपा है. The only way you can, so एक बंदा अगर बिल्कुल rational self-interest में सोचे तो क्या यार मैं effort to reward ratio जो है वो बहुत skewed है. मतलब 3% publication probability, 8 साल जिंदगी के लगने हैं और वो भी 2 साल तो उसके रिवाइज एंड रीसबमिट रिव्यू में लगने हैं, तो आप हाथ उठा देंगे कि यार मुझे क्या ज़रूरत है ये काम करने के लिए. वो आप तभी करेंगे जब आप कहेंगे कि नहीं, दिस इज़ द पेयर ग्रुप दैट आई वांट टू बी पार्ट ऑफ. सो यू वांट टू एस्पायर टू बी पार्ट ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर स्टैंडर्ड, राइट. और उसकी मिसाल इस पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट टीम. जब तक वो कहती थी कि वी गोना कम्पीट एट लाइक इन फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट, we're going to expose ourselves to international competition, you had players that were rising to that level. The moment that enterprise collapsed, partly because of nationalistic politics in those places, partly because of security concerns and so on, you fell back on a system which is not robust. So you can see the wins when the likes of Javed Miadad, Majid Khan, Imran Khan, and these people were in your team and now. So, जी, वो आपका.
Thank you so much, Nasser from PIDE. So, कुछ अर्सा पहले मैं एक मीटिंग अटेंड कर रहा था जो वाइस चांसलर की मीटिंग थी, तो डिबेट हो रही थी कि यूनिवर्सिटी क्या होनी चाहिए. तो एक बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर साहब कह रहे थे कि जब मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर ज्वाइन किया तो मैं उस किसी प्रोफेसर को अपने कमरे में एंटर नहीं होने देता था जिसके बाल ठीक नहीं होते थे या जिसने अच्छा ड्रेस नहीं पहना होता था. तो मैंने फिर उनसे सिंपल क्वेश्चंस किया कि क्या यूनिवर्सिटी का मकसद क्या है, हम यूनिवर्सिटी किसके लिए बना रहे हैं. मेरे ख्याल में तो जो आज की डिबेट से मुझे लगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी का मतलब है थिंकिंग सोसाइटी क्रिएट करना और स्टूडेंट में एक ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट करना कि वो सोच सके, वो क्वेश्चन कर सके. हमारा मकसद ये तो नहीं है कि हम टीचर्स का अगर ड्रेस ठीक नहीं है या स्टूडेंट ने जीन्स पहनी है और उसको कहीं आप दाखिल नहीं हो सकते. तो अगर वाइस चांसलर की थिंकिंग ये, और वहाँ पे तकरीबन कुछ 40 के करीब वाइस चांसलर बैठे हुए थे और वो मेरी बात पे इतने शॉक्ड हुए कि ये क्या कह रहा है, हमारे एथिक्स कहाँ गए, हमारी मोरालिटी कहाँ गई, हमारा रिलीजन कहाँ गया. तो बट आई सेड इट, यूनिवर्सिटी इज नॉट मेंट फॉर दैट. यूनिवर्सिटी इज मेंट टू क्रिएट अ सोसाइटी जो सोचना शुरू करें. और अगर हम अपने स्टूडेंट में सोचने की कैपेसिटी क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते, उसको इतना इग्नाइट नहीं कर सकते, तो इस ब्रिक एंड मार्टर का तो कोई कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है यूनिवर्सिटी. हमारे तमाम वाइस चांसलर साहब कह रहे थे कि जी हमें फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस है. फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस क्यों है? क्योंकि हमने बिल्डिंग्स बनानी है. आई वाज जस्ट शॉक्ड कि अभी मैं एक बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी की फैकल्टी जो कि प्रोफेसर हैं विद रेफरेंस टू सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ देख रहा था. तो अगर आपके पास वहाँ पे 200 प्रोफेसर हैं तो कुछ 1500 के करीब आपके पास सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ है प्लस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. अब लुक एट द रेशियो कि हम फैकल्टी पे क्या इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ पे. इसी तरह के इंडिया की यूनिवर्सिटी, इट्स नॉट अ वेरी बिग यूनिवर्सिटी, वहाँ पे आप देखिए ऑलमोस्ट 50% रेशियो थी, जबकि पाकिस्तान में उसकी यूनिवर्सिटी की रेशियो आपको 80 और 20 की मिल रही है। आपकी सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे जा रही है, आपकी सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट सपोर्टिंग से, क्योंकि वी बिकम दीज यूनिवर्सिटीज एज अ पॉलिटिकल हब। तो हाउ वी कैन revamp the mission of our university? The one of the insight that coming from this debate is to institutionalize, but question is how we can do that. Thank you.
I think this is, you hit the nail on the head. मैं आपको एक दो anecdotes देता हूँ. When I joined LUMS, and LUMS की भी अपनी trajectory है कि for a good 30 years we were just a teaching school, and research at the university has picked up in the last 10-15 years really. So जब मैंने join किया था तो the mission was a teaching mission, and I remember in 2002 I submitted a paper. It was a global conference happening at the Delhi School of Economics. तो मैं LUM से उठ के गया, which has very nice infrastructure, and the auditorium I walked into at Delhi School had broken chairs. But the quality of research that was being produced over there was just mind-blowing, right? So, the other example that I had was, I gave you the example of Iqbal Ahmed Saab, जो खुद दुनिया को उन्होंने कहा आपने इतनी ज़मीन नहीं इकट्ठी की तो यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं खुल सकती. And people forget that the London School of Economics was actually set up by Sidney and Beatrice Webb. Sidney and Beatrice Webb were Fabian social scientists who spent their life looking at poverty in England, and then their enterprise was to build up the Labour Party. As it happens with progressives all the time, उनकी आपस में लड़ाई हो गई, so they split up and they decided with the likes of G.B. Shaw and so on to set up the LSE in a house in London. अगर वो लोग पाकिस्तान में होते तो वो ज़मीन ढूंढते ढूंढते मर जाते, right? So the point is, you have inner city campuses all over the world. So these are, but जो दूसरी आपने बात की, I think that's the problem, right? आपने इस चीज़ से बात शुरू की कि मैं एक मीटिंग में गया जहाँ पे वाइस चांसलर्स बैठे हुए थे और उधर डिबेट हो रही थी about the future of the university. I think that debate shouldn't happen in the set of vice chancellors for it to be meaningful. It should be happening in faculty. The forum for that debate is faculty. The vice chancellor is an administrative enabler for what that mission is going to be, right? And I think that's basically either it's we've turned everything on its head, and it's not just in Pakistan. ये दुनिया में बड़ी जगह हो रहा है. आप देख रहे हैं आजकल अमेरिका में भी क्या हो रहा है, right? In the tension between administration and faculty. And America में, they had this deep commitment and very pride about academic freedom. And I think like the question of academic freedom in America is now an open political question. It's something we've lost, that battle we lost in the 80s. So these are kind of fragile institutions, but at the end of the day, the first thing, or jo democratization ki baat ki, has to be basically the empowerment of faculty. और देखें अगर वो आप नहीं करेंगे तो who's going to come in to build any institution? So that becomes like an oxymoronic proposition to say it's some guy at the top who's going to decide what your life is going to be, and then you should come in to build the institution. That's never going to happen.
तो इससे पहले कि मैं अदील से कहूँ, आपको पता नहीं पंजाब में खबर मिली है कि नहीं कि पिछले हफ्ते सिंध गवर्नमेंट ने ये फैसला किया है कि सिंध की जो पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, which are about 31, I think 31, and there are about 35 so-called private sector universities. उनके वाइस चांसलर जो हैं वो ग्रेड 21 के ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हो सकते हैं अगर उनके पास मास्टर्स डिग्री है और 4 साल की क्या कहते हैं ट्रेनिंग है या कुछ ऐसा लफ्ज़ है, तो उनको बनाया जा सकता है. अच्छा, बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है कि जब चीफ मिनिस्टर आए थे परसों इधर, हमारा कॉन्वोकेशन था, तो अस्मा और अब्दुल्ला हमारे डीन है बिजनेस स्टडीज़ के और शकील हमारे कंप्यूटर साइंस, हम बैठे हुए थे. हमने उनसे पूछा, मैंने कहा ये क्या कर रहे हैं आप? मैंने कहा कि IBA के साथ तो ऐसा ना करें ना. तो उन्होंने कहा कि आपको पता है कि उन्होंने दबे अल्फाज में कहा, उन्होंने कहा कि वो 8 साल से चीफ मिनिस्टर है, वो कहते हैं पिछले 8 साल से मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि वही 8-10 लोग वाइस चांसलर बन के एक यूनिवर्सिटी से दूसरी यूनिवर्सिटी में जा रहे हैं, और उन्होंने ये भी कहा जो शायद उनको नहीं कहना चाहिए कि उनकी क्वालिटी कोई इतनी अच्छी नहीं है। अच्छा, एक तो ये, दूसरा उन्होंने फिर मिसाल दी, उन्होंने कहा देखिए डॉक्टर इशरत हुसैन, इशरत इज नेवर टॉट, ठीक है, he's been a whatever public service, he's been a bureaucrat, right, but he's transformed the IBA. You have निसार सिद्दीकी जो सिविल वो थे, सिविल सर्वेंट थे, वो भी यानी एकेडमिक PhD भी नहीं थे, उसकी मिसाल दी। फिर एक हमारे पास है मजहर अली सैयद साहब, आई थिंक ही सेट अप वन ऑफ दीज प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज, काइट या समथिंग एज वेल, सो देयर आर अदर एग्जांपल। सो एक जो आप कह रहे हैं ना कि वाइस चांसलर्स को क्या करना चाहिए, हमारे यहाँ ये अब हो रहा है कि अब ब्यूरोक्रेट भी आ जाएगा, फिर फौजी भी आ जाएगा, और वो बिल्कुल क्या क्या डिसिप्लिन होना चाहिए, सोच क्या होती है, डिसिप्लिन होना चाहिए, पर वो अलग बात है। मैं चाहूँगा और लोग, अदील ने हाथ उठाया था, फिर मैं इधर भी आ जाता हूँ, ठीक है, अभी जुनैद ने उठाया था, फिर उसके बाद नासिर। अदील, यू।
Thank you very much. Very insightful conversation, learned a great deal. I have 4 very quick comments. I don't necessarily need reactions, but just to add to this conversation. One, as we talk about the undersupply of faculty, there's really an oversupply of PhDs abroad. In Europe, for example, there's a big market, particularly students who are coming out in science subjects, also in economics. Is there a way we could benefit from that oversupply? The other issue has to do with exactly what you mentioned, where I sometimes feel that the expansion of universities in the 2000s and later on followed a very similar pattern to the expansion of schooling system in the 80s, where it was seen as a mechanism of patronage to get land, contracts, hiring. So that part is also important to look at. On the AI, I think what's interesting is that in Oxford we had very little impact, in part because whatever students submit, there's a tutorial system. And really in the first 5, 10, 20 minutes, you really get a feel for whether the person has engaged in a deep manner or not. So that interactive system is really important. And in terms of AI, I think there are also some good opportunities. In a country like Pakistan, where there is a huge linguistic divide, one of the biggest barriers for students from public sector universities is English language. And so the ability, as long as you are able to interact with AI rather than just a silent receiver, you could actually improve your language skills, your writing skills. That could be a huge impact. One final issue, which I think is is a understated story of LUMS, and you had many success stories to share. But I wanted to tell the audience here as well, also about your science program. Yes. Because in a place like Oxford, in the last couple of years, people have been asking me with surprise that we didn't think that, LUMS is the science place. Now, science is always a loss-making enterprise. And for a private sector university to do science is a huge, generates massive externalities. It goes to answer the question raised here. A lot of these people who are getting PhDs from LUMS are actually going to public sector universities. A lot of the public university staff members are using your labs. And a lot of your students really come from humble backgrounds, because science students usually come from that background. And they're going to Harvard, Stanford, other places so that's a really understated success story. Now, obviously, it's a big money proposition, but for a private sector university to engage in science program is really very interesting experience, and be good for you to share with the audience, what the learning experience there's been.
So I think all the points you raised, Adil, are good. I think on the AI, I don't think the issue is, so let me start with the oversupply of PhDs. I do think that's an opportunity. I think we have to think globally. But the point is, if you don't have enabling conditions, there's also international opportunity sets that are opening up, right? So I think the enabling conditions have to be right to attract. And in fact, I think partly we were able to grow because of the oversupply of PhDs. But I think why people would feel, it's very interesting when a lot of the people would apply to us, but they won't apply to other local universities in Pakistan.
And I think partly they were applying because the alumni who were coming back were a signal that there was something going right over here. So I think universities, to get the global ecosystem right in their universities is important. I think the AI thing is a scale thing. You could do it at Oxford. Oxford is just a system. Oxbridge is very difficult to replicate because it's massively costly, right? So the problem is when you're assessing and examining at a particular scale that you can't do vivas or tutorials or interactions, and you have an ethos where people are going to use AI to copy rather than to basically plug their skills. Now the problem is an agency problem. It's the student who has to take the responsibility to say how they're going to use AI. It's going to be very difficult to police that, right? So hence my push about socialization. And I think one thing, again, we don't talk about, I don't know about what things are like in the UK, but Pakistanis have made the whole exercise of education into a grade chase. This is a grade rat race. At some level, we want to break that mentality. Because the enterprise of universities is about learning, it's not about getting good grades, right? It's not about cheating your way through, or it's not about aids, or it's not about copying. It's about sort of how you use that opportunity to develop your thinking, your other skills over there, and I think that's the real challenge to crack. The science school is an amazing story. You've told it quite eloquently. I mean, the beauty of the science program was that the way it was designed, it's what's called a no boundaries program, where anybody who does any part of sciences or engineering has to have a grounding in all the pure sciences. And in addition now, basically, the science school has proliferated a graduate mission. It's the business school and the science school that have PhDs. A lot of those PhDs are going not only into local universities, but also regional universities. But I think to have the impact in pure sciences at scale without the government of Pakistan actually creating the preconditions in terms of labs, in terms of funding for the university ecosystem in Pakistan is going to be highly, highly difficult. So what's possible is to set a very strong foundation. But again, this would not have been possible without some exceptional young people coming back to build the science school, even though the vision of it came from Babar Sahib, right? So it's constantly going to be about, you can get the people to build, provided you give them the ecosystem to develop. But in some things where capital costs become really high, you have to find solutions. In the absence of a dysfunctional public funding system, the only other way I can think about it is through international collaborations where you can attract that kind of research funding. I think that's been a very successful model in economics in Pakistan. We've had major expansion in the kind of research and impact that's happening in terms of work on development and political economy, and that's happened because of international collaborations.
We have three faculty from the IBA who want to ask questions, then I'll come to them. So probably Junaid, then Nasir, aapka hai, phir idhar piche ji.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Junaid. I am faculty at IBA. But my question is, coming from 2014 when I was working on this skill institutions in Pakistan, and there I was told that only those who are not able to enter in higher education, they come there, and this is because they cannot create good skilled people. So I think if we see from this perspective, universities are the only options that somebody has to go for, if they want to have some education. So if we talk about the number of universities, how many are there, how many needs to be there to be enough, I think it is the overall picture that we should look into, and then think about these systems such as the skill education and stuff like that, so that those who are genuinely interested in higher education, they only find their way, and rest find some other way to do job if they are interested in that. So I think in this respect, all our education system needs an overhaul, not only the higher education that we are talking about this, and how you both would be commenting on that. Thank you.
Nasir? Nasir.
Thank you so much. Very insightful conversation, but I think we moved away from the topic. So I'm just quickly going to ask both of you that you being an economist or a social scientist, was that a hurdle or helpful in being a vice chancellor? So we haven't talked about it. Both of you can answer this
what
question.
he talked about was the hurdle of being a vice chancellor for being an economist. I thought we
but also your
deliberated
experience
that
as well.
in quite a lot of detail.
Yeah, but just looking at the administrative role, you know, compared to coming from, let's say, engineering or other technical subject, is it helpful to be a social scientist when you are working as an administrator? And secondly, about the enabling environment, we are also facing this issue of faculty hiring. And when you talk about the enabling environment, it's not just the enabling environment at the institute. People also look at the overall environment in the country as well. So it's not just what the institute is offering, what is the situation in the country, the security situation, even the financial situation. If your exchange rate is moving around, that's also create, you know, uncertainty as well, and other parts as well. So you can do so much only at the institute level, but what can you do about the overall enabling environment? Thank you.
इन दोनों के दे दें और फिर दो और हैं इसके बाद. ये जो जुनैद का सवाल था और इनका नासिर का, ये दे दें.
जी. देखिए, आप सही बात कह रहे हैं. I think schooling system, I think the biggest problem is ratta. Everything has become a system of rote. Even A levels has become a system of rote, the way it's executed here. You know, what happens in academies? Basically, you go there, you do past papers to sit the exam. So it's all about teaching to the test. Faisal Bari and I, about a decade ago, decided that we're going to teach a first-year undergraduate course because we felt that's the place where we found it most amazing because we were challenged and we felt we could make a contribution. हम अपनी classes में जाते थे, हम पूछते थे लोगों से कि how many people read outside their curriculum, and the answer would be close to 0. I think the other side is if you look at the distribution of subjects that are pushed onto young people that don't necessarily align always to their interests. I personally feel there should be no A levels in subjects like law, commerce, business studies. Has no business to have these subjects at the school level. They're not developing any skills. So it's a very vocational model of subject choice that is pushed. So now, you know, we've converted, pehle, hamare zamane mein that was the critique of the metric system that I did, which by the way had an amazing curriculum. It was no short of what the senior Cambridge curriculum used to be in my time, but it was the rote teaching and examination that was the problem, and now that's spilled over on the other side. So yeah, we are in a conversation with schools trying to open this can of worms up, but you know, again, the big problem over there is the assessment and the regulatory framework. And I don't think that higher education institutions can duck that question. That has to be a really important part of the debate. We talk about critical thinking, but where is critical thinking required in any of this? We talk about developing holistic interests. If you're pushing people into a very narrow set of subjects, how are they going to develop diverse perspectives? What about the language divide? I mean, you know, Pakistan's been caught up, and South Asia has been caught up in this language question. Our my grandparents' generation were quintilingual. वो 5 ज़बानें बोलते थे, on average. अब जो बच्चे आते हैं वो उनकी इंग्लिश की चैलेंज है और काफ़ी ऐसे बच्चे आते हैं जिनकी उर्दू भी चैलेंज है. So how do we kind of embed the question of languages back into the overall curriculum to connect people to society, right? And is the exercise of education just about teaching imported textbooks? Or is it really to start to bring in questions which are very contextual
and important for the context over here. These are all exercises of that institution building I'm talking about, but it's not going to happen on a Vice Chancellor's Forum. आपका sorry मुझे थोड़ा भूल गया. Oh, बाद में बात कर. मैं एक चीज कहता हूँ. So you know there's a question that's kind of strange because I'm at a well, it's a not-for-profit private university, but there is a question that you start. I think public finance is very helpful because you ask the question of what, who pays for what and what kind of social and private costs are there in the system. So you can start to think about some of these problems. But I think, I will not approach the university as an economist. I think where I am at the university is as an academic who spent a lifetime in Pakistan and who has been shaped by an interaction with amazing colleagues, not just at LUMS, even outside, and with amazing students. And, I think sort of the thing that I find most meaningful in my life is not the papers that I've published, but it's the students that I've taught. And when I look at where they've gone, and the best part of my job is to meet the alumni. Because I met a certain, I was in touch with a certain set of the student body. Now I am meeting a very wide set of the alumni body, and I meet people in Pakistan who blow your mind in terms of what they're doing, and you take pride that these were people who got educated here.
आप मुझसे ऑफिस में भी पूछ सकते थे ये, but you're right. I have deliberately moved away from the title. I spoke to Ali earlier as well. We could, because he's such a good economist, we could have spoken about the economy as well. But I know there's more curiosity, a lot of curiosity about the LUMS vision, mission statement. So it's a very good question that you ask. And I think the answer is no. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I've studied sociology or history or political economy and somebody studies business studies or engineering. I think it's also a personality thing. I think it's more a personality thing. Okay, are you willing to listen to differences of opinion? I think one reason why I fear bureaucrats running universities and Fauji's running universities is precisely that. लोग नस की मिसाल देते हैं, फास्ट या नस की मिसाल देते हैं कि जब फौजी आ जाते हैं उनका वो शायद सब कुछ क्लासेस सारी वक्त पे हो रही होती, लेकिन जो अक्सर लोग कहते हैं कि यू कांट रियली टॉक टू एंड academics need academics. I think that's something that I realized. So I would respond to your to answer your question by saying, if you have academics as vice chancellor, I would prefer that, although they are bad at management as well. I mean, I've never been trained how to run a university, and it's obvious, it shows, like, as my colleagues tell me. But I think after 5 years, I've learned. It's like, जब आप medical college जाते हैं, आपको सारी theory वेरी पता होती है, लेकिन जब आप on job training करते हैं, फिर आप जाके सीखते हैं डॉक्टर किस तरह बनना चाहिए. So I think, so that's why I fear if a bureaucrat runs a university or Fauji's run a bureaucracy who are also bureaucrats, it won't be an academic institution. It won't be what Ali's talking about. And Ali, Wasif, which I found out the other day, we share the same vision. This is what is curiosity, engagement, questioning. I mean, we get up, all of us here, academics get up papers rejected and revise and revise and revise. वो resubmit की बात ही नहीं करते, वो कहते हैं वगैरह वगैरह. तो अगर आप bureaucrat से कहें कि नहीं आप गलत कह रहे हैं, वो कहेगा तू है कौन कहने वाला. So I think for me the bigger fear of the future of education, and I was speaking to somebody who knows education very well in Pakistan, Aisha Razak, Dr. Aisha Razak, and she said कि KP में भी ये हो गया और कहती है next is the Punjab. She said this entire future of universities is going to move away from academia, from even if we are bad professors, but at least we are professors, So anyway, it's a different. So last two questions, and एक इधर है आदम. Okay, let's take three. आपका है फिर that are you a student? ठीक है, we have to have a student, and then Azam. So Shagufta keeps telling me वो 10 minute है, 5 minute है, 3 minute रह गए. तो आप तीनों सवाल पूछ लें, and then Ali will wind up. And so Ali is around here. He's going to be sitting. He's going to staying for dinner as well. You can talk to him. But I want these three questions. Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Dr. Amir Hamza, and I'm assistant professor of journalism at IBA Karachi. So thank you very much for such a nice conversation. My question is, I agree with you, and I completely agree with you when you say that the job of the universities is to produce the critical minds. But what you advise to your fellow colleagues at LUMS, how they should do, or what they should do, I mean, to make that happen? This is the first question. My second question is, we live in Pakistan. When we talk about the critical minds, so of course, we talk about the affairs of Pakistan that's mostly run by the Pakistani military establishment. And they are encroaching the public sphere, they are encroaching the public space, the public freedom. And we are seeing that's compromised. So, and they have not even spared the universities too. We have seen the situation at the public sector universities in Pakistan. And the same now, when I meet with my fellow colleagues in different private universities, so they just share the same story. And their story is just the same. So my question from you is, sir, you are the Vice Chancellor of one of the elite universities of Pakistan, but it's a private university. So have you felt any kind of a pressure, any kind of advisory from the military establishment, like what your students should do a research, what your fellow colleagues should do a research, and what they shouldn't? And if not, if you face such situation in future, how would you respond? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ubaidullah. I am a 4th year ACF student here at IBA.
What are you studying?
Here at IBA. ACF, Accounting and Finance. Yeah. तो सर मेरा सवाल ये कि आपने मेंशन किया कि बाबा साहब जब भी उनके सामने आपको इनोवेटिव आइडिया प्रेजेंट करते थे तो ही यूजुअली गिव यू अ गो हेड, राइट? जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी हमें इनोवेशन और ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ देखने को मिली लम्स पे। तो सर मेरा आपसे सवाल ये है कि अगर यही लोग, यही फैकल्टी इसी ड्राइव के साथ किसी और जगह, किसी और इंस्टीट्यूट में होते, डू यू थिंक कि वहाँ पे भी हमें ऐसी ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ देखने को मिलती, और वाज देयर समथिंग स्पेशल टू लम्स जिसकी वजह से हमें ये ग्रोथ देखने को मिली? एंड सेकंड पार्ट टू माय क्वेश्चन, आई थिंक इस तरह की इनोवेशन और ग्रोथ हम IBA में भी लाना चाह रहे हैं, एंड सर अकबर प्लेज अ ह्यूज रोल इन दैट। तो सर अकबर से मेरा सवाल ये है कि सर कंसिडरिंग IBA इज़ अ पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटी, और एक पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटी की बहुत ज़्यादा एक ब्यूरोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस होता है, रेड टेपिंग बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, तो डू यू पर्सनली फील कि आप इन प्रोसेस की वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्ड बैक हैं, एंड दिस मेक्स ब्रिंगिंग ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ एंड चेंज at IBA near practically impossible? I just want to hear your honest thoughts.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Azam Ali, I teach law here at IBA. So 13 years ago, Osama Siddiqui recruited me to teach a course at LUMS. So I did that for 1 semester, and then Dr. Ishrat found out about me, and I ended up getting a full-time job at IBA. But at that
our loss entirely.
Yeah, so if I compare IBA and LUMS at that time, right? So IBA was setting up a center for entrepreneurial development at that time. But if I look at today in the startup scene in Pakistan, you don't need to check where the founder of a VC-funded startup went. Maybe 7 times out of 10 it'll be alums. So what did you guys do right to achieve that result?
Okay, sorry, आपका पहला क्वेश्चन क्या था? ऑल्दो ये कहते हैं मेरे से 10 साल बड़े हैं, बट मैं बूढ़ा बहुत जल्दी हो गया हूँ 11 महीने में।
जी जी, what you advise to your fellow colleagues, what they should do that you produce the critical minds in at LUMS?
नहीं, देखिए मेरा तो उल्टा है. I think I can do this job if my faculty is taking a lead in that conversation. I cannot lead in that sense. And I think the problem starts when you have individuals who have very fixed ideas coming and telling others what to do. I don't think that's how university institution building evolves. So when I apni misal di, Anjum Naseem was very open to intellectual debates. A law school ki jo aap baat kar rahe hain, there were lots of intellectual debates that happened, lots of disagreements. So the moment you break that sort of setup where it's the faculty that is leading, or the faculty checks out because they have low trust in the system and they don't want to do it, I think that's when you hit the roadblocks. So वो तो सवाल ही उल्टा है. वो ये है कि I can only contribute where people are developing those ideas and I can sort of enable it. That's how, जब मेरी search हो रही थी तो मैंने लोगों को यही मिसाल दी. सारे में से पूछते थे, we have a search committee, how would you lead? And I thought about that and I said, the best example is, I think about the role of a vice chancellor as a cox on a rowboat. वो rowing होती है ना, वो जो लोग रो कर रहे होते हैं, तो उसके हेल्म पे एक छोटा सा शख्स बैठा होता है, who is a cox. उसका सिर्फ ये काम है that he is sort of motivating people to row harder. But the effort is actually coming from the rowers. The boat moves because of the rowers, not because of the cox. And I think that because we have an administrative structure of the state, जिसकी आप भी बात कर रहे हैं, and of society, we invert that. We say the administrator is, I'll give you an example. I became a chair of the economics department very early in my life because LUMS was very small. Anjum went on sabbatical. I became chair, was chair for 5 years between 2005 2010. Or उस वक्त I was 6 years into post-PhD. That also had a huge cost in my life, but I enjoyed it thoroughly. And after that, I went for sabbatical to Harvard, and I put together a lot of research, but I wasn't my publications were not out. Everywhere when I'd go and meet professors, they'd ask me, okay, what were you doing with your life? And I'd start to say, I kind of worked in this institution, and they'd glaze over. Universities across the world do not celebrate their administrators. They celebrate faculty, right? And that's basically the ethos that you have to create. If you can't create that ethos, then it's not a university in the way that we know impactful universities. आपका जो सवाल था, I don't know. I just think that it's again the set of people that come together. I do think there is something about LUMS seeding these innovations, perhaps because it was nascent and it was open. It would get people, and somehow, and I have to give credit also to Sayyid Zahoor Hassan, who was our first Vice Chancellor. Although he became, LUMS did not have a Vice Chancellor till the early part of the century, because we used to have a Dean, जो business school के थे और फिर वो university के भी dean थे. Zahoor was an incredible man who gave us a lot of space, and at some point I just think, yeah, we were such young people. Just look at the arrogance of these young people trying to push कि एक law program होना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, and they'd open up the conversation. And I think the moment LUMS में भी हुआ, there were points at which those conversations got broken. And I think that caused stutters in the development mission of the institution. So I think sort of constantly giving people the ownership in a meaningful way to create is important. और एक तीसरा सवाल था. हाँ,
मेरे क्वेश्चन की सेकंड पार्ट था सर अकबर से.
How come LUMS alumni are so successful in
how is funding successful in entrepreneurial and VC funding?
I'm not actually sure about that. I think maybe part of the reason may be the initial focus on IT and CS. That might have created an ecosystem, but I really can't sort of give a definitive answer to that.
And he didn't even know. I mean, which is more surprising.
No, I know that because I keep meeting those success stories.
So, आपका सवाल, मेरा ख्याल है कि ये कहना कि हम पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटी हैं, हम चीज़ें नहीं कर सकते, बिल्कुल गलत है. ठीक है, कोई रुकावट नहीं. ना सिंध गवर्नमेंट हम पर कोई ऐसी कोई सख्ती करता है. हमारे कुछ रूल्स ऐसे हैं, डिसमिस नहीं कर सकते लोगों को. वो फिर कहते हैं हम सिंध गवर्नमेंट के कोर्ट वगैरह चले जाएंगे. जो प्राइवेट इदारे होते हैं, मुझे ये पता है कि हबीब यूनिवर्सिटी में LUMS का मुझे नहीं पता, वहाँ पे वो कहते हैं कल से नहीं आओ काम पे. ठीक है, और क्योंकि कुछ हुआ होगा, इंक्वायरी वगैरह बैठी होगी या जो कि दे से वी डोंट वांट यू टू कम, प्लीज फाइंड अनदर जॉब. वी कांट डू दैट. सो there are these constraints, but they're not insurmountable. I think that the bigger constraint is what Ali's been talking about, is the supply side. Do we have good faculty? I have always believed, wherever I've been taught, studied, and at this university as well, that if you have good faculty, everything else works. It's all about faculty. University is about faculty. Students will always be good. I mean, I think IBA students, LUMS, the Habib are exceptional students. I don't think they get, in many places, they don't get the quality of faculty that they deserve. और बहुत आसान हो जाता है. अगर कराची ग्रामर स्कूल इधर है या लाहौर ग्रामर है, वो कहते हैं हम पढ़ाएं ना पढ़ाएं, हमारे रिजल्ट्स 170 लोग जो है ना A+ लेके आते हैं, क्योंकि वो आते ही इतने अच्छे. तो IBA का भी ये मसला है. Our students are so good. It's just that I wish we all collectively did more. There is a supply side problem. Anyway, so please join me in thanking Professor, Vice Chancellor, friend Ali Chima. Great pleasure. I'm glad he's come here. I'm glad that we spoke about the second part. Nasir is right to point that out, that उसमें कुछ कहने को भी नहीं था कि economists as vice chancellors क्या करते हैं. So fantastic conversation. I hope Ali will come back as a vice chancellor still to the IBA in a year's time and tell us. He's been vice chancellor only for 11 months. अभी नए नए आए, 11 महीने बहुत हल्का वक्त होता है, सीख रहे हैं. 2 साल के बाद आए, 3 साल के बाद आए और बताएं कि how his views have changed. And thank you all for your questions and participation. Please join me in thanking Ali Chima.
Thank you very much for giving us a glimpse into the role of Vice Chancellors. I request Dr. Akbar Zaidi to please give souvenir to Dr. Ali Chima. And since we are live online on YouTube and Facebook, I would like to emphasize that both institutes, LUMS and IBA, continue to produce excellent graduates. Both are exceptional institutes. Thank you very much for joining us today. Tomorrow we start sharp at 10:15. I request all of you to please reach IBA by 9:45 and get yourself registered. Right now we have dinner at 7 p.m. I invite all of you to join us for dinner in the lawn, which is right outside the auditorium. Thank you very much.